Sounds like a plan.
Here we'll have Brad Farbranch commentating with me, and my friends like Inchan. So Brad will be one also of the runners with Jimmy. Jimmy loves game.
Hmm.
So there will be some specialty that will need to be explained, and we'll let Brad Farbranch to explain it.
Yeah, so as you might have noticed, we're starting the relay race with two different passwords here. This is mainly to eliminate the big RNG at the start of the game. Normally we have to pick up 3 missile drops after we grab Ice Beam in order to get inside the bomb room, but to get around this, we just have a simple password in order to kind of eliminate that. Jamie is going to be playing the normal suit, and I'm going to be using the zero suit. That's why there's a slight discrepancy in our passwords, but besides that, it should be all fair game.
All right, so thank you for the explanation. So we're preparing. We're still in a little preparing, so this is also sorry for the delays. So we're setting up for the race to begin. The countdown will begin in the Discord. Once it is done, the race will begin. So blue something like Brett said, the code is to eliminate the orange at the beginning of the game, so giving some missiles.
Yeah, no kidding. The RNG is actually pretty brutal. Um, the when you kill an enemy after you pick up missiles, there's only about 24.5% chance that that drop will actually be a missile, with the 50% chance being a health drop and um, the rest of it being like nothing. So the probability that you get that you kill that you if assuming you kill 10 enemies, the probability that you even get to bombs is about 30%. Ideally, you want to kill as the least amount of enemies as possible, but the perfect RNG, as you could probably work out, is rather low because it's 0.245 to the cubed, which is some small number. But it's pretty brutal and usually what kills most runs. What were the codes for? Yeah. So the codes are just to eliminate this RNG um, that we have in the beginning of the game. It allows us to start with missiles. Assuming that we don't pick up any missiles, it'll glitch the game out a bit, but it'll help us get rid of the huge RNG factors that might sway things moving forward. Getting pumped.
All right, seeing that Jimmy's ready. Just waiting for you to confirm your readiness in the Discord,
Yeah.
so we can do the
Yep.
countdown, and we'll begin soon.
Okay. And we're off.
All right, so the race has begun. Welcome to this 2022 really 2D Metroid Relay race, everyone. I hope you will have a great times. And we have Brett Farbranch and Jimmy Loves Games doing the Metroid 1 part of this race. So if you have some more stuff to explain about this category, Brett, I will let you because you more know about that. I will just take part of when you need to concentrate with the notes I've been given.
All right. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. So right now we're doing the 100% Deathless category. The Deathless category kind of implies a deaths category, and there is. In this game, if you have the second controller, you can death warp using the up and A once you pause the game. Doing so allows you to warp back to the start of the game, which is very helpful for a lot of things, actually. It saves around 5 or so minutes, but in Deathless, we just have to backtrack through everything. And because it's 100%, we're going to be picking up all of the items, which consists of like 21 missile packs, 8 E-tanks, and then a whole bunch of other stuff like high jump, screw attack, and bombs, and all those fun things we know about Metroid. At the start, we have to just pretty much bolt straight to the missile packs, which will allow us to grab the ice beam and kind of move around Brinstar. It'll be pretty chillaxed, and as long as none of us pick up a missile drop, we should not need to worry about any RNG that might affect the run later. Sorry, just need to concentrate during this
And now
part.
we see the effect of the code in action. Normally, when you take the first missile pack, you only have 5 missiles, so now he's at 10, and he can't take any missile drop, or else he will return to 5 missiles. Am I correct on that, Brad? Or did I still go?
Yeah, you're right. Exactly right. I was actually worried there for a half second I was gonna pick up a missile drop and we'd have to go back to RNG town, but we're fine for now. Although so coming up is the first like really big glitch that we're gonna see in the game. We're gonna use it a few times during this run. We call it screen wrapping, where you get Samus stuck in the door and purposely unmorph or morph and unmorph, which will allow you to effectively climb through walls and transcend through the roof. It's crazy stuff. Sorry, I need to concentrate on this one too.
Yeah, so the door wraps and lets the people to access some place where you normally can't, and screen you can scroll the screen like that in some direction, so you can go someplace you're not supposed to go.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, where normally you have to get a bomb through this area if you're playing this quote-unquote legitly, but we can just scoot on by it and kind of go through this like wall here. Alright, so as you can see, normally each missile pack only gives you 5 missiles, but because we use the code, we can just skate on by without worrying about missile drops. This is where you have to farm for missiles, because you'd be out of missiles here, and then you need to get 5 more in order to get bombs. Fun stuff. Neither Jamie nor I will have to worry about that, but I get stuck in the habit of farming, even though I shouldn't be. So bombs will be very helpful throughout this run, and it'll be a hugely important asset towards even just like traversing things. Bombs actually kind of behave in a similar way to missiles, in a way where if you have a bomb placed, you actually can't. If you have too many bombs placed, it'll override the missile spout, to the point where you actually can't shoot a missile if you have bombs placed, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. But they're very versatile. You can do fun bomb jumps with it and put a lot of tricks in this game, which make my life harder to live.
Make life harder, we make the run more interesting to watch, at least.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a lot of things to keep track of. You might see Jamie or I like struggling with the bombs, getting into like small holes, and that's just kind of something you live with throughout this run. But you know, it is what it is. This game is very sub-pixel dependent, so effectively what that means is so subpixels in general are units of measurement that are smaller than a pixel, and a lot of Samus's movement is determined based on these subpixels. So whether you get into some holes or not as a ball, or whether you are able to make certain jumps, are really dependent on your subpixel position, which can make things very frustrating to live with. So this wrap that's coming up, the Varia wrap, it's a very interesting one, where you effectively need to wrap like outside. You need to like wrap up to the next screen, and then you effectively trick the game into thinking that you're in a room that is 100% wall that you can only jump through. So you get in these walls and you jump through it, and then kind of jumping through these walls you can navigate in the out of bounds section, so you can trick the game into thinking that you're up higher than you need to be, and you can enter this top door, which leads you to Varia without actually needing to like bomb up here or just work up the way you're supposed to do with like Ice Beam or so. It saves a ton of time. As you can see, you don't need to worry about any like shenanigans. It used to be this really, really awful bomb jump that I hated, at least, but fortunately I don't have to do any of that. Nice.
So in this game, Variasuit does reduce damage like the other games, I presume.
Oh jeez. Sorry, I was.
No worries.
I was having a rough time. I was not paying attention. Did you ask?
Yeah, I asked if Variasuit does reduce damage like in every other Metroid games.
Ah, yes. So, good point. So Variasuit. I forgot to mention what was going on about that. So Variasuit works a bit different than it does in the other Metroid games. In the other Metroid games, actually, I think it's the same as Metroid 2, if I recall correctly. All it pretty much does is it changes suitless Samus to have green hair dye, and with the suit, as you saw with Jamie, it just gives them like a pink suit, fashionable pink suit. Kind of neat. Effectively, it doesn't do much as far as traversing Norfair. It only reduces damage by a half, which is helpful. It allows us to tank a lot more things, but in terms of any like special application, it's not that great. You can do most of the. It's helpful, but not hugely important. Actually, while I'm talking about damage, damage in this game is determined by which area you're in. There's 5 different places: Brinstar, Norfair, Ridley's Lair, Kraid's Lair, and Torian. In Brinstar, you take 8 hits of damage. Norfair, you take 10. Kraid's Lair, you take 20. Ridley's Lair is 24, and in Torian, it's 30. And then Varia allows you to cut that damage in half, so you don't need to worry about things as much. So Brinstar would be 4, Norfair's 5, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's very interesting in this game that the damage is not enemy specific but room specific. You can take a zoomer from a Brinstar that would deal 8. If you put it in Torian, it will deal 30.
Yeah, it's a little strange. It's even stranger that a lot of the, as you'll notice, a lot of these enemies look very similar to each other. The zoomers in Brinstar look remarkably similar to these little Nova things that you see crawling around, but that just shows the true creativity of Nintendo when they were making this game. No 2 rooms look the same, as you might be able to imagine. I want to explain this wrap, but I need to concentrate during it, so give me a hot sec.
So from here, you do another screen wrap, which I think.
Yeah. So this one is a bit different. Where you wrap up through the screen, but then you kind of play in the out of bounds mode in order to trick the game into thinking you're lower than you are. It isn't, and then you also need to move over 1 block, which you can do through fancy out of bound movement, and you can just pop out the screen in the bottom. It's a bit finicky to get used to. it actually relies on a glitch that is like very specific, where if you scroll the screen down fully, and you press right and the A button on the same frame, it'll move Samus exactly 1 pixel into the door. And doing so allows you to get in the door without actually needing to shoot the door and open it, which saves like a solid 3 seconds that would normally you'd have to wait for in order for the door to close again. It's a really fancy trick, but it only works when the screen's fully scrolled down and Samus is out of bounds. So it's a neat trick, but very specific. Oh jeez. So another thing I kind of forgot to mention, we just saw it just now, is in this game there's something known as block clips, where effectively, if you're in a ball with Samus and she's on the lower half of the block underneath a block that has space above it, and you unmorph and then jump. Oh, that's pain. Samus will actually go through the block and allow you to move through blocks that you probably shouldn't be able to. You can actually move through blocks regardless whether there's a block on top. Samus will always clip into the block, but whether or not she goes through it will depend on that upper block above.
So clipping like that is something like frame perfect, or also sub-pixel dependent?
So actually it depends. So with the bomb, whenever you have to bomb up to a block, I believe it actually isn't frame perfect, because I feel like I get it a lot easier than it normally is. But for the ones where you're just below the block and you're morphing and unmorphing, those are frame perfect. So you'll see a lot of people kind of trying and retrying again on the timing because it's a bit finicky. Oh, I'm running out of missiles. But we'll see those later when we're on our way to Screw Attack. Kind of like an unsung hero of, not hero, but unsung pain of this run, or this missile management. In Norfair, you have to be very careful you don't run out of missiles, because you'll, get
Nestor
stuck.
RNG is not forgiving, and the other games seems to, even in Undo, have a lot of RNG to worry about.
Yeah, no kidding. Even after the great missile era, you need to worry about missile drops because it'll limit how fast you can go. I'm stuck at 10 right now. I need at least 10 in order to guarantee I can get out of Norfair without having to refarm. But alas, it is the price you pay when you run this game. Another thing I actually forgot to mention a while back, both Jamie and I picked up something called the Wave Beam. It's why our shots went from this nice ice blue to this weird wavy purple that causes a ton of lag. Effectively, the Wave Beam actually, it does double the damage that your normal beam does. It does double the damage normal beam does.
Wave Beam does the double normal damage your beam does, but it goes in a wavy pattern, so you can hit things that are below you when you normally couldn't, as we can see. So like that Nova, you can shoot that Nova without needing to lay out bombs.
Exactly.
And in Destroy, you can only have one beam at a time, except for long beam that can stack. So it's either you have ice beam or wave beam. And fun fact, there's 2 ice beam in Destroyed.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. It is true, the beams don't stack except for long beam. So, oh my god. So per Hundo rules, actually, we need to grab both of those. So we'll see the other ice beam later on in the run.
And also, I think Ice Beam technically you can kind of cut your damage by half because when you shoot deal damage normally without increasing it. But the thing is that once an enemy is frozen, if you reshoot it, it don't deal damage but unfreeze them. If I'm correct on that.
Yes, exactly.
So technically it's a nerf and you deal only half damage in a way.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So actually, that's mostly true except for a couple cases. Those cases being the bosses. The bosses are really weird with their health. So for bosses, all beams actually do 1 damage, except for missiles, which does 4 damage. To the bosses.
And normally missiles is when you kill any enemies other than the boss and Metroids.
Yes. Correct. Absolutely.
Also, one thing to note is that screw attack, it's if you jump, there's a few frames before Samus will spin to make you invulnerable, and the thing is that if you jump and spin, but you fall at the lower or at the height you initiate the jump, Samus will stop spinning, making you vulnerable again. So screw attack is kind of good and bad. So as long as you go only up, it's very good. But the moment you go down, it's no longer useful.
Yeah, it's very helpful for getting through a lot of these invincible enemies, because you can just screw attack on through them, but it can be very finicky. And not ideal. Actually, while we're on the subject of screw attack, so screw attack introduces something that is very common throughout this entire run, where we have to deal with lag management. You'll see Jamie or I kill like enemies seemingly just because, but this is mainly to like focus on getting rid of them because we don't.
Because there's a lot of lag being generated.
Yeah, Metroid, the old school Metroid has a sprite limit of, I want to say 5 or 6. So anything else besides that will greatly slow the game down. Oh. Alright, so we're currently on our way to get high jump. And once we're done with high jump is actually where the subpixels are really gonna come into play. You'll see Jamie or I miss jumps because of high jump, and it's gonna be a huge pain. But that's mainly just because of subpixels. It's the way it is, but now that we have high jump, we're on our way to Ridley's Lair.
So in this game, I think high jump is something that makes you really go very high. It does deserve the name high jump.
No kidding. Alrighty.
So one of the few things I know by seeing Scotty running this game with this layer is that there's so many enemies everywhere that it lags a lot.
Yeah, you'll notice that the enemies are atrocious in Ridley's Lair. There's a bunch of owls swaying everywhere, and it's awful. Bees flying at you. A large portion of Ridley's Lair is just dodging and killing things, so you don't actually end up, lagging the game out. So you'll see a lot of missiles used, preferably not screw attack used, and killing everything. And it's a colossal mix-up of what's going on. There's a lot of fake outs in Ridley's Lair. We'll see a few. There's a hidden bomb block we gotta break, and there's the classic fake out that we all know from Super Metroid as well. We gotta grab that E-Tank as well, which hopefully.
And also that fake out that also gonna make his return in Zero Mission in the remake.
It does. That's funny. I've never actually played Zero Mission.
Yeah, it's also in Ridley's Lair. With an E-Tanks on the other side that force appear. Oh, there's something good, and fall all the way down. I think the same thing in this, right? That there's an E-Tanks on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Here's our little hidey hole. We're coming up to the infamous E-tank that made a lot of people, I'm sure, very distressed.
And I think here is kind of RNG if it's lag or not.
Yeah, it's a little bit. The bald patterns are kind of annoying. All right, we're good. Actually, another trick that you might have seen Jamie Rye use like pretty consistently is something called an unmorph jump, where if you go into a ball, roll off an edge, and then unmorph, it'll actually save a jump. We'll see that in action right soon when you see me kind of go through a gap that would normally be very difficult, where you can get closer to the gap by going in a ball, unmorphing, and then jumping in the middle of the air. Very helpful. That jump you just saw me do is actually normally a two frame window if you just do it normally, but with an unmorph jump it makes it a ton easier.
Yeah, we did see you do quite a bit of those unmorph jump. I mean.
Yeah, they're very versatile. It allows you to do like a ton of things, and it just makes movement way more fluid than it has ever right to be in this game. So, always appreciated it. We're coming up on Ridley right now. Yeah, we're coming up on Ridley right now. Another good. I need to focus. I'm horrible at mashing.
Right, so like you said, each shot you will that the runners will land will do 1 point of damage, and each missile is doing, I think he said, 4 points of damage each. And as you can see, depending of the RNG and patterns that Relay can give, quickly, because as we know with Nestroid, that there's some the boss has some RNG and varying in their attack patterns, but the way the Nestroid has been programmed is that the RNG is not working correctly. So if like Ridley is doing one attack pattern, it will always do it, always the same, instead of changing his attack pattern. So you can more or less easily cheese the fight like Brett did in this case.
Yeah, so yeah, the patterns are quintessential towards fighting Ridley, because you just bullets go right over you. The pattern actually is determined by like what cart you have. Front loaders for the NES actually will always give you good pattern, usually, and most like other sorts of like knockoff NES or clone consoles or top loaders will give you bad pattern when you first start off. So kind of knowing which one yours gives you is kind of very helpful for setting up the manipulation on how to fight both of these bosses.
I think the Famicom version has the one with the correct RNG way it do change, if I remember correctly on that.
Yeah, the Famicom is all sorts of it's way difficult. The RNG works as it's supposed to, as you said, and the bullets go crazy, and you can't necessarily just stand right next to Ridley. You actually need to focus on, dodging and stuff. Well, you can tank most of it, but it's a much more difficult, longer fight.
One of the other things also that about the RNG we kind of talk about is when you went north with those volcano trap shoot those rocks. Normally they also shoot randomly left or right, but in the American version, the American NES, no, it's always the same direction. While the Famicom one will shoot randomly in each direction also.
Yeah, and that's also true based on the side hoppers, as we'll see. Side hoppers are anything that jumps, and the seahorses that shoot lava. All those are determined by like the global pattern, of which on Metroid there's 4.
I didn't know about the seahorse and the uppers.
Yeah, there's actually one pattern where the seahorses don't shoot anything at all. which sounds like it is fast, but unfortunately it's also a bad Ridley and Kraid pattern. So and it's fast in some aspects and slow in the other. Oh. So we actually got everything we needed out of Ridley's Lair. A lot of these missiles were kind of long and annoying to get, but you know we're mostly done now, fortunately. So we can just kind of scoot on out and go pick up our cleanup in Norfair.
Alright, that's Relay is done for us, folks. We won't be done there, and it's a Norfair cleanup at this time now.
Yep. This is where we'll see the second ice beam. It'll make our triumphant return. The wave beam's a little bit finicky, as you might have seen, where sometimes it'll just miss enemies because it's waving around, and if you get too close to things, the wave beam won't actually shoot the door, for example, and it's just annoying to deal with. So I'm looking forward to the ice beam. It's just way more helpful.
Also, before we go to Kraid, I know there's a technique to shoot faster than just pressing, you just shoot. Can you tell me how you do it? I think you did use it against Relay.
Yeah, it slipped my mind, but effectively, there's another glitch in this game because this game's held together by duct tape, but in many ways. But effectively, when you hold the B button, and there'll be the game effectively allows you to shoot on both the frame so if you press any other input while holding the B button, the game will shoot when you press the button and when you release the button, effectively allowing you to like double tap things. So in the Ridley fight, for example, we hold the B button and then spam the select button, which is what turns the missiles on and off. So it allows us to both rapid fire missiles and beams, as well as allowing us to like get an equal amount of damage in for missiles as well. You can do a similar thing when farming if you like spam the left or right button if you want to slowly inch towards something.
So as long as you all B, any button you press will shoot.
Yes, exactly. Any other input. It can be a bit finicky with the jump button, but it works. It still works.
So, is there any remaining items in Norfair, or are we pretty much done now?
So besides the ice beam and like 5 missile packs right next to each other, you can tell the devs got a bit rushed with their map creation, world creation. We're pretty much done. Besides those things, we're gonna pick up a bunch of missile packs, 25 in total, and then we're gonna grab ice beam and just kind of head out and go on to Kraid. It's a nice little short run. You can kill things pretty quickly, and screw attack definitely helps. As far as the code goes, screw attack does the same amount of damage as one missile every couple of frames. So you can do a lot of damage really quickly, since one missile will kill everything anyway except for bosses. So you can just truck on through enemies like no tomorrow.
Yeah, screw attack do help a lot by seeing, especially in the release layers and other parts where especially you need to reduce your lag.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a catch-22, because while screw attack does a good job of killing enemies to reduce lag, it also is unfortunately a great source of lag. So you have to kind of use it when you need to. Because if you're using screw attack without willingly doing so, and when there's a ton of enemies on screen and you don't kill any of them, then you're just causing a lot more lag and slowing the game down unnecessarily. Maybe it's worth mentioning. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
Go for
so
it.
as we can see also, we kind of forgot because since we are the same color here, and we can't really see both correctly. So especially for you, that there's also the Jimmy's love. They are also, as you can see, doing all those tricks, getting his missile here. Did a good job so far. Into didn't pay too much attention, so I'm very sorry because it's not the usual setup and me not being used too much to Nestroid, so I might have missed some of the stuff happening, but we have Jimmy Sub being pretty close to Red Frog Brunch throughout all the rounds. We I think I think 2 to 3, maybe 3 max room behind.
Close race. I love
If
it.
I'm seeing correctly.
I'll take your word. I'm not looking at you.
So just to make sure to so we have the ice being here.
Hmm.
So since we don't have the same delay. If we look at this for the release, so you just exit the room with ice beam and all. So let's see where Jimmy's oh yes, I think that is now in the room with ice beam. So Jimmy's about like I said 3 room about behind. So that's pretty a close race so far.
Yeah. That's pretty close. It'll really kind of. I'm sure we'll get a lot closer together in Kraid's lair. My Kraid is a little bit not good, especially later when we do the Kraid climb. It'll be, I'm sure, a lot even closer. But we'll see. You know, such an exciting moment where. While I'm thinking of it, so this game has a lot of interesting moments. You might have remembered vaguely that I mentioned that there's only you can only have 5 enemies on the screen at once, and that's true because or 6. So the game, the way it's programmed, each enemy takes up a slot, and the movement of the next enemy is determined by the slot of the previous enemy. So if you kill an enemy that it's going left, it's in slot 1, the next enemy that spawns in slot 1 will also be going left. So you can use that in a lot of cases to manipulate enemy movement to be desirable in the ways we want to be. It's very helpful and helps with routing this game.
I think that it's very used in the early game also, which enemy you need to kill and which you need to don't kill.
Yeah, absolutely. You might have even seen it way early on where we were trying to just climb up the golden
Also,
climb.
if you just look at if you look at this screen of Jimmy's, you can see that one of the reason why screen attack is when you go down is bad, getting hurt by the by the screen there. It's not fun when using screen attack downward.
Yeah, it's always finicky. This game is not exactly held together by, you know, too much integrity. Hopes and dreams. That's all you need. Oh, jeez. We're coming up on our final wrap here, soonish, where we're gonna kind of do another like screen little trick. We'll be out of bounds and then kind of pop in a different room.
So as you can see, there's more screen grab. This one is to use the door below to enter Kraid's room, I think.
Yeah, exactly. There's actually a faster way that I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head, so I'm not going to try to explain it. But there's a couple ways to do that route. Unfortunate. We're a bit low on missiles, but we'll make it work. A large part of just all of this run is missile management. You're never usually in a tight spot like you are in 80%, but there are some moments where it gets a bit finicky. All right, here we are, coming up on the crate climb, which is this ingeniously made room of just a single pillar of breakable block.
Also, I don't know if we will encounter him, but I think there's a fake crate also in the crates there.
Yeah.
Do we encounter a fake crate in Undo?
Unfortunately not. Fake crate. You do encounter fake crate and no major glitches, but the screen wrap we do right before crate just skips right past the good old fake crate. He's not as cool as he is in, or actually, he's probably just as cool as he is in the other Metroid games, but he only takes one missile or a screw attack hit to kill. Or, alternatively, 200 normal beam hits if you want to go at it without missiles.
So at the moment I'm talking, we're seeing Jimmy Slav doing their screen wrap into crates. Oh, and get the screen wrap directly into crates room, fighting crates immediately. Instead of having to bump the floor like you have to do. And dispatching of its crate pretty quickly also. So sorry if you hear that with some delay, me seeing that behind, because again we're not using the live on here the discard of the chat, because since we're using mostly Breath of Branch as commentary, we're using mostly his feed for the commentary. So again, for any delays on the Jamie's Love part, very sorry.
Yeah, we're trying to make it work as best we can. Oops. So, after Kraid's Lair, there's only one item we need to pick up, which is going to be Long Beam. Good old Long Beam, you know. Something that we could have had a long time ago. Would have been helpful, but alas, we save it for the last.
Always keep the best item for as the last item.
You know what they say. The L stands for best beam.
To be honest, in the story, long beam is not that good because you're limited number of beams you can shoot, which I think is 3 on screen at the same time. And with short beam, you can spam your beam pretty easily without problem. With long beam, you need to wait for it to go all the way across, or hit something.
Yeah, it's awful. It's worse with wave beam because wave beam will actually like go through walls. So ice beam or the normal beam will stop once it reaches like a block or something. But wave beam will take its jolly sweet time moving off the screen in order
I think Jamie's Love just got better, and she was just his crazy tank here with the Zila being in their way.
Oh, that's real unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
This game is very trolly. Every chance it will get to like make your day worse, it will do so. This game is not your friend.
No, this game will do everything it can to remember you that this game hates you.
Yeah, there is. It's definitely a trek, but we're getting through it. We're on our way done.
Now, at the moment I'm saying this, I'm seeing that Jimmy's is leaving their crates, so now we'll be going their way to long beams, and after that will be Turien.
Yep.
for bridge, I think you just got your long beam now.
Yeah, we're making clean work. Now that we have ice beam back, it's so much easier. Well, we won't use long beam too much because we get it so late in the run. Those will be like one moment where it's useful, but that's kind of it. And it's right in the statue room, which I failed to do effectively anyway. It's the only time it's really that useful.
Yeah, so you don't need to go near the Relay statue.
Yeah.
Also, no, it's fun since you have to kill Relay. You don't need to do that clip with the Rio to access Turia.
Yeah, exactly. We killed both of the bosses, so we don't need to do any fancy bridge skip or anything. We can make the bridge ourselves. Very helpful, and don't have to worry about any more glitches or anything like that. We're in Torian. Welcome to Torian.
And now Jimmy's getting their long beams, and after that it's straight to Turia. Sorry if there are delays because I'm talking to Bread on Bread stream, so.
Yeah, it is what it is. So while we're in Torian, there are these annoying little Cheerio things that are spawned, known as Ringas, officially. They die pretty quickly, but they're there, and they're always gonna be around 3 on a screen. The Metroids are pretty much non-consequential besides existing. You can freeze them, and they take 5 missiles to kill, like I think they do in other Metroid games.
Yeah, so far they keep that consistency of always needing 5 missiles in any Metroid games, whether it's Metroid 2, Zero Mission, not Fusion because the only Metroid you fight is the Omega. You need the beam, so that's only one so far I know. And there's none except for Samus and Dread. And Super Metroid also needs 5 missiles. So.
Yeah, and in Torian, a lot of missiles. You need a lot of missiles, namely 73. 42 for the barriers, 30 for Mother Brain, and 1 for her glass tank.
So Jimmy's also now in Turian. He's in the second room of Metroids. At the moment as we speak, and at the moment I'm seeing it, which Bread is right before the Sabotage room. Oh, getting ping point by those rinkas, eh?
Yeah, it's a struggle, but we're getting through it.
And now it's time for the escape. Alright, so when you see that, it will be a GG for Bread. So Bread is finishing. We just need to wait until the end of the screen to pass the baton. I will then join Next Gen Gamer on the live stream with him, so he can explain correctly more about the Metroid 2 that will happen. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Bread, so for this fantastic run, and we'll also thanks and GG for Jamie's for their run also. So.
Yeah, it was super fun. I'll let someone come in and take over commentary.
So I'm back on the live stream now, so I can see both of on real time. Probably hear me it's a little at the same time. So no, okay, good. So this will be the beginning of Metroid 2. So I will let Next Gen Gamer explain Metroid 2, and GG for Jimmy for finishing their run.
Congratulations, both of the M1 runners. I was watching in the background, and they did a great job. It was a very close race. I believe M2 will be starting soon here.
So can you talk to us about Metroid 2, the tricks and the setting, what they will need to do and all?
Yeah, so for some baseline stuff, the first thing you're probably going to notice with Metroid 2 is, well, for one, you actually start with more upgrades than what you typically do in the games. In that Metroid 2, you actually start off with Morph Ball and missiles already. And that's going to be important because in Metroid 2, before you get the Various suit, Morph Ball is actually faster. So we're actually going to see our runners, they are going to be using Morph Ball a lot. Basically, any time where the time spent morphing plus the time saved for morphing faster makes up for just walking, they're going to try Morph Ball. And it looks like we have Scotty getting started here, and again, the first thing I see him do is go into Morph Ball here. And again, this being one of the older Metroid games, movement's not... You got a few movement quirks here and there you got to deal with. In fact, we're actually, even after they get Various Suit, we're actually still going to see a lot of Morph Ball because of a technique called spider throwing, and I'll go into more detail when they get that upgrade available.
So saying that both has now begin their rounds and both the last race are finished, I will leave you for your commentary unless you want me to stay and give some help in your commentaries. But I won't be getting much else, so I think I will go unless you want me to stay.
That's fine with me.
Alright, thank you and good luck.
Alright. Well, to start here, we're going to see Scotty go and head towards his first Metroid. Now, the main focus of this game is going to be on killing all the Metroids. That's the main bosses you're going to run into for the whole game. And there are a lot of them. And there are very different levels of them as well. Now, the first set of Metroids called Alpha Metroids, and these guys are fairly easy, fairly straightforward. They don't really have a whole lot of complexity in how they fight. You're mainly just going to see Scotty lure this Metroid around and land any shots on it, and just land his 5 shots on it and take it down pretty quickly. Now, a couple minor things as well I forgot to mention. In Metroid 2, we're going to see a technique called damage jumping a lot, which is just whenever you take damage, you're able to immediately jump again. And we're actually going to see the runners use this to get access to some places early, as well as avoid taking the regular routes through certain platforming areas. And we're going to see Scotty use that a good bit through this climb here. And now we see Hope has also started her run, and she will be making her way to the first Metroid as well. Now, this game is sort of split off into various different areas we're going to see our runners go through. And each of these areas has a certain number of Metroids they have to kill before they move on to the next area. And so Scotty is going to be arriving at the first major area soon, where there will be a couple of Alpha Metroids that he is going to have to take down. Alright, and Hope is about to go and fight her first Metroid here. Let's see how this goes. Alright, an excellent fight there. Again, the Alpha Metroids, you mainly just gotta place your shots well and kind of lure them. You typically want to get them as close to the exit point as much as possible, just because you want to be able to leave the room quicker. But that's going to be mainly, whenever we see the Metroids, what they're mainly going to try and do is that they are going to try and lure them to the exit screens, and then they're going to try and just kill them as quickly as possible, either by trapping them in a corner or various other tricks to kind of kill them quickly. Now, one thing, we don't really see this being used right here, but you can also, this game is old enough to where there are some various lag things that can happen too. You can actually delay spawning of enemies in certain places just by spamming your beam. And so, like I said, there are a lot of little quirks here from this game being a Game Boy game. And now Scotty is going to be making his way over to grab the first main upgrade here, which is going to be bombs. And bombs are pretty important for the same reasons there are most of the games. They'll let you access nice little hidey holes and are necessary to pick up the various items we're going to be seeing. And to go ahead and bring up something really quickly here. One other interesting little quirk about the Morph Ball is that if you unmorph in midair, there's actually a short time window where you can do a jump out of it. So we're actually going to see a few times where we'll be seeing midair morph jumps to gain a bit more height, and again, just kind of access some areas early, and we'll see that being used in conjunction a lot with damage boosts as well, especially once they get Spring Ball. Right, and Scotty will be acquiring the first C-Tank here, while Hope is making her way into the first area as well, chilling right behind him. And now at this point, Scotty's going to go pick up a few more items, and then he's going to be heading to his next major item. And Metroid 2 has less missile packs than has less missile packs than most of the games, mainly the later ones. But each missile pack does give you a few more missiles, so it's very beneficial to pick up those. And that's one thing we're going to see in Hundo ammo management. Even though that is 100%, ammo management is still very important. And we're going to especially see that towards the later parts of the run. We're going to see that kind of come into play. Alright, Hope has acquired her bombs, and she will be, once again, following along here, grabbing some of those items while making her way to Spider Ball as well, which we are now going to see Scotty pick up. So I mentioned earlier, there's a small technique called spider throwing, and our runners won't be able to fully utilize it until they get the Spring Ball upgrade in the next area, but we'll get to see sort of a mini Spring Ball, mini spider throw after Scotty defeats his next Metroid, which he's going to go do now. And again, this is going to be another Alpha Metroid, so the strat here should be pretty straightforward. The main thing to worry about with these Metroid fights is going to be the room layouts. And we're going to see Scotty, he's going to use a little trick here to kind of get stuck in the ceiling there. Which we'll see a couple of times throughout the run to kind of, especially in the Alpha Metroids, they're very vulnerable to that. But the main goal is going to be taking the room layout and basically trapping the Metroid in the best way possible. So that you can kill it quickly, hopefully with minimal risk of failure, and get exit out the room quickly as well. And again, this exit point here, they're going to be mostly just picking up some basically doing a mini cleanup here, picking up some items, and then making their way to what I would call the second part of most of the areas. So each of the areas, there's typically, it's not really official designation, but there's kind of two different versions of them, and that there's the sort of the main hub area, and there's kind of a Metroid nest. And we'll actually see that a lot here. And we're going to end up seeing the runners. They're basically going to go through the main area, kill a couple of Metroids, and grab some items, and then they're going to head towards the Metroid nest part of the area, where most of the Metroid fights are going to be at. And that's where we see Scotty going to now. Good movement both runners here as they're making their way through. We're about to see Hope take care of the first Metroid in this area. And Scotty is going to go across here and walk through this little pancake-filled room and make his way over to the first Metroid in the nest. Again, very clean kills from both our runners. Now, I mentioned before about spider throwing here. I'm going to see Hope do this right now, actually. Sort of a mini spider throw there. But basically, spider throwing is when you're in midair, you activate Spider Ball, and it makes your movement faster while going left. You can actually do a spider throw with just from the bounce of landing from a tall height, and that's actually what we saw Hope do there. But once they get Spring Ball, they'll be actively using it a lot. And Scotty is almost done with this Metroid nest here. I believe this will be his last one before he moves on to Area 2. Now, one other little thing to note here is that whenever you clear each area, there's this little earthquake effect. And what that does is it's actually clearing out the acid water that kind of keeps them from going to certain places. And so that's the main deterrent behind letting you go super far ahead in the game. And we're actually going to see we're actually going to see our runners. They're going to actually go and kind of cheat sequence break a little bit later on the run, where they're going to actually go to one area a little bit early because it's a little bit faster, and they have the health to tank it. We're not there yet, but we will be seeing that in a little bit. And now Hope has made her entry into the Metroid nest here, and she'll be working on cleaning out these Metroids. And again, alphas, thankfully, are fairly cooperative. They're usually not going to cause you problems. Unfortunately, the next tier of Metroid, the Gamma Metroids, are significantly less nice. In fact, they're generally considered to be the most annoying Metroid to deal with in this game. They're not necessarily the most likely to kill you, but they are the most likely to be annoying. Although it doesn't look like it, that room that Hope went through with the pancakes is actually pretty difficult to do properly. You have to be very careful with your timing on the missiles to actually hit those pancakes before they hit you and cause you to get hit. It's not an easy room to go through, and it's definitely even if you only get hit like once or twice, it's still really impressive just because of how difficult that room can be to go through. And there are like a lot of rooms in this game where they can be pretty deceptive in how hard they are. Alright, and Scotty will be soon approaching the first Metroid of Area 2 as Hope cleans up the last one here in Area 1. And we're coming up on sort of our first threatening point in the run, I guess you could say, or really threatening point in the run, with the skyscraper trick. And now I believe we're going to be seeing our runners save here before they go for this. And this trick is... I mentioned before, we have the damage jumping, where they can jump after taking damage, and that's going to be shown in full use here with Skyscraper. So Skyscraper is a difficult, kind of semi-difficult chain of damage jumps that the runners will have to do to get to the top of this building as quickly as possible. What we'll see is our runners are going to spider ball up here to go in this little tunnel to grab an item. And after Scotty goes and grabs this item, he's going to leave that tunnel, do an unmorph jump, and start a perilous chain of damage jumps here to hopefully make it to the top. And on top of all that, the very first thing you do once you get up here is you fall in this hole, and you're going to have a boss fight in a second. Now, this boss fight is going to be Arachnus. So if you're familiar with Fusion, or if you played the remake or any other games, this is where he has first shown up. The strat here is pretty straightforward. You want to lure him over and use bombs to take him out, because that's the thing you have to damage him with. You try and fire a missile at him, he'll just roll up and jump. But basically, Sky did a bit of manipulation there to get him to fall for both those bomb bursts and take him down. So it's not too threatening of a boss fight, but it can be pretty dangerous if you're not sure how to manipulate it properly. Right, Hope has almost made her way to Area 2 here, while Scotty's going to deal with another Alpha Metroid here. And again, a lot of it is just getting them trapped or set up into specific places, so they don't really have a lot of room to escape, and it's easy to load them down with missiles. That's going to be extremely important once we get to the Gamma Metroids, because they're a lot less cooperative. And some of their room layouts are not very friendly. Right, and Scotty is going to acquire the high jump boots here. Is going to do what they do in other games, going to increase his jump height and make it a bit easier for vertical movement. And he's going to go through this little secret back area to grab a few more items before moving on. Alright, and we now see Hope taking the safety save for skyscrapers, so let's see how this goes. While Scotty's doing a bit of cleanup. Getting a bit of extra health there, which is never a bad idea. And Scotty taking full use of the extra jump height with those damage jumps. Alright, let's see how this goes. A little bit of a miss up there, but that's okay. It's not you making it to the top of Skyscraper with minimal damage is the important part here. As a very successful Skyscraper for Hope, and she will be moving on to take out Arachnus here. And we will continue to see Sky doing some cleanup of items in this area. Again, high jump is very helpful now, as you can see with some of these jumps that Scotty can make now. As well as the addition of Spring Ball, because, well, they can be combined with the Unmorph jump to get you some pretty high jumps in this game. A very good Arachnus fight in Hope's part, and she'll be moving on as well. And you can see Scotty now taking full use of Spider Throwing here. Now that he has excess Spring Ball, he can do it on demand. And we can see Hope doing it as well. And again, this is the best way to move when you're going left for the most part. Now Hope will be finding this first Metroid here, while Scotty is leaving the area. A little bit of a high five there. A little bit of trouble with that Metroid, but we're doing alright. And now Scotty's going to get this Metroid stuck in this corner here. Yeah, and I can't reiterate enough that a lot of it is just getting them trapped in the right spot. But we will see that in full force with the Gammas soon. Alright, we have one more little area to go in through before we head towards the Metroid Nest. And here, Scotty's going to be going to get the Varia suit finally. And while it's not going to be super useful moving left at this point, because Spider Throwing is still going to be a better option, having Varia suit is very nice because it lets you move at full speed while going right, and so they don't have to morph as much. Although, as I said, Spider Throwing is still super important, so we will still be seeing plenty of Morph Ball. And Metroid 2 does have some pretty nasty item locations, especially if you're not familiar with other series likes to hide them, and that in this one in particular, it's kind of mean, because you're probably not going to just try to go through the wall there. And we see a couple of places where there are some high items hidden in the ceiling as well. So Nintendo got a little bit mean with some of these item placements here. Alright, and Scotty will be acquiring the Varia suit here. Alright, Hope will be taking full advantage of those new upgrades to, again, climb these vertical shafts a lot quicker. And honestly, we've seen that a lot throughout the run, is just taking advantage of those damage jumps and everything to go through any vertical area extremely quick. It is very helpful. We'll actually kind of see Scotty's going to be grabbing one last missile here. And at this point, Scotty will be on his way to go do the Metroid Nest of this area. And Hope following shortly behind, that she'll be making her way to go get the Varia suit. Now, Scotty's going to be approaching what's our first Gamma Metroid. And now, Gamma Metroids are a lot more annoying than the regular Alpha Metroids because, just in general, their behavior is not as nice, and some of the rooms they're in are very uncooperative. So what Sky is doing here is he's getting this Metroid trapped in this corner so it can't move, which makes it a lot easier to hit with missiles and everything. You don't have to deal with kind of trying to kite it around. Whereas Alpha Metroids are very easy to kite around, Gammas are not. Gammas just tend to act in unpredictable ways, and they can be fairly uncooperative. That said, we do have strats for most of the strats for pretty much all the gammas at this point that are pretty consistent, so we're going to be seeing a lot of that. We're going to be seeing those in use here. We also get to see where some of the, especially towards the end game, we're going to be seeing some rooms that are very unfriendly towards fighting gammas. Alright, and again, we're seeing Hope here actually take advantage of being able to get those alphas stuck in the ceiling, which is really the bane of the existence for a lot of the alphas in this game, is just being able to get stuck in the ceiling. It's a very nice little trick we can do there to help out with those fights. Again, this is going to be another example where it's not a very friendly place to be fighting a gamma. To add a bit of a various suit trivia here while Hope's getting it, and to be honest, I can't actually confirm this, but this is what I was at least told, is that part of the reason why Varia increases your speed in this game is because since the game's originally a black and white game, they wanted another way to kind of help distinguish the fact that you actually grabbed a different suit. And as I mentioned before, there are some nasty item locations in Metroid 2. This isn't even the last time we're going to see Scotty go up to the ceiling to grab an item. This is only the first of two, so they had some pretty cool item placements. This is kind of a small little route change too, actually, that's, I guess, not super recent anymore, but we actually used to go into the building here to go across the other side, but we have found that it's actually faster to climb up here. And again, a good chunk of that is just high jump on morph jumping, giving us so much more speed with vertical movement than what we had before. And I believe the ultimate reason why this is faster is partially, or at least mainly, I think, because of some of the loads. Right, and we are seeing Hope take on the first Gamma here, and again, she's going to try and basically bait it and come in that corner, and hopefully get stuck in there, but as I said, these Gammas are incredibly uncooperative, and it's very difficult to get them to do what you want them to do. Thankfully, Hope's able to take care of that Metroid relatively quickly, and she'll be moving on to her exit point, and she's going to go and grab that Sling Missile and get moving. Well, sorry, there's a little bit more cleanup here to do. Alright, we see Scotty will be advancing to the next area. You can kind of see some of the acid water here. Again, right now we're not going to be doing our little sequence break, but that will be happening at the end of this next area. Now, if you notice that Scotty's kind of pressing his Spiral Ball really, really quickly there and letting go, the reason for that is to basically cancel out bouncing. Because if you fall while you're in Morph Ball from a certain height, you'll bounce. And Scotty's basically using Spider Ball there to kind of cancel out the bounce and basically reset the height, so he doesn't bounce whenever he lands. And if you're quick about it, you can do it fast enough where it actually saves time over the bounce. A lot of Metroid 2 is just kind of making those micro-optimizations and doing all the small little things right. And that's a very important part of Metroid 2, especially with how limited the movement is compared to the later games. And now Scotty actually grabbed a missile refill there. It's kind of hidden behind that block, but if you shoot out, you can actually see the refill. But thankfully, you only have to actually touch the block instead of actually going into it, so he's able to just do it from there. And here, Scotty will be grabbing the space jump while Hope is leaving Area 2. Now, although we do have access to an array of crazy jumping techniques in this game, space jump is still needed. There are multiple parts where the game just doesn't have any enemies or anything, and you have to space jump your way all the way to the top. I'm not sure if if that's more of they knew about the damage jumping and want to keep the space jump mandatory, or if it's just kind of how they designed it, but you still need space jump to get through some areas. Technically, you can infinite bomb jump anywhere, but infinite bomb jumping in Metroid 2 is very slow, so it is not worth the time loss. It's also done very differently than the other games, too. I do see a Gamma Metroid there, but Scotty's going to skip it for now, and he's going to keep going here. And you may have noticed two runners have not picked up a beam yet, and the main reason for that is because although there have been multiple beams they could have grabbed by this point, you only need Ice Beam, and the main reason for that is just because if you didn't grab Ice Beam, if you had to grab all the beams, there's one area where all the beams are like right next to each other. So all you end up doing is grabbing all the beams, then just grabbing Ice Beam, because the beams don't stack in this game. So we don't end up doing that in Hundo. But that said, Ice Beam shows up kind of late. They've already could have gotten Ice Beam before this point, but there's another room where Ice Beam is, and so they grab it kind of late. Because it's quicker to grab from that room, and you don't really need Ice Beam before this point. You only actually need Ice Beam for the ending area, because we have to freeze some things that can't be killed unless we freeze them. Alright, Hope is making her way onto Area 3 here. While Scotty is doing a little bit more cleanup. Actually about to see Scotty deal with another Metroid here. If you notice, whenever Scotty jumped down here, there was a little way to go to the right, to go to the left. And we're going to see Scotty go over here now. And now for this Metroid, Scotty's basically going to shoot out this block and basically get it into this corner, hopefully. Fortunately, the Gamma did not cooperate, but you got to get it to go down, and then you got to get stuck in that corner, and it's not an easy thing to do. It is fairly precise. And so you have to be very careful with that setup, and as I said, Gammas are going to be the bane of our runner's existence for most of these. Thankfully, though, it looks like this Gamma is being a lot more cooperative compared to that last one, so we'll be seeing Scotty grab that. And he's going to go up here again, grab another missile tank. Like I said, Metroid 2 has some cruel item locations for items. Alright, and Hope is going to go and grab this missile refill really quickly. That will ensure that she is stocked up and ready to deal with the next area. Again, we see some of the use of the morph jumping and damage jumping there, just all chained together to give you a lot of height. Right now, both runners have acquired the space jump upgrade, and Hope will be going into that previous area to do some cleanup. And Scotty is almost to the end here, well, almost to the end of the main part of this area, and after this Metroid, will be making his way towards the nest. Yeah, thankfully, one of the best ways to deal with Gammas is actually getting them stuck above your head like that, because it's a little bit easier to kind of juggle them vertically than to juggle them the other way around, and to try and kind of keep them away from you horizontally. And that's really true for that's really true for both alphas and gammas. But alphas are in general just a bit more cooperative, so it's not as much of an issue. Now, one thing to note here is that Scotty is actually not going to be grabbing the refill as he leaves. So missile management can be a bit of a concern. We're kind of getting to the part of the run where missile management is really important here because the game throws a lot of Metroids at you in short succession without giving you much of a chance to refill. At this point, Sky is going to have to defeat a lot of Gammas in this next area. And we're going to see a little bit different setups. Some of the rooms are similar, but we're going to see pretty much a different setup for most of these, even though the rooms are similar, you're coming in from different sides and different spaces, so you want to kind of set up things differently. We're actually about to see another little trick here when Sky goes this upper area. He's actually going to ignore this alpha and use it to kind of jump up into this hole via some damage jumps and go deal with this Gamma Metroid on the other side. Normally what you have to do there is you have to spiral off the wall after killing the alpha and just make your way up there in the relatively boring fashion, but with that damage jump strat you can actually safely get in here and deal with the Gamma first, and now he can go and deal with this alpha as he's leaving. Obviously, the room layout blockade here is these array of blocks that are going to stop your shots. We can see Scotty kind of alternating between his beam missiles there to get those out of the way quickly and also land his missile shots. And again, it's like I said, a lot of the Metroid's rooms get very uncooperative towards the end game. Alright, Hope doing a strat there where she kind of planted herself up into that corner so she could safely kind of juggle that Metroid. And again, even just getting yourself stuck in a spot can be helpful too, just in some circumstances, just because you can kind of limit how the Metroid's going to react to you. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they're still trying to kill you, so they're still going to try and head towards you if they can. And if you kind of limit how they can get to you, well, you've effectively locked them in place. And again, we see Scotty trapping this Metroid above him here so he can safely deal with it. And deal with it quickly. And again, this was something we're seeing a lot of rooms that are fairly similar, but we're going to see different kind of strats here. But Scotty is approaching the end here, only has a few more Metroids to worry about. And now for this one, Scotty's gonna kind of let it chase him, and the goal is to kind of get it trapped up there so he can, like I said, a lot of it is finding some way to make it so the Metroids do not have a lot of space to move with. Either by putting yourself in a spot where they have to kind of come to you, or just by doing stuff like that and get them trapped in a corner. And now, here's where a little sequence break is going to happen. We see Scotty is going through the acid water here to make his way over to an area we're actually not supposed to go to right now. And the reason for that is because you're expected to go kill one Metroid, and then after you kill that one Metroid, the acid water changes. And then it makes you basically come back here. However, that one Metroid you have to go and kill is actually closer to the next area than these two are. So normally, you have to go kill that one Metroid, come back here, then go back to where that one Metroid was. But since we can just do the damage walk here to get Lava Dive here to get to this area early, we can just kill these two Metroids, and then just go back and kill that other one right next to the next place we need to go. And the devs were kind enough to give us a couple of refills, health refill there and a missile refill at the other one, so ammo and health is not really a concern. If you're wanting to, you can pick up the ammo refill. And this other Metroid will be a Gamma Metroid. We're gonna see Sky basically just trying to get stuck somewhere so we can deal with it quickly. And again, one of the most common ways you're going to see this is just by getting Metroid stuck in the ceiling below you, which is a very common strat in most of these rooms. It gets really hairy when you end up in a room where you can't do that, and that's going to be where we're going to see a bit more creative solutions in a lot of places. And again, we see Hope doing something a little bit different here with this Gamma, but it's kind of the same principle. She's getting it stuck in that little corner there so it can't move, and she can just unload on it with missiles. And a lot of it is just really figuring out the math between, okay, what's the quickest way I can get this thing stuck, and also kill it in a quick time. One little benefit of the bouncing mechanic with the Morph Ball here is that you can actually use it to do mini spiral throws, as we kind of seen. And so, in a lot of cases, even if you are kind of in danger of getting a bounce, you can actually kind of use it to help yourself out a little bit. It doesn't work everywhere, but we can actually see a few places we'll see them kind of do a spider throw bounce just to get a little bit more horizontal distance. Alright, and Hope clears out that upper area, and she will be continuing her trek through here to deal with the rest of the Gammas. While Scotty will be making his way over to deal with the other Metroid that we were actually supposed to already kill, but did not. I hope having a bit of trouble with this Gamma Metroid here, just not wanting to cooperate. And it looks like she's actually going to go... There's a small health refill over here, so if you take a lot of damage, this is actually a nice health refill to grab before having to do the lava dive, and we're going to see Hope take that. And that can be very helpful, because not only does it get your health back up, obviously, it makes lava dive safer, you can also be a bit riskier in lava dive, because in lava, there's kind of a funny... or in the acid, there's kind of a funny little quirk where you take more damage if you're in Spider Ball. So every single time we see someone do a spider throw while they're in that lava, they're taking a little bit of extra damage there. Now, obviously, the more health you have, the riskier you can get with it. Kind of a little bit of an uncooperative Gamma there. But Hope's able to deal with it. See, Scotty also having a bit of trouble with his Gamma as well. These are, as I said before, the Gammas are not very cooperative, and they don't like to play nice. Thankfully, both the runners are able to get through those, not too much of an issue. And Scotty will be moving on here, while Hope also is about to go towards Lava Dive. I believe she has one more Metroid to kill, and then we'll be seeing Lava Dive on her end. Alright. Alright, now Hope is going through the Lava Dive here. Again, the Lava Dive isn't actually too risky. I believe the amount of health you need is about 2 energy tanks or so. I think it's about 2, I don't remember the exact number offhand, I'm sorry, it's been a bit. But you mainly just need to make sure you don't get hit too many times, and if you are spider throwing, be careful with it. Don't get caught in your spider ball for too long. Or a minor detail I realized, I think I forgot to mention as well, is that when you're actually using your jump, you don't have a whole lot of jump control compared to the later games as well, which is why a lot of times you'll see big overshoots on certain jumps. And that's mainly just because we don't have as much control, we have a limited number of jump heights to work with in this game, so you're going to end up seeing them, a lot of times, you're kind of stuck with doing certain jumps, even if it's like jumping at a higher height than you want to, you're going to be stuck overshooting a few times. We do have some control over jump height, in the sense you can crouch to make it a little bit shorter, but that's kind of, it's one of those things where a large part, like I said before, a large part of Metroid 2's speedrunning is just managing all that micro stuff. Making sure you're doing your jumps properly, trying to minimize how much you overshoot by if you have to overshoot, and just all that, all those little things. Having to do Morph Ball when you spider throw. And now we're seeing Scotty here come across the first Zeta Metroid. Now for the Zeta Metroids, they're pretty straightforward for the most part. The main thing you need to do is they'll kind of try and swoop at you. And you want to sort of interrupt that swoop with a missile shot. And if you do it properly, the Zeta Metroid will not change its position. And you'll basically just keep canceling it out by shooting missiles at it when it attempts to do something differently. And if all goes according to plan, you'll be able to kill the Metroid before it does anything. But it does take 20 missiles, so it is very unfriendly in that regard. There is, however, a chance that if our runners can possibly have it breathe fire on them, and in that scenario, it interrupts the lock, and you have to kind of try and recover from it, and it depends on which of the Metroids, which of the Zetas do that to them, how they're going to react to it. Some of them you can just immediately go back shooting missiles, and while they'll start moving in the sense that the lock isn't working on them anymore, you'll still be able to... You still might be able to kill them before they fully break out of it and swoop at you again. Alright, again, this is one of the uncomfortable rooms for a Gamma. Scotty just kind of gets stuck in there and just... Yeah, it's not very friendly. We're going to see Scotty here do a couple of damage hits here. This is basically just to give him some iframes so he can walk along the ground there to make things move a little bit faster. Because we cannot Spire Throw going right, so we have to do things the hard way here. And doing those damage and taking those hits there just works out nicely to where you can get some iframes and let you walk on the ground for a little bit to move a little bit faster. Since horizontal movement while you're jumping is going to be slower than horizontal moving on the ground. Especially since they have various suit now, so their walking speed matches their morph speed. I know I've said this many times by now, but like I said, there is some cruel item placement in Metroid 2. And that this room is completely pitch black. There actually is it's actually a fairly simple room to navigate through, thankfully. But the room is completely pitch black, and you gotta know where to go. You can actually see, there's actually a image somewhere where you can actually see what the room layout looks like, and it's not really too complex, but because the entire room is pitch dark, it is extremely easy to get lost. And again, we're going to follow that up with another sealing missile and a sealing energy tank. Now, one little thing to note here is that Scotty is at 5 energy tanks at this point, which is actually the maximum you can have, but he is going to go ahead and grab up a 6 energy tank here, as this is required for the Hundo under the current rules. And so we're going to be seeing that. And again, it's not too much of a time loss because the other missile tank's right there. So Sky's going to grab that, and he's going to exit out the right side here. So there are actually 60 tanks in the game, although you can only have 5 active at once. Picking up that 6th one just gives you a nice free health refill. Alright, and Hope having a little bit of trouble there with the super pancake enemies, I guess one can call them. The nice thing about these guys is that they do drop a big health drop instead of a little health drop, so you can actually get a little bit more health from them, especially if you're low on health. They can be a decent farm. And the area that Hope's in right now is, well, obviously it's right after Lava Dive and all sorts of craziness, and you have to go through lava a few times here, so it's a very real, kind of very high damage area. So being able to get big health drops from those guys is very helpful. Alright, we're going to see Scotty do what's called Zeta Zag here, and this is similar to what he did in the earlier area, where he's going to use that Zeta to just damage jump his way up here, and he's going to make his way to grabbing the Screw Attack item. Now that Scotty has Screw Attack, he's going to have a little bit easier time dealing with these Metroids because they can't really typically break you out of Screw Attack. So a lot of times you can actually use it to kind of help you guys set up here. Now, as I said, the goal here with the Zetas is just let them swoop at you and then try and unload missiles on them. And we did see Scotty took a Flame Breath there, but thankfully this is one of the ones where taking that Flame Breath is perfectly fine as he's able to continue the Shrap. If you notice, Scotty had 16 missiles there. So as I mentioned, this part of the run is very scary with ammo if you skip the refill. So you have to be, if you skip one of your refills, so you have to be very careful here, and Sky did a great job with his missile management, so he was able to avoid the peril of running out of missiles there, thankfully. He's also going to go ahead and grab his health refill. It's convenient, nicely placed. I believe this is going to be the last missile that Scotty is going to pick up. That is going to be the last missile upgrade. Should have 250 at this point. And so we won't be seeing any more E-Tanks or any more missiles at this point. It's all Metroids. Now Hope is going to be making her way over here where she's going to start dealing with with all the new perils in this area. Running a bit low on health, that's fine. Again, just going to have to be dealing... The first Zeta Metroid is fairly cooperative, thankfully. You just got to get that shot in and you'll be fine. You do typically not want to fall off that platform, if you'll notice that Hope is right on the edge there, and the reason why is because you don't typically want to fall off that platform, because it makes it a little bit harder to do. Yeah, Hope had a bit of a scare there of getting hit with the fireball, but she was able to land... She was only one missile away from killing it, thankfully. And so now she's going to go and believe... My memory is not failing me here. She's going to go and grab Ice Beam. I think Scotty grabbed this, and I don't really comment on it at the time, but Ice Beam is up in this room here. And so each of this room actually has a room for every single beam. But as I said before, the beams replace each other, so we just end up with Ice Beam anyway. So they're not going to grab the other beams, they're just going to grab Ice Beam and get moving. Which, as I said, even though it's not required until they get to the last area, there is an Ice Beam in the last area, but it's kind of it's not really worth it to grab, it's way slower. So they're going to be grabbing the Ice Beam there, and it's going to be a nice little help, even though it's not mandatory yet. Being able to freeze things is always going to be helpful. I hope I'm having a little bit of trouble there dealing with that enemy, but she's going to make her way through anyway. Thankfully, Hope is fairly close to getting a health refill here, though it's getting a little scary there. This is unfortunately another Gamma that's just generally not very cooperative. You just gotta kind of make it work. Yeah, I think Hope's gonna choose here not to offer those damage boosts. Probably just save a little bit more health as she's kind of low, so she's gonna play a little bit safe here so she can go grab that E-Tank and be good to go. Now Scotty is going to fight the last alpha of the game. There's no more alphas for us today. Sorry, everyone. That said, he's also now going to have to go and fight the first Omega Metroid of the game. Now, for the first Omega Metroid, or each of the Omega Metroids, they all have a strat you basically want to do with them. So they're going to sweep at you, and you kind of want to avoid it as best you can. And you want to get behind them, because the Omega Metroids take triple damage from shots to their back. So the thing is, there's one other little quirk. You'll notice Scotty's kind of timing his missile shots here. He's trying to time it so that each shot hits perfectly after the Omega quits kicking its legs. And the reason for that is because if you shoot an Omega with a missile while it's kicking its legs, it's got iframes. So what you have to do is you actually have to time your missile shots so that every missile hits it right after it finishes kicking its legs. And if you do it properly, you will kill the Metroid completely. It won't get to do anything. And that's also another type of Metroid where having screw attack is very helpful because it lets you have an easier time repositioning those Metroids because they don't like screw attack. Alright, we see Hope here dealing with the worst Gamma Metroid in the game. And that Gamma Metroid is trapped in a room full of the sand blocks. And you basically kind of have to shoot them out of your way and land your missile shots as best you can. There isn't really a fun way to deal with that Metroid, unfortunately. So you just gotta roll with what you can there. And at this point, Scotty is basically on the home stretch. Not a whole lot left to deal with regarding nothing too dangerous left to deal with here. Just gotta make sure those Omegas go, and that you're able to successfully deal with the larvas when we ever get to that part as well. And the Queen Metroid. And for anyone who's wondering about the HP of the Metroids, the Omega Metroids do have 42 HP, and so they take 3 damage from each missile shot to their back, which is actually kind of nice because since they take 3 from every shot in the back, you actually only need to land 13 missiles to the back of them. So as long as you get those 13 missiles in the back, you can just shoot them once in the front and they'll die. Since they have 40 HP. Instead of 42, I meant to say 40. But yeah, so you only need to land 13 shots at their back. 42 HP is how much damage you do in total if you get it perfectly. Alright, that's going to be the second Omega done for Scotty here. And we're going to see Hope grab Screw Attack. We'll see how this Zeta fight goes. Uh-oh, I had a little bit of trouble there. Yeah, if you mess up, if you get the stun lock messed up a bit there, the Zeta will start kind of climbing up, and that makes it hard to hit, and eventually it'll go in the ceiling and you can't hit it anymore. So we're seeing Hope have a little bit of trouble here, but she's able to clean it up there. Now we're going to see Hope fight one of the other worst Gammas in this area. And this Gamma is not so much annoying because of death risk, more so annoying because of, well, the risk of falling there. If the Gamma knocks you in a bad way, you can sometimes actually fall down there and have to redo the fight. So that Gamma's mostly annoying just because you don't have a whole lot of space to move, and you risk having to reset the fight. Alright, and Scotty is going to try and clean up the last Omega here. There's only one more Metroid left after this, guys, right? That's all that's left. Alright, let's see how the Sand Zeta goes for Hope here. Awesome, very good start. Alright, and yeah, that Zeta can be nasty because sometimes you push it back far enough, it'll actually get into one of the sand blocks and mess up your shot. So that Zeta can also be really nasty as well. That is going to be it for this area for Hope, as she is going to move on here and start making her way on to the next area, trailing right behind Scotty. As Scotty is making his way towards the last area. And again, this is where we're going to see a lot of space jump usage, because we have some very large rooms to navigate, where not a whole lot of enemies to jump off of. Now, although you can't see it, when Sky is going through these rooms, there's actually, well, you can kind of see it, but there's actually little holes in the floor that if you fall through, it takes you to the floor below it. And so we're actually going to see Scotty kind of jump over those. And if you look close, you can actually kind of see it. They have a little bit of different tile. But basically the goal is to avoid falling in those holes and having to restart this climb all the way from the beginning. Yeah, Metroid 2 has some kind of mean spots here. I think the intended thing they wanted you to do is space jump over these, but obviously that's slow, so we try to do the minimum. We try to do the minimum we can to avoid these while keeping our speed up. And again, as I said, there's just a long passageway here that Scotty has to jump up. And he'll be making his way to the top here. Like I said, we only have one Metroid left, right? That's all we got to worry about. Well, one little quirk here about the area that Hope's going through. To get the Omega Metroid to spawn, you actually have to go back to this hard loading zone. But as soon as you do, you can turn right back around. There's actually a circle here the game kind of expects you to take, but you really just need to hit the loading zone. And yeah, now we can see that Scotty's entered an area where there's larva Metroids. And now for larva Metroids, we have to freeze them first, and then we have to unload 5 missiles into them. If all goes according to plan here, Scotty will be able to deal with these pretty quickly without issue, but a few of them, you gotta kind of space yourself right so you don't get grabbed. If you do get grabbed, these Metroids can be fairly annoying to get rid of. But you have to get rid of them basically just bombing them off, and they can be kind of annoying. Alright, I hope having a bit of trouble with the Omega not cooperating there. As I said, like, it's very... You have to micromanage a lot with those Omegas. You have to manage your jump height, you have to manage your timing. They are not very friendly. Thankfully, we only have to fight four of them, so it's not too bad. Alright, and we see Scotty entering the Queen fight here. The goal here is to do a lot of damage with her, and similar, if you're familiar with other games, you've seen the Queen fight before, you know that the main mechanic is going into her mouth and bombing her stomach for the most damage. Oh, Scotty doesn't have all of his E-tanks out right now. He does have a good chunk of health to work with. And Screw Attack, which is going to be a big help for avoiding her main attack. Alright, and that is a successful fight. So Scotty will be finishing up the run now, and will be making his way towards the exit. And again, at this point, the only thing Scotty really has to worry about is how cooperative and how nice the Baby Metroid wants to be, as you need to eat these little blocks in your way, and sometimes it's not very nice, but thankfully it looks like things went pretty well for Scotty there. And at this point, all Scotty has to do is make contact with the ship here and leave. And Scotty will be our first runner to complete Metroid 2. And Sky times is right, he will land directly in the ship. Alright. Congratulations, C-SkyW. He will be our first place here for Metroid 2. And I believe next up in the queue will be Super Metroid. Now we see Hope is starting to finish up here. She is getting almost done with all the Omegas here, and she will also be then going to the Larva area and fighting off the Metroid Queen. All right, and Hope's going to make her way here. She has the last 2 Omegas to deal with. And again, both these are fairly similar in how you set them up. You basically want to position yourself so that they swoop at you in the right way, to where you're able to get behind them and then proceed to unload on them with missiles.
All right. Well, hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Dark Zoa. I'll be one of the 2 commentators that are doing the Super Metroid 100%. And GG's to Scotty and our M1 runners earlier. As you saw at the end of Scotty's run, that last Metroid is now in captivity, and the galaxy is supposed to be at peace.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah. So there's a cutscene that Professor School and MGA, Mr. Guy Average, I'm sorry, will be skipping. That does a little bit of explanation, but Samus brought that little baby Metroid down to this Ceres station here to be studied. And unfortunately, right as she was leaving, it got attacked. So she's going to have to go check this out and see what is going on.
Right, and Hope is finishing up her last Omega Metroid here, and we'll be making our way towards the end of the game.
So yeah, Ridley shows up, gonna grab that baby Metroid. It is possible to defeat Ridley there with 100 shots. It's actually really hard to do without just hitting the alarm health threshold. So our runners will just be taking enough damage to trigger that escape sequence. And gonna be doing a series escape. Everyone's favorite part of the Super Metroid run. We love to reset so that we can just try this again, over and over again. And Professor School finishing up that series escape with a respectable 44 time. So yeah, we're touching down on planet Zebes now. Zebes, however you'd like to pronounce it. And the beginning of this run is pretty much the same as the beginning of almost any Super Metroid run. We're gonna come down the climb, do a little moonfall technique here to uncap our fall speed. And we're gonna grab Morph and a missile pack and then head up to bombs. So nothing super technical hull as of yet. Fun fact, that morph ball icon oscillates between pink and yellow balls. And so when you touch it, it freezes on one color. There's a few other items that do that as well, Varia and bombs, but we like to see which color morph ball we get and pretend that it determines something in the run. So Professor School with a yellow ball there, it'll be interesting to see what color ball Mr. Guy Average comes up with.
Gotta get that flawless RNG for late in the run, based on that morph ball color.
Yeah. So this is a fairly obnoxious room right here that Professor School's just entered, the climb going back upwards. There's a few different ways you can do it. Professor School's doing the tried and true wall jump climb, and does a very nice job of executing that. And very nice, tight ledge grabs in Parlor. So coming up is the first mini-boss of Super Metroid. Will be the Bomb Chorizo. I'm gonna grab this bomb pack and we'll awaken the chorizo. And what we want to do is the chorizo will vomit up these little bombs, and we just want to shoot those in the air to spawn some missile drops, and hopefully not pick up all of them at once. Very, very nice spread right there from Professor School. Didn't pick up all of them at once, and so is able to kill the bomb chorizo without beheading it first, which takes a little bit extra time. Meanwhile, it looks like Hope Spell's cleaning up this is it the Metroid Queen, is that right?
Yes, Hope is going to be finishing this fight soon, and through this point, she is basically done. Gotta escort this little baby Metroid around, but that will be the end of the Metroid 2 run.
Awesome. GG's to Hope. So Professor School is just going to damage boost through those pirates. Since this is 100%, it's not really all that dangerous. There are some other categories that you want to missile those, and then there's ammo management stuff involved. But 100% is relatively safe. We're going to pick up a lot of extra energy tanks. There's really only one area where they're going to be a little concerned about, and that's the wreck ship. So coming up is the first speedrun trick that pretty much anybody learns for Super Metroid. It's the Mach Ball. We use it to maintain our run speed while in ball form. Carry that momentum over, and it gets us across to this super pack. That's our first sequence break of the game.
Alright, well, with Hope landing in the ship, she'll be finishing up her Metroid 2 run. And that is my cue to leave, so congratulations both Scotty and Hope for their Metroid 2 runs, and I wish all the future racers luck on their runs as well. And I will leave it to our SM commentators. See you guys next time.
Thanks for having you. And
Thank you.
GG's to Hope and Scotty. All right. And I am now joined by the one and only Hockey Towner. How are you doing today, Hockey?
Well, Zoa, I'm doing fantastic, especially to be here in the commentary booth with you for the 2022 2D Metroid Relay. We got ourselves some SM 100%, huh?
Yeah, it's not the category I'm most familiar with, but it's basically KPDR with a bunch of safeties, right?
Yeah, precisely. A copious number of safeties. Yeah, those runners will be collecting 100 items. I think that's like over 7.5 minutes of fanfare. So, you know, if you drop that off of a world record, you're pretty close to 1 hour on this game. So it's pretty short, but compared to GT Classic, quite long, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely.
So huge GGs to Scotty as well as Hope Spell on that Metroid 2, and phenomenal commentary from Next Gen. That was terrific.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great relay so far, so hopefully keep that going. Professor School versus MGA, or Mr. Guy Average.
That's right.
Mr. Guy there is setting up and going to enter the series station to check out what's going on with our last Metroid that's supposed to be in captivity. Meanwhile, Professor School's heading down the red tower, opting not to do the extra moonfall there.
Did go with the bomb block strategy there. Kind of maybe miscued a tiny bit. To me, 100% is all about death by 1,000 cuts. Like, it's just such a long category, and the mistakes are so relatively minor. You're not really worried about volatility like you are in GT Classic or even any percent, especially Fantune first. But
Yeah.
it's all about optimizing all of the rooms that you traverse through here on Zebus. But I know this is cliched at this point; it's a tired joke, but there is nothing average about Mr. Guy Average. We're gonna see some absolutely spellbinding movement, but don't think that I'm discounting Professor School. He does hold an advanced degree in Super Metroid speedrunning, after all.
Oh yeah, and class is in session, so I hope everyone in chat is taking notes.
There will be a quiz at the end of this relay, so heed Zoe's advice. You better take some very good notes. So Guy Average is making his way off of the planet, or I should say off of Sirius Station on his way to the planet Zebus, but School out to a pretty good lead here, heading into Kraid, going for that Kraid quick kill.
Yep, and Professor School's going to be attempting to do the Kraid quick kill. Hopefully we're going to get Kraid the screen before it has a chance to stand up. So what happens here is Professor School's going to shoot a missile and then a super missile. And if very nice there. He if you hit that super missile at the right part of Kraid opening his mouth the first time, it will stun lock Kraid, and he will just kind of stand there with his mouth open, agape, like, why? I didn't do anything yet. And so we take advantage of that to just get as many supers in there as we can. It takes either 4 supers, or you can do like Professor School did there, 1 missile and 3 supers, and gets Kraid out of the way very nicely.
Oh, absolutely, that was a terrific fight. You even saw his setup. He didn't go with the usual kind of the tried and true kind of bomb jump setup there, but he did use lag reduction by purposely dropping down into the spikes. It just makes for a slightly quicker fight, so it's really nice from Professor School. And of course, picking up the Kraid tank, because this is 100%, last I checked. Gotta grab them all. Gotta grab all the items.
Yep, there is one item that's left over that they're not able to grab yet in the warehouse here, but we're gonna come back to clean that up towards the end of the run.
That's an excellent point, Dark Zoa. That power bomb pack, I should say regular missile, but it requires a power bomb pack to access.
Yeah.
I know there's only a few runners that run kind of a red tower first type of route for 100%. They actually grab early power bombs to not have to double back into Kraid's warehouse. But
it actually doesn't save a ton of time unless you're able to do a lot of power bomb lag reduction strats that are not the easiest to pull off. So the only runner I can think of that comes to mind is Zosty, who does in fact do the early power bombs route. Speaking of routes, though, we'll have a bit of a route divergence between our 2 runners today. Professor School will be running a late Crocomire route, and Mr. Guy Average doing the early Crocomire. Tons of grapple strats that go into the early route, so those will always be pretty fun to see. Professor School is going to have to do a little tricky, but not too terribly bad with a good setup. It's an ice clip later on in the game to get Spring Ball with this route, but is able to speed up the routing a little bit. The late Crocomire is the faster route.
It is indeed, Zoa. But like you said, that ice clip can be a little finicky. We've seen some races where the runner has had to reset the room. But Mr. Guy Average getting set up for Bomb Torizo, like you said before, Zoa. Going to be trying to get a nice spread of those missile drops, keeping those pea shooter shots in multiples of 5 to avoid the oh-so-slow decapitation animation.
Yeah, so the Bomb Chorizo, I believe, has 1,000 HP, and so each one of these P shots does is it 20 damage?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So that's 100 each set of 5, and then the missile shots do 100 damage each, and so what you want to do is to avoid that decapitation animation, you hit the bomb chorizo down to exactly 100 head health, and anything below that will be decapitation. So you just get it right at 100, and then one last missile will skip that animation, save our runners. I think it's about a second.
Well, in a game like this, with this much technique, with this much strategy, every second counts. Wouldn't you agree, Zoe?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you said before, death by 1,000 cuts. It's gonna be just bleeding time here and there, and that's what separates the boys from the men in this particular category.
No question about it. So, Guy Average setting up like Zoe was explaining earlier. This is the first major sequence break of the category. The early series mock ball, terrific execution. Also, we saw Professor School had a terrific Bubble Mountain, grabbing that speed booster. Now on his way to Wave Beam, not forgetting those missiles, of course. Only in any percent would you see those missiles skip, not in Hundo. But of course, MGA gonna grab the back of these early supers, all these items, 2 missile packs, a reserve tank. But yeah, both runners are looking pretty pinpoint precise. They're looking really sharp early here. But it can't be understated, I feel. You know, we did mention kind of the concept of, you know, you bleed time just so many different times in tiny amounts, but to be able to have the mental stamina to just shake it off and just keep going. And the game does give you a couple breaks. It does give you the bowling cutscene, and a couple boss death animations do take quite a while.
Right, yeah. So, yeah, and then you've got, it's about 7 seconds per item fanfare, so since there's going to be 100 of those, there's nice little spots to crack the knuckles if you need to, and all that good stuff.
Exactly. Not dwell on a missed ledge grab here, a down grab there, or, you know, an extra swoop on Dragon or what have you. But, yeah, it's still early, but both runners looking sharp. This is the 2022 100% 2D Metroid Relay, right here on Speed Gaming, Dark Zoa. You couldn't ask for a better afternoon.
Absolutely. Nice Sunday afternoon racing. Or is it Saturday? I don't even know what day it is.
It's got to be Sunday somewhere, so hey, you're not wrong, Zoa.
We'll go with it. So yeah, Professor School is going to be picking up the Ice Beam here. That's a late Croc feature that Mr. Guy Average won't do until much later in the run. He's going to be using that for...
Ooh. Professor School with the back... Oh! Just barely missing
quite.
that speed escape mock ball. That was so close. Didn't quite freeze that second platform, but still going for it. Almost got it. That was so close.
Yeah, it looked like he morphed a little bit late, and so when you do that, you don't carry all your momentum immediately. There's a little bit of a ramp up between the initial mock ball and getting back up to full speed. So unfortunately, that gives the gate time to come down on you.
Those darn gates always crashing the party, always crashing down too early. But chat pointing out, specifically Shiny Zenny, I think he's run this category a few times, but pointing out that MGA went for the weave there in Pink Brinstar. And in honor of Shiny Zenny's love for the weave is free if you do it right. But MGA showing solidarity there, going for a very difficult strategy despite being called free.
Yeah, the weave is in fact not very free at all, but if you do it right, it works. So it does save a little bit of time, but it mostly looks very cool, and so I would recommend it to anyone.
For sure, for sure. I think a lot of the skill ceiling of this game in any category, but especially in 100% item collection, is so stratospherically high. I think that developing your own style is a really important part to kind of the longevity of this speed game for somebody, especially if they're new to it. It's not necessarily the best idea to just try the hardest strategies first. It definitely requires quite a bit of time to get comfortable just with the movement of Samus through space.
Right, and so there's a lot of different movement techniques that you don't see in really any other. I think Dread has a lot of momentum carrying, but you don't see a lot of that, or at least not nearly as much in our other Metro 2D Metroid games. So there's a lot of tech to work on, little things to optimize, mechanics to understand. So
Various we pick up there for Mr. Guy Average. Kraid is defeated. No sweat there. Nobody took Kraid to prom. That is no standing up of Kraid. But love that beta power. Oh, sorry. Love that beta power bombs room from Professor School. That was really nice.
yeah, very nice indeed. And Professor School is going to be taking a safety save here. Mr. Guy Average will as well.
That's right.
It's really the only risky part of this category is coming up a little bit after Fantoon. There's the spiky room of death, where, as the name implies, you could very well die. But hopefully we won't see any of that. Professor School's just going to knock this out and be on his way to clean up the rest of the wreck ship.
For sure, for sure. There's a
So
lot
let's-
to pick up, but looks like setting up for a little ocean fly here. Or should I say ocean spark. Going to be a two-part spark here, Zoa.
Yep. Yeah, it looked like it at first he was going to go for the full ocean fly, but didn't fire off that missile. And I'm not sure if that was input error or if he decided to just play it safe there.
I think
But,
it might have been just to play it safe. But I love that kind of that moonwalk back, opening the door to have enough room to ensure you get that short charge. Because while that short charge at the ocean, I should say the West Ocean, is a two-tap, it can be a little bit tight. So he definitely, Professor School, guaranteeing that he got that short charge with that setup.
Yeah, and you can actually do that that charge really, really easily if you just back up there like he did, and then you just run forward. Walk forward without holding run, and then just during the door transition, you press run, and it gives you a one tap for free there.
Precisely, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see that.
So we're gonna see. Oh, didn't quite get the speedball. You can use your blue echoes from the speed booster there to eliminate that bomb block without having to stop and bomb it. But we're gonna see Fantoon up on the screen, and hope that we don't get any dreaded slow patterns.
Let's hope not. And like we said, this is a difficult part of the run. The runners do have a relay safety here by saving at Red Tower. Even with Varia Suit and 3 tanks and a reserve, it still can be a little dicey.
And that was, in fact, a slow on the first round. Professor School is going to be Dopplering. I think MGA will be pausing to turn off his Spazer so that he can do X Factors. Nice mid on the backup.
Oh yeah, that was a really nice second round Doppler from Professor School. He's got just a bit of health to drain off of Fantoon. That's a beautiful fast. What a fight from Professor School. That's one ghost busted, Dark Zoa.
Absolutely. So that's slow, mid, fast. We got the grab bag of patterns there for Fantoon.
That's right. We got one of each. We
Coming
got
out
trips.
Coming out with very nice drops there.
I'll say, yeah, those are terrific drops. But we've restored the power to the wrecked ship. Mr. Guy Average, though, at Bubble Mountain, picking up that speed booster. The boosted speed is only one benefit of the speed booster, so I love those shine sparks. We already saw Professor School navigating across the moat and the West Ocean with those shine sparks. It's just such a unique, at least for this time in gaming in the early 90s, such a unique kind of movement set and movement technique. And of course, it carries over into later games.
Yeah, absolutely. Singly the definitely the biggest movement item that you can pick up in this game. Although there are quite a few others that have a plethora of tricks that they can offer to you as well. So luckily, since this is 100%, you're going to get to see a little bit of everything here.
No, for sure. We're not going to worst room in the game. It's only going to be another room in the game, similar to your item set at the kind of the mid stage of GT Classic. GT Classic has very similar movement given the item loadout, but just in kind of different places, different order compared
Yeah.
to 100%. So 100% does follow the typical KPDR boss order.
Yeah, so Professor School's cleaning up, made it through that spiky room of death without any issue, had terrific health for that, and is going to grab this energy tank, and hopefully with this bomb jump, oh, very
that was
nice, makes it.
brilliant. He made that look so easy.
That is not an easy bomb jump. Fortunately for Mr. Guy Average, he won't have to do that, as he will be doing Crocomire early, which he is on his way to now, and that will afford him the grapple beam. Just grapple across. And
Oh my gosh.
you
So we
get
were
this
so enamored with
there.
Professor School's horizontal bomb jump at the wreck ship E-Tank. MGA got the bomb spread leaving Bubble Mountain.
Oh, did he?
That's what Chad said. I can't believe it. What a swag move.
I can't believe I missed that. I was actually looking forward to yelling "Spread my cheeks." That's that is
Oh my goodness.
MGA's preferred name for that trick. So
Oh, that's
I'm just
wonderful.
gonna throw it out there for him.
My goodness gracious. So let's Crocomire down for MGA. Grabbing that Croc E-Tank and eventually grabbing that grapple beam.
So I don't know if anybody saw it, but MGA did shoot a charge shot into the wall there. There is a door on the other side of this room that he just opened. I'm not sure if he got it, but that's probably the easiest wraparound shot in this game. So I'll assume that he did. And assuming he did, that door will already be open when he gets over there. And he will probably be sparking straight through it to make it all the way across this room and the next. Very quickly.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Love myself a good shine spark, especially when a wraparound shot is involved. Ooh, Professor School with a little morph ball technique to get under that worker robot. Oh, MJ just barely missing it.
Didn't quite make it, but this is a pretty easy backup jump. Since you have speed booster and high jump boots. Gonna just fling yourself on up there.
No doubt, no doubt. That's actually, Dark Zoa, that power bomb there right after Croc, that's my favorite room in SM because it kind of foreshadows Lower Norfair. It's the only room over here that's super heated and it has those creepy statues.
That it does.
Little bit of foreshadowing lore.
That it does. So, Mr. Guy Average is gonna come over here and grab this grapple beam. Doesn't quite make the speedball into grapple, but not a huge time loss. We're about to see here is an Indiana Jones on Mr. Guy Average's side. Not very easy. Let's see. Get the one. Oh, and misses the second.
So close.
So he's gonna run back over and reset the room to hopefully try that again.
Meanwhile, love the commitment to this trick. Indiana Jones, let's go.
Meanwhile, Professor School's coming up on the bowling room. Looks like MGA made that on the second try. Very nice.
Yeah,
right into the missile pack. So Professor School's gonna. Oh, it looks like he's not going for Robot Flush.
No Robot Flush and not enough. I don't think he had enough energy to kind of comfortably do Bowling Spark. So having to jump across there, but Varia Suit kind of takes the sting off compared to just having Power Suit. And Mr. Guy Average into Cosine room now, swaggy D-boost off of those spikes. But yeah, Professor School's been having a really nice wreck ship. Just gonna pick up the speed locked reserve tank and missile back there, but also grab that gravity suit before he leaves it for good.
So that robot flush I was alluding to earlier would have been useful here. If you get it right, both of these worker robots will already be in the hole and just out of your way, and then you can lay a power bomb at the end there, beside the bowling chorizo before you jump into his hand, and everything is all nice and out of your way. You can just run straight across and get this. But didn't opt for it, probably for safety. You can risk taking a little bit of extra damage there, and like you said, didn't have a ton to work with. Although he's not looking too bad ahead at this point. Gonna grab the gravity suit. And I believe we'll be heading towards Meridia next.
That's right. Yeah, going to be going to Meridia, and Meridia, I think, is in Hundo is probably the most technically demanding section of the game, given that it's really advantageous to traverse with space jump, but of course you don't get that until after Dragon. So it's highly technical, and there's a ton of pickups too, on both sand pits, aqueduct, all sorts of things, and it all requires very, very precise movement.
Absolutely. MGA misses the Alpha Spark, as we call it. Not the first spark in 100%, but the first spark in any percent, so thusly named. Oh yeah, we have Gauntlet coming up first. So this should be... We get to see another wraparound shot with with another spark, of course.
This is a really heads-up play from Professor School here to do a little ship refill. Health not looking too great for that Gauntlet Spark, and also now with full ammo, heading into Meridia. So that's a very wise move, and you see that quick diagonal spark with the short shine spark during the ship refill. So it's just it's like chess. That's what this category is. I think all Super Metroid categories are, but especially Hundo. You're thinking 10 moves ahead constantly.
Absolutely.
MGA showing off the utility of that grapple beam. It's not just for Dragon quick kills. It's not just for swinging from blocks. It is the fastest door opener in the game. It has almost I think it has the highest projectile speed of anything in SM. But here's the aforementioned Gauntlet Spark, perfectly executed from Professor School.
Very nicely done there. And I didn't see if he did it. I know he paused there, or he should have paused. Maybe he didn't because he refilled, actually. I think he was going to turn off... We'll see in a moment when he shoots his beam. But I think normally you turn off Spazer and... Yeah, there you go. He did. So he turned off Spazer and Ice Beam. So those get in the way. He's going to be able to use some X-Factor techniques. There are special beam attacks for each one of the beams in Super Metroid, where you only equip one beam plus charge, and select a power bomb, and you will be able to hold a charge shot until... Ooh, not quite making it across the moat on Mr. Guy Average's side.
So
gonna take a dip there.
Zebus is the moat's refreshing this time of year. After the spring thaw.
It is starting to warm up in most places, so, and I know Mr. Guy Average is in Southern California right now, so maybe it wasn't a good time for a dip.
And a little crash there on the Ocean Spark, but gets it on the backup, having to go back and do that 2-tap. Might have even been a 3-tap, judging by how little ground he covered to get that short charge. That was really impressive.
Yeah, so a quick primer on those taps. What we're talking about there is so the game only checks on it's 4 specific frames during the running animation for your running input. And so you can let go of run and cover a little bit less ground and just tap it right before and release right after those specific check frames. In that way, you're able to gain blue. You see Mr. Guy Average doing it here and getting that speed ball very nicely.
Brilliant.
And so, yeah, you cover less ground. It's not necessarily faster. You don't gain any speed faster. You actually end up being quite a bit slower speed-wise, but you do charge that blue very quickly.
I didn't see if MGA took the save at Red Tower. I did see him pick up beta PBs, but then I was over on Prof's screen, and Prof's just doing his bottom of Brinstar cleanup right now. But engaged in Mortal Kombat here with Fantoon, using that special beam combo as you mentioned earlier, Zoa.
Yeah.
Landed all 4 particles on the first one.
Yeah, very nice X Factor strat there. And on the second round, he is going to do that Doppler strat just to clean him up a
Ooh.
little bit. That is
Let's go.
the fastest way to kill Fantoon, save for microwaving him. But don't really get to see that one in many categories. So
Little hybrid strat from MGA there, or I should say, X Factor into Doppler for a very fast Fantoon fight. Professor School though into Mission Impossible, nice D boost there. These runners are really putting on a great show. Very few, just tiny little movement mistakes here and there, which is to be expected from runners of this caliber.
Professor School makes it back up through that Mission Impossible. Just drop in through the ceiling and make your way back up. Grab the item and go.
It's just absolutely brilliant.
So that is not an easy jump to make back up there. So
very tight window.
Very impressive that he made it through there. Meanwhile,
MTA, right
Mr. Guy Average is...
Or I should say right side supers. Those
yeah,
are
that
sick D-boosts.
And again, you see him opening that door with grapple beam, since it lurches across the screen a bit faster than your shot.
It's so fast.
It is a little finicky though how to do that, as you do have to hold it the entire time before it reaches. So, not like a normal shot where you can just tap it and let go and the beam will go where you want it to.
That's an excellent point. Spiky Room of Death now for Mr. Guy Average. What a D-boost to exit that room, my goodness. And then we do have Spore Spawn Missile pickup for Professor School. No Spore Spawn fight in this category. This is not all bosses. So they go in the back way using a pretty consistent setup to land that super and destroy that block.
And as you see, Mr. Guy Average doing the much safer strat to get across this pit of spikes. There, you don't see them there, thankfully, since both of our runners made it across safe. But that bottom of that room is covered in spikes, and they do not have gravity suit yet, so that can be a very dangerous thing if they fall in. And hopefully we'll see some more grapple strats. Oh, yes!
I love the commitment.
Very nice. Grappling the spark there to take damage, and then making it into a D-boost into the next room is very nice. We should see some very cool grapple strats coming up in the attic as well. So,
for sure. So that's a Waterway E-Tank pickup for Professor School. So beginning the pink, or I should say finishing up the pink Brinstar cleanup here. Then be heading to Meridia, I do believe.
So he's going to drop into this green hill zone, and he laid that power bomb. You didn't see it, but there's a power bomb door up there in the top right that he just opened. He's going to want to go through there a little later, and so this is a quick way to have it primed and ready to go once he gets to that point. So now he should be heading to Meridia, I believe.
Mr. Guy Average just yelling, "Put me through these worker robots." The second one didn't give him as much trouble as that first one. Just couldn't quite clip through it after taking damage off of those sparks.
Yeah, it's not the most fun room. See a lot of resets in worker robots, and 100%. So
just look at the temporary blue there to destroy those key hunters and atomics here, exiting the attic. And just absolute fusillade of missiles to unlock that left side door.
Absolutely. Attic is one of the more technical rooms in pretty much any category. So you see some of these high tier runners like Mr. Guy Average and Professor School going for some very fantastic looking strats. Always a pleasure to see when they pull them off right.
No doubt about it. Now this Main Street short charge, this is a very tight window too. Very challenging to get. There is a backup for it, but Professor School is completely committed to getting that short charge and does get it on probably the third try. Very nice from Professor School.
Yeah, gets it right before he hits the wall there. So very, very nicely done. It's hard to grab that just in time. Looks like he was going for the late jump through that door. There's a 1 to 2 frame window to be able to make it and not hit your head on the ceiling on the other side. So didn't quite get it. Looks like he was a little bit late, but he is going to the Mama Turtle room, grab this E-tank, and there's a missile pack over here in the wall that's kind of in a little bit of a trolley location.
Oh yeah, that's the one we all missed when we were younger, right? It's that missile pack. You'd have to X-ray the entire game, assuming you've even picked up X-ray scope.
Yeah, there's not really a good place to sit and use the X-ray to get a vantage point on that particular item. So
It's true. I was process of elimination, Dark Zoa. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, Professor School looking just extra sharp here. Like we said earlier, Meridia is one of the most, probably the most technically demanding section of the game. So many pickups, so many swaggy, impressive strats with tight windows, as Dark Zoa pointed out. But MGA definitely picking up some speed. And remember, MGA does not need to do Crocomire. He already did it.
Yep. So Professor School will be hang to do that cleanup later. He'll have Plasma Beam at that point, so his Crocomire fight will be quite a bit faster.
That's an excellent point. Excellent point. More beam power, more better, I always say.
Absolutely.
So Professor School into the area of Meridia known as the beach. I'm going to be heading to the watering hole for a quick pickup of 2 items, a missile pack and a super pack.
And a quick sip.
That's right. And Mr. Guyver is also grabbing a missile pack that is often forgotten. That is the West Ocean missiles right outside the wrecked ship. Easy to forget, but these runners, so talented, so skilled, they're going to finish with a couple of 100% collection rates.
Absolutely. We got a nice reminder in chat while Professor School's at the watering hole. Remember to hydrate, everyone.
That's right. If you want to grow up to be a successful Super Metroid commentator, make sure you drink a lot of water. We're going to see that wraparound shot into Gauntlet Spark from Mr. Guy Average. I wonder if we're going to see the... Well, it has a lot of different names. It's been called many different things, but Samus Expert Master, Teletubby Huggy, Procreation Professional. That one is one of my favorites, but it's a trick of many names. So I wonder if we're going to see it from Guy Average.
I know Professor School didn't go for it. I don't think that Mr. Guy Average does, but let's see.
You never know.
Cuts it short on that spark by a little bit of health.
It is a relay after all. But how about this? How about the shoutouts to Decalled for this X Factor setup? Oh, Professor School
misses one of the particles.
All the particles, but still, it came so close to getting a 1 round.
And
that was still a terrific Batuin fight.
Yeah, cleans that up very nicely. Hey, well, Batuin is still stationary in that hole. Batuin has one of the jankiest hitboxes in the entire game, if not the jankiest. So
if not the jankiest, I have to agree. Gotta agree with you there, Zoa.
Giggity Gauntlet. I think that's the best name for that strat. Now I'm kind of sad we didn't see it. Oh, Professor School was setting up for the full halfie. Didn't quite make it up before accidentally activating that spark. So gonna have to traverse the Coliseum the hard way.
And this is definitely the hard way without grapple beam. Still sticking those D boosts, but having to rely on those wall jumps to get through Coliseum. And missing that super, but that's not a huge deal. Not with this ammo and 100%.
Let's see. Oh yes, Professor School was saying earlier that he really needs to remember this particular missile pack. He missed in a couple of practice runs earlier, so glad to see that he did get the precious missiles. I was going to have to say something. Hopefully he was listening. If he missed them, he could have got them on the way out.
That's right. The precious room, precious missiles, very important. So Guy Average doing a little bottom of Brinstar cleanup. Quite a few items to pick up here, but looks like Professor School's going to be opening up against Dragon with a little 1-2 combination of a Shine Spark with an X Factor. So pretty pretty strong opener. Does just a tremendous amount of damage to a dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. So that Shine Spark, Dragon has, I think it's about 3 different hitboxes. 2 of them are
Oh
overlapping.
my gosh!
Wow, and he gets the blue suit. Let's see if he can turn that into a spike suit. Maybe.
So close.
Can I get
one
more try? Oh, doesn't quite make it.
Very close. Very close.
So that blue suit glitch is caused because Dragon, when Dragon dies, it forces Samus into a standing position, and so when you're in mid Shine Spark, that getting forced into a standing position kind of saves the blue suit for some reason there. So, but we do like to turn that into a spike suit when we can, because the blue suit, you can't, if you press run at all while moving, you will lose that blue suit, as you saw Professor School do. He just went ahead and gave up on it.
No, for sure. But Professor School showing off the backup, the OG strat. It's called the Womple Jump, keeping his run speed through the door and then executing a perfect series of space jumps. Phenomenal from Professor School. He says it himself. Not only is Professor School an accomplished Super Metroid speedrunner, but a tremendous commentator. And he refers to the movement in this category, and I quote, as poetry in motion. And that is what we're seeing from both of these runners today.
Absolutely, especially you just saw Mr. Guy Average pull off that very tight not Indiana Jones, Mission Impossible jump back out of the room at the same time. So both of these runners doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, this has been terrific. We're not at the finish. I was gonna say from start to finish, but we're still at kind of the midway point, and it's just been terrific to watch. But looks like Professor School heading into that sand pit. Guy Average picking up that wave tank. So yeah, it's hard to say with the route divergence who's got a firm lead. I think that Professor School did start like probably about 5, maybe even 7 minutes before. I don't know if it was that long. Do you know how long it was?
It seems like about 5-6 minutes, something like that. Professor School did get a nice little early game lead there.
Yeah.
So.
But it's just been phenomenal to watch these runners, and we're gonna see that wonderful ice clip here in a couple seconds. So.
Yep. So, Professor School's gonna back up there just a little bit to make sure he's got full run speed up there, and doesn't make it. He's gonna reset the room. So you wanna freeze that top Poyo in a certain position, and then jump on top of it. And if you break spin when you do it,
really? That
was actually a different method than what I'm familiar with. It looks like he unmorphed on top of it, and that allowed him to clip through the ceiling there. So now we're gonna just wait for this little cutscene for Shack Tool to break through all of these blocks for Professor School, and he will be picking up the worst item in the game, which is Spring
no,
Ball.
Not you too, Dark Zoa. Not you too. Oh no. I mean, at least in 100%, you do get it so late that you really can't benefit from the movement that it provides, but Spring Ball's a great item. I can't help myself.
It is a terrible item.
Oh no.
But it does, I will concede that it does give you some of the coolest, absolutely coolest movement tech that is available in this game. So
it really does. You got the Keku Man Show You special, who Keku will be running Dread later in this very relay. He's got a trick named after him. You got the Foosball. You got all sorts of stuff. Yeah,
Foosball is definitely a fan favorite for GT Classic. Let's see. There's lots of I don't think we'll be able to see a Ruya ball in this one, but there's lots of different clips and things that are available with the Spring Ball. So hopefully we'll get to see a good grab bag of those coming up.
Oh, for sure. You got to put the Spring Ball hate aside when you run this category, because it's just some of the swaggiest, fastest movement you could possibly have. Yeah, if I were either of these runners, though, I would be just ecstatic with my performance. This has been lights out. I just love to see these runners perform at this caliber. You see that Main Street Shine Spark from Guy Average? Check the box.
Love to see that one. It is a very short, very tight Shine Spark to grab. Meanwhile, Professor School having a little bit of trouble getting up Kazuya's room. These pancakes, as we like to call them, or as I like to call them at least, giving him some trouble. Unfortunately, you're moving back and forth a lot, in that one, so you can accidentally trigger damage boosts, as you saw, that just knock you right back down. And when you fall in Super Metroid, you fall all the way, as we like to say.
Just Professor School taking these pink plasma guarding pirates to task with that newly acquired plasma beam. That is the full beam combination. Strongest in the game. I believe 900 damage for a charge shot. Or is it 1,000? No, it's 900.
It's 900. Yeah. So the plasma beam is going to allow them to shoot through enemies. If you noticed, the shots just kind of explode into have been exploding into the enemies as they've shot them. Plasma beam will now just pass right through them and can continue on to another. So you can see some cool grouping strats throughout the run. The runners have grabbed plasma beam, so should be some cool tech coming up there.
I believe MGA had a spectacular Mama Turtle too, showing off the benefit of grabbing grapple early. I know he went for the missiles on the side first, and it was just spectacular movement.
Yeah, there's a few different ways to do that room. All of them looking very, very cool. Professor School backtracking a little bit, head back through the Botchwoon hallway. Or no, that's Botchwoon E-Tank room. Gonna come back through these the sand pit and hopefully grab blue. Looks like he didn't grab blue, so he's gonna do a backup, very short charge here. Looks like he's having a little bit of trouble with it. There he goes.
Love the reverse backup. That was awesome.
Absolutely, and Mr. Guy Average touching down in a watering hole at the same time. So once again, remember to hydrate, everyone.
Raise your glasses to these two runners and the rest of the participants of the 2022 2D Metroid Relay with a showcase of 100% item collection runs.
Absolutely. A toast.
That's right, raise them high. But yeah, another sand pit for Professor School, and he'll be able to leave Meridia and head down and do his Norfair cleanup. That'll include Crocomire and then Lower Norfair, if I'm not mistaken. But Guy Average making quick work here, heading into Botwoon. Still got quite a bit to gain on Professor School, though.
Absolutely. Should be going for some more X Factor strats. We can see that decalled D-Factor here.
I just love the setup for it.
Just fling those particles right into Botwoon's face. It is just a fantastic. It's so much more swaggy, and it sets you up in such a great position as opposed to the normal setup for that.
And as
shout outs
to
Decalled for coming up
shout
for
outs
that
to
one.
Decalled and shout outs to the one round on Botwoon. Oh my. And setting up for full happy here.
Looks like we've got a good
the corner! Just a little bit too high, but watch these grapple backup strats. Oh my goodness. The full bonky. Shout outs to Toasty for that one.
And cleaning up that room very nicely with those swaggy grapple strats.
And not forgetting the precious missiles either. That's double precious missiles collect for Mr. Guy Average and Professor School. But Professor School making its way back into Kraid's warehouse. Already picked up the E-Tank in the janitor's closet. Now grabbing those elusive missiles requiring power bombs. And we're going to get a super fast dragon kill from Guy Average here.
Yep, since Mr. Guy Average has the grapple beam, I believe it would be fastest. Maybe I'm not sure. Do you still do the grapple kill with Hundo?
Yeah, I think so. I think you might open. I mean, he was going for that. He was going for that shine, or I should say, spike suit there. before the fight started, and if you didn't get
He
it,
is
you can always
definitely,
do it again.
at the very least, going to open with a Shine Spark. And no, it looks like he's going for the full
Oh,
Shine Spark
it's
kill.
blue and
So,
blue here. Very close to getting it.
ooh,
Ammo
didn't
kill,
quite,
very nice.
but yeah, very nice ballistic cleanup there.
Oh, I like that ballistic cleanup. I love it. But can't quite convert to that spike suit. So no reverse full halfy, unfortunately.
And Professor School cleaning up Upper Norfair, coming through this crumble shaft.
Yeah, heading to the Croc Speedway, where if you don't keep your wits about you like I do, you'll just start soaring through this speedway going, I believe I can fly. But Professor School's boots are firmly on the ground, blowing away those pirates and those speed blocks.
Absolutely. So we're going to see, hopefully he can keep his speed through the door. Very nice. Going to come across the spiky acid room snakes with lots of momentum.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
Always very nice to see.
Some great space jumping from both runners there. We had another Womple jump, Dark Zoa, from Mr. Guy Average. You'd love to see it.
That is
How about this?
not the fastest
boost?
way to get across, but it is definitely my favorite way to get across Coliseum. So
Oh my goodness.
and that
Love
chronic
those
boost
Easter eggs.
is very nice. Shoutouts to Chronic who invented that strat. I don't think Chronic has been around in Super Metroid community for a while, but
Definitely
we
one of the
remember you, Chronic.
Right, definitely one of the proverbial old heads of Super Metroid. But this is Lower Norfair with that track. Is Samus marching to her doom? No, she is not, Dark Zoa.
Now this is a funeral march, but not for Samus.
But not for Samus. For every boss that happens to be in her way, Golden Chorizo statue as well as Ridley, they stand no chance at this point in the game, especially with the skill of these runners.
Absolutely. So we got another mini boss coming up, the Golden Chorizo. Chorizo, not Chorizo. This one is golden and delicious.
Golden delicious, I love it.
So Professor School just gonna hold jump there. The nice safe way to get across those crumble blocks. If you have Spring Ball, it's pretty free. So meanwhile, speaking of Spring Ball, Mr. Guy Average coming across to Shack Tool, and he is gonna pick up that Spring Ball shortly.
Watch this for you fighting game fans out there. This is the corner trap on Gold Chorizo. Just look at it.
Yep.
The boss stands no chance. Just the onslaught of charge beams with that full beam combination.
Yeah, one of the more dangerous bosses to fight casually, but we just cheese the heck out of him and force him into that corner and keep him there. Very nice blue keeps, temporary blues on Mr. Guy Average side, just showing off there a little bit. Tried to aggravate the snail there to get him to come and destroy some of those blocks a little earlier, but knocked him the other way on accident. Ooh, very nice GGG room from Professor School there. It's gonna carry a Shine Spark and just blast through those fast pillars.
That is just too good. Fast pillars, spark, too easy. And then worst room in the game? Nah, Dark Zoa, just another
room.
in the game. Just a room. Just a room in the game. I had to take a second because Decald's got me cracking up in chat, calling GT Gordon Chorizo, brother of Bob Chorizo. I had to bite the inside of my mouth and unkey my mic.
Very nice.
Too
Speaking
much.
of just ordinary rooms, there's just this ordinary room over here with a missile pack that just happens to look like Mickey Mouse. So Mickey Mouse missiles picked up. One of the other easy missile packs to forget to grab. Nice to see Professor School remembering that one.
No, for sure. But something in my headset here, Dark Zoa, I think it's one of the speed gaming staff. They're saying we cannot use that term for the shape of that room. It has to be a famous mascot from a media empire. So it's a little bit longer to say.
Sorry to a certain media conglomerate that may or may not DMCA this. Let's hope they don't catch on.
I'm blaming Decal for this. Dark Zoa, I promise the wheels are not falling off. I can't let them fall off. We got a lot of run left. But it's been amazing.
Those are the King's
Absolutely.
missiles. That's a nice different name for them.
Oh
I
my
like that
gosh,
one.
the,
Thank
the
you.
King's missiles.
Thank you, chat.
You gotta bend the knee before you get those King's missiles for sure. MGA has really turned on the afterburners here, Dark Zone. That's not to say anything to Professor School. Professor School's been lights out from the beginning, but MGA is cooking.
Absolutely. Ooh, looks like he was going for the very swaggy spring ball into the door. If you can make it into the door and morph right as the door is opening, you can get into the transition before the door actually fully opens, and in that way you can uh, bounce off of the inside of the door as it's opening. It's very, very tight, but
That was, but brilliant.
oh yeah,
Absolutely brilliant.
absolutely. So we have a screaming space pelican on Professor School's side, otherwise known as Ridley. He is quite the troll in pretty much any category you're running. But Professor School has lots of super missiles to spare and just hammers away at him. It's a very nice fight on his side.
Look at that fight. Just opening with some very powerful body blows with that beam combination, but then switching to supers, the DPS just goes sky high. MJ
Yeah.
went for that blue keep, or that temporary blue, I should say, to get up those speed blocks, but nice backup there. Nice short charge.
Yeah, very nice. Not sure what that would be called in this one. It's like a blue bomber at the end of the game, so we get another chance to see that particular strat pulled off.
For sure.
Or technique,
for sure.
rather.
But yeah.
Very nice reverse powerhouse on Professor School's side.
Yeah. Check, like I said earlier, check the box. He's got it all. These runners got it all.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, some nice spring ball, reverse KO. Ooh, doesn't quite make it up the second one. It's gonna have to jump up there and lay his power bomb, and then got a nice ceiling clip here. The Skigas are terrible, and never want to be in the right place for that, but another wasteland speedball.
Yeah, I really like that, to just eliminate the Tuskigas, just get them out of the way, and then nail that speedball. That was terrific from Professor School. But MGA completing the Meridia cleanup, I think, or does he have one more sand pit? I think that was the last one.
Yeah, I think that was the last one. So that's cleanup, and we're just gonna head down to straight to Lower Norfair. Yeah, because he's already done Crocomire. So
yeah, School's on the way out, but MGA on the way in, but still quite a bit to make up. But it's been a close relay, and there's still a lot left. We got 3 games left of this relay.
absolutely. We got some fantastic runners running all of them, so should be quite the entertainment for hours.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I think even tournament organizer Whalerenth will be running Zero Mission.
Yeah, I believe it was Zero Mission. The Whalerenth is going to be running, so.
He's not just a TO, or I should say a event organizer, but he will also become a common contestant. Nothing common about
and these
anybody.
contestants are anything but common, so.
You got to be uncommon to run these games. You got to be just talented and skilled.
Yeah, especially at this kind of skill level. The reason I love Super Metroids particularly so much is just the skill ceiling is so insanely high.
It's hard to believe sometimes. It's just the way that this game has been pushed and pushed and pushed for going on, what, like 2 decades of continuous speedrunning.
Yeah, actually, just this month, Super Metroid turned 28, so...
Wow.
Yeah, it's been
young.
Quite some time.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
So, Mr. Guy Average cleaning up a little bit in Upper Norfair. He's going to pick up the Ice Beam now, and then head across to grab the missiles in Crumble Shaft, and go down through the Croc Speedway, so that he can head towards his Lower Norfair. Meanwhile, Professor School has finished his up, and he is going to go grab this Norfair reserve tank with a couple of missile packs.
That's right, some well-hidden missile packs, at least the second one. But, yeah, chat pointing out, MGA's movement has just been sensational. I mean, he's just nailing nailing all this very, very difficult movement. Like I said though earlier, not to take a single thing away from Professor School though. They're
Yeah.
equally impressive.
Yeah. MGA is definitely the room grinder extraordinaire. We have a bit of a spreadsheet that holds our unofficial room time world records, and MGA holds quite a number of them in many different categories. So lots of those super fast swaggy strats that he has in his repertoire. Among them, one of these chronic boosts. Very nice to see. Makes it in without blocking the platform and just quick space jump up.
Yeah, that was super well executed. And Professor School finishing up the Norfair cleanup. And then it's just the Brinstar and Criteria cleanups and you're done. All 4 G4 bosses have been defeated for Professor School.
Yep.
Oh, how dare I? How dare I forget about Crockemeyer?
Oh
Shame
yeah.
on
This
you,
is
Aki.
late Croc. So here is the soon to be very late Croc. Cleaning up from Professor School. You get to see this plasma beam in action. It does so much damage that we're just going to knock Crockemeyer in the face, and then we have this this really cool screen wrap. Didn't quite make it to the E-tank before getting sucked back in. You see some wonky stuff happening there. But yeah, you can grab that E-tank super early. You heard that door open on Professor School's side. That was that wraparound shot that you saw MGA do.
I gotta have it. Gotta see it in action.
And let's see if Professor School goes for this super awesome. Let's see. He's going for it. Spike suit. It is a very hard one to get. 2 frame perfect windows. I believe you have one 2-frame window and one 1-frame window, and which one depends on which input you got on the first input. So not a very easy trick to pull off. As I like to say, myth suit is a myth.
And we saw Professor School burning some missiles, letting us know exactly what he thought of that Crockemeyer ceiling, and probably that spike suit setup.
Yeah,
definitely not an easy one.
Yeah,
but
and
kudos to him for trying it.
Yeah, and even if you get it, he had quite a ways to carry that. So any accidental up inputs while in spin jump or while standing still, I believe, or just straight jump inputs would have wasted it. So it's not an easy trick to do to begin with, and then an even harder trick to make it work right. So
no, for sure. So grapple beam pickup for Professor School, going to turn around and use that, just go zip, and use the speed of that grapple beam to open the door without bonking. And we also see the King's Room, as chat called it.
Yeah.
Media conglomerate mascot room. It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Mr. Guy Average showing off that space jump. Gonna go right through these annoying pirates with that screw attack. Screw attack, one of the most powerful items in this game, just wrecks through everything, as you've seen Professor School has been doing for quite some time now. Very nice spring ball, right all the way across.
Oh, you love
terrible item, but fantastic strats.
It's one of the things I love about late Croc is the cosine room. Just that nailing that mock ball into a spring ball jump, and then still getting the charge to exit. Wow, mwah, chef's kiss, Professor School.
See, we get double Kago through the Kazan platforms there on Mr. Guy Average's side. Very nice to see. Not an easy strat to pull off, but it fixes that door so nicely. Gives you some extra speed running into this Golden Pirates room.
Just easy in, easy out for MGA there with those pirates. Just terrific. And great ammo.
Oh!
Ridley.
Looks like Professor School might have lined that super up perfectly. Let's see if it hits the gate, and it did. That is not an easy shot to get.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Just sniping that super missile in there. My goodness gracious, Professor School. What can't this runner do? Nothing. There's nothing this runner can't do.
He is certainly the wise elder in this regard. He is one of the better Super Metroid runners that we have.
Oh yeah.
So again,
MGA.
hope everyone's taking notes. There will be a quiz.
We said, yeah, there's going to be a quiz, but MGA getting a bit trolled by Ridley here. Some kind of bad patterns, getting picked up once. Had the tail eat a couple of his shots, but he's made a good recovery here.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like he thought he had enough shots. Ridley, interestingly, doesn't actually die when you deplete all of his health. He has a timer and a number of grab attempts, either of which runs out, and he will explode then after being reduced to 0 health. But yeah, MGA getting grabbed there triggers that death sequence for Ridley, and he's going to move on.
That was a good recovery to a bit of a, I wouldn't say sketchy, but a bit of a challenging fight. No risk of dying, just
yeah, not in this category, thankfully, but
yeah, we've been out of the woods for a while. We're almost at maximum energy. Just 2 tanks for MJ, 1 tank for Professor School, and
Yep.
showing off that space jump, that technique, that rhythm. Get that jumping rhythm in there.
absolutely. Very nice, very quick way across that X-ray spike hallway, whatever you call that room. I don't actually know that one, but interestingly, every room in this game does have a name, so...
That's right, practically. And some of them have some pretty esoteric names, I might say.
Yeah, for sure.
How about that? How about
This
that
is-
reverse green hill from Professor School into Retro Bryn?
Yeah, not going for the ever swaggy, but not actually that much faster. Reverse slinky there.
Reverse Slinky is an incredible trick, but so few runners have actually executed it in a completed run.
Yeah, Spring Ball's just such a bad item. It's just so hard to pull off.
Very tough, very tough. We're going to see some Billy Mays room from Professor School. Going to pick up that missile pack. But wait! There's more. But Guy Average leaving Lower Norfair. Just has to grab the
Very nice, tight
LPBs,
ledge
the
grabs.
LPBs. Yeah, just lights out. Just so precise, so
Let's see if we can
perfect.
pull off a Hotarubi special. He's going for it.
Super close.
Maybe. Let's see. Oh! Gets in there. Doesn't quite
Yeah.
get in there with full speed, but yeah, breaks those blocks very nicely.
Very close to a Hotarubi special. Shout outs to Hotarubi. You want to talk about old heads in Super Metroid?
Yeah,
My goodness.
one of the most legendary runners ever to have pulled off this game. Professor School grabbing this, but wait, there's more Billy Mays missiles.
That's right. Billy Mays. And then, do we have a Vince from ShamWow room? I don't know. I don't think we do. Could be wrong.
Maybe we can come up with something. There is a pancake room in the wreck ship. Or I guess that's Criteria. Either way, on the way to bowling,
Either way.
that would make a good candidate, I think.
I think so too.
Oh, it looks like Professor School pulled off another one of those wraparound shots, shooting the door on the other side.
That's just brilliant. I've never seen that wraparound shot before, to be honest.
That one's a bit of a tougher one, I think.
I would say. I'm gonna see a nice spark across Old Mother Brain too. He's got that shine sparks stored on the elevator.
And doesn't bonk the ceiling there. Very nice. Gonna plow through all of these pirates in the pit room. Pit room being one of the harder rooms to actually execute well in most categories. I guess in all categories, actually, because it's at the beginning of all of them. But that spark just making quick work of the whole room. It's very nice to see.
Yeah, that was absolutely terrific. And I love the use of this. It's a one tile gap to nail that that spring. That screw attack jump, not using a power bomb, no lag, no loss of ammunition. So that was really nice from Professor School. MJ not forgetting this well-hidden missile pack here in Bubble Mountain. We've seen people skip it before, but not these runners. But Professor School's just got to grab 230 missiles and book it to G4, and that's a wrap.
Yeah, speaking of esoteric room names, this is the dental plan here he's coming into, because it gets your 230th missile, 230 being the pun here.
What time do you have to go to the dentist? 2:30. The dental plan. Oh my goodness, love it. What a great speedrun community Super Metroid has. Just it never takes itself too seriously, but just serious enough to produce some spellbinding movement techniques and runs, but a lot of room for laughs and humor as well.
Absolutely. And it is a very large community. There's lots of runners. If anybody's looking to adopt a new speed game, there is a lot of resources and runners that are always willing to help. We have a fantastic community.
No
I'm
question about it. Best I've been
very
part
happy.
Of.
Yeah.
And shoot, I don't even run the game. They just let me flap my gums, and I couldn't be happier.
Oh, you're good at it, though.
No. Speak for yourself, Dark Zoa. You're no slouch. You've done a terrific job.
So Mr. Guy Average gonna clean up while Professor School is in that Golden Forest statues room. All these statues gonna blow up here for him, and he is going to make his way to the final area of the game, known as Torian. We're gonna see a repeat of that Metroid 1 fight with Mother Brain. Get a little rematch action going on.
And I do love these Metroid rooms.
Oh
A lot
yeah,
of different ways to do them, but optimally they are just.
this is
a
this is
cycle
actually
goal.
one of the coolest areas of the game in a lot of different categories. This one being one of the absolutely just blindingly fastest. As you can see, Professor School making use of lots of momentum carrying techniques to just blast through all of these Metroids. Lots of very quick item switching. So it's a very hard set of rooms to pull off very cleanly, but making very short work of them here.
Yeah, it was a really nice Metroid Room 3 from Professor School, but also really nice from Guy Average. I don't know what to call that in Green Hill. It's almost like a Wample jump. It's like a Green Hill Wample. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not
I don't
sure.
think that's a name.
It is also not reverse slinky though, so I'm gonna have to give him some heck about that
Oh
later.
my gosh. First no Teletubby Huggy, now no reverse Slinky. But is there a forward Slinky? Come on. Who named these strats?
No idea. All right, so we've got Professor School setting up for the baby skip, and as you can see, the baby has been on quite the strength training program.
That's right.
It is
Hypertrophy.
just completely beefed up and just raring to go.
He's got the jump rope.
Oh, and he gets grabbed at the very last second.
Oh, so close.
But Professor School is going to face right. That's going to save him. I think it's about 40 frames.
Yeah,
I'm not 100.
Yep.
Yeah. By facing right, because there's no animation. They didn't expect you to be facing right, so there's no animation for standing up there as you see it. Takes about 40 extra frames if you're facing left. Although some runners opt to do it just for the never look back attitude. So
They say that, but also speedrunners always do what's faster. So I mean, you can't have both, right? I won't let them, Dark Zoa. They can't have both. But
Either
MTA
way,
with a really nice Brinstar cleanup. I mean, considering the deficit that he started with, this has been really terrific.
yeah, absolutely. It looks like they've both kept pace pretty evenly. I think they're right about the same offset still that they started with. So kudos to both of our runners for coming out with some blazingly fast Super Metroid action.
No doubt. I just love that second Sabotage spring ball sub skip. It can be done without spring ball as well.
Yeah, there's lots of different ways to do it. You can do it by morphing and unmorphing, by using spring ball there, and then didn't quite make it across all these. Well, I'm not sure what those are.
Those are the booyans.
The booyan. That's right. The bullion cubes.
I've been waiting all race to say that because shoutouts to Stuart Scott. The way he used to say booyah, that's the way I say booyans.
Yeah, I like to call them bullion cubes.
Oh, it's even better. The bullion cube. Who would have thought? So Professor School into Mother Brain 2. 20 shots is what it's going to take. Already into the catch-up phase. There's only a few shots left and already into the baby cutscene, damaging down.
Yep, gonna take some damage there just to get himself at the right HP range. One of the trolliest bosses when you're casually running this game is Mother Brain, because if you're not at the correct HP, you're supposed to be locked to the ground here. Professor School's taking advantage of a stand-up glitch here so that he can do some extra damage a little early on Mother Brain 3, but yeah, if you're not at the right HP threshold, then the baby will not swoop in to save you for that second rainbow beam, and you can either have too much health and take the rainbow beam, or even get double hit by one of Mother Brain's attacks leading up to it and end up taking too much damage and die. So,
no, for sure.
Glad to see that Professor School didn't do that. There are a couple of things to watch out for during this stand-up glitch. Looks like he just avoided one of them. You can get stuck to the ground again there.
Can you X-ray out Dark Zoa?
You can X-ray out of it. So, it's not the worst thing, but can induce a panic attack with some of the less experienced runners.
No doubt. I think the worst soft lock I've ever seen. I think the baby got stuck in the upper right corner, and that was just heart-rendering.
So if our runners jump too high here, then the baby can detach too high and then will not warp back to you. The other one is not really an issue with 100% because you have a lot of health for the baby to refill. The baby can detach too far to the left and not be able to get hit. Any of those would have been soft locks, but glad to see that Professor School did not do any of those and had a fantastic stand-up fight there. Mother Brain just taking one hit at the end.
That's the most optimal, right? Is the single shot.
Yeah, so you can actually do too much damage, and it's still a single shot, but causes a little bit of extra lag. I'm not sure. I didn't count the shots, so I'm not sure which one he got, but still very fast.
Oh, man.
Either way.
MGA putting on a clinic in those first two Metroid rooms. He is just lighting up the afterburners. Metroid Room 3. Oh, my goodness.
Spring ball strat. Oh, no blue bomber for Professor School there.
No need at this point. This is a victory lap. This is fantastic for Professor School, but that is some incredible Metroid rooms in Torian from MGA.
Absolutely. So yeah, chat mentioning a soft lock if you release a shot, just as the game gives you hyper beam. That's actually not a soft lock, although it is commonly misunderstood to be one. You can just hold item cancel the whole time, and for some reason the game will give it back to you after about a second or so. That is a significant time loss, though. So good on chat for mentioning that one.
No, for sure.
There are a lot of other things too, but as we like to say, there are 1,001 ways to fail stand-up. So hopefully we don't see any of those.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, MJ still got to get to Mother Brain, but that's going to do it for Professor School. GG's to Professor School and Team Decora.
Absolutely.
Maintaining their lead.
And I'm gonna step out and let the commentator for the next game take over in my stead. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much to Hockey Towner, and thanks everyone for watching. And also, before I go, I'd just like to plug, we have a GT Classic tournament going on right now. We've got 2 matches coming up tomorrow night, one at 8 p.m. and one at 10 p.m. One with the the world record holder for GT Classic, and so that should be some fairly awesome matches to go. Follow the GT Classic channel on Twitch if you want to see that. And that'll do it for me. Thanks everyone for watching.
All right, well, thank you so much, Dark Zoa. Always wonderful to commentate. I think that's the first time being co-com, so thank you so very much. And yeah, it looks like organizer Whalerenth is setting up to do Zero Mission. And we now welcome in, I think it's Kaio?
Yes, Caio, como Brazilian name. Hello, guys.
Hi, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We're just finishing up Super Metroid here, but tell us a little bit about this Zero Mission 100% category.
Well, first and foremost, this is the first time I'm making commentary in English. I'm not a native speaker, so sorry for my accents. Probably it's like weird, but well, I think it's understandable. Anyway, they did tell me to give a message to you guys. During Metroid 2, the two runners played on separate platformers. If I remember correctly, Scotty played on the actual GBA, Game Boy Player, right? While I forgot the name of the other runner. Sorry.
I think it was Hope Spell?
Hopes. Okay, thanks. I think she played on the Game Boy, Super Game Boy for the Super Nintendo. The Super Game Boy does have a problem in that it runs the games faster, like every game. And it seems a very trivial change, but it kinda isn't. It gives an advantage to any player playing on the Super Game Boy. So because of that, your actual final time on the Super Game Boy needs to be multiplied by a small number, which does make a difference in our long category. Because of that, the player on the right will in fact start the run slower. We need to actually calculate the advantage that the Super Game Boy player got after the run's over, and we do calculate by hand, so we could not apply the penalty not to Super Met. No, sorry, we could not apply the penalty before Metroid 2 starts because we only know after. And since we do need to calculate, we could not apply it to Super Metroid. So now we do know the penalty. It's like not supposed to be a penalty. It's not even the correct word here. It's like just to make it fair because the player, the Super Game Boy does run faster. So the player on the right will start the game 1 minute and 34 seconds after he's supposed to. This is not like a penalty because of any item loss or anything. It's just because it's a difference of the Super Game Boy. So you guys will see the player on the right staring at the title screen for a while. They asked me to explain this because, well, it might be, without the explanation, might be weird. Asking yourself, why isn't he starting? That's the reason.
No, for sure, for sure. We really appreciate that explanation, and like you said, to emphasize, it's not a penalty. It's just because the clock speeds are different, right? So it's just a difference of hardware.
Yes. Fun fact, Super Game Boy 2, as far as I know, does not have that problem. It's a Super Game Boy 1 problem only.
Gotcha. So it only affects Super Game Boy 1. But Mr. Guy Average on Team Etakun on the escape, leading out of the Leodot's room, while Whalerenth is starting Zero Mission.
And it's Zero Mission start. So yeah, Zero Mission, if you're playing randomizer, first hitting is remarkable. It cannot be avoided. And yeah, this is 100%. There are two main routes for 100%. You either do Brinstar very early, or you do it only right before a Mother Brain, so late Brinstar. I actually do not know which route we are going to see here for both players, but we're going to see in a while, sure.
Well, that'll do it for MGA. GG's to Mr. Guy Average and Team Etakuns, and that will bring my commentary to the end. So best of luck to all future commentators and runners and the rest of the 2D Metroid Relay. It's been a lot of fun. Looking forward to watching it.
It's kind of hard to explain, but I'm sorry, I don't really know how to pronounce his name. Whaler really did a very good climb so far. Like, he managed to jump to the left of that weird flying turtle thing. It's kind of hard to do that. He's climbing just with nice movement so far. Get his first missile. I think this boss here is slightly well known already. In order, you needed to fire 3 missiles into. Oh, he did not get the double. You need to fire a grand total of 3 missiles in his eyes, and as soon as a missile hits, its eyes close. But however, you can actually fire 2 missiles in a very specific way where they converge midair. It's really not possible to actually see the conversion, but you can fire a double. Unfortunately, Wheeler did not hit the double on any of his 2 attempts, so that was a 3 round charge boss. I think that in the past, people kinda disliked the Charge Beam Metroid Zero Mission. As you guys can see, he did wait to get the Charge Beam. Of course, in 100% you are going to get Charge Beam regardless, so might as well get it early, I guess. But I do remember, like, many years ago, seeing some speedruns where Charge Beam was actually acquired only in cleanup. Well, in recent times, people actually prefer to have the Charge Beam. Like, there are some micro-optimizations, hard really pointing out, but it's better to actually use the pseudo screw attack. I think that's the name. So, not a whole lot happening right at the beginning. Weller is making his ways toward bombs. This right here is... Oh, that's weird. We almost just saw one of the examples of charge being saving time, because you can charge a shot before that run and then jump on that weird zoomer thing. You can kill him as you jump. I don't understand why it didn't work though. The pseudo screw attack failed for a whale. Okay, whale is stocking up his ammo. I think what we're about to see is the first missile you get on 100% that you do not get on any percent normal. Although you do get this one on hard because you have less ammo on that difficulty, but this is normal mode. Talking about normal mode, I think that one thing we already noticed is how he has skipped long beam. You kinda really don't need long beam for most of this game. Like in Metroid just a while ago, they did get long beam as the last item, and for this one, long beam is really one of the last items you get before going to Torrent 2, although of course there are a bunch of cleanup after that. And I can see Whaler is in fact doing late Brimstone. The upside, sorry, I confused myself. Anyway, in order to some people ask themselves, what's the fastest route, late Brimstone or early Brimstone? And really, if you ask that on the Discord for Metroid Zero Mission speedrun, I think you start a fight there. People kinda do not have a definitive answer on which is faster.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
By the way, this is Rubik's Cuber. I'm just joining here on this 2022 100% 2D Metroid Relay. Happy to see Whaler and Destructor joining here. And yeah, is it Cow or Chow?
Caio.
Caio. Okay, Caio. I'm sorry. Yeah,
it's a Brazilian name, no worries.
Oh, awesome. Oh, we're doing a great job here today. Yeah, exciting to see these two players. These are two highly ranked players. I think they're both top 10 players in this category, so we should see some really interesting strategies here. And yeah, as you were saying at the top, there are a couple different routes you can take. There's late Brinstar or early Brinstar. I think both of these runners are going to do a late Brinstar. And then there's some different options you can take when you get to Norfair, depending on how risky you want to get. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see this game evolve over time. I've been running it since the very beginning, and like you said, yeah, Charge Beam used to be an item that you skip, but now you get it because it lets you skip Long Beam and do some of these other rooms, like the Nasty Bug room.
Yes, one thing we are not seeing is S2 arm skip here. As the arm skip, using the power grip is basically the trick that defines any percent. But thankfully, you do not need to do it on 100% normal, because you will in fact eventually have to beat the charge worm, the SD worm, in order to get the items there, and so on and so on.
That's
So
absolutely
it's
right.
actually
Yeah.
it's fast enough to just fight it early on and don't have to worry about it. However, as the worm skip without power grip does exist. It's a very annoying horizontal bomb jump, and it's a trick that more it's better seen on hard difficulty runs, which is why one of the reasons that hard mode really is hard mode.
So that trick that Wheeler just pulled off there to jump into that cavern with this bomb jump, that's a really tight trick. It takes a lot of practice to be able to wall jump like that and get that tight. So yeah, this is really high quality play we're seeing right here. And as Destructor gets started, we're going to see him pick up his first missile, and then he's going to try to do the quick skip on... What's this? It's not the acid worm. The what's this first boss that you fight?
Charge worm?
Yeah, the charge worm.
Well, its official name is weird. I just call it the charge worm.
So here we're going to see him do a 2 skip. He attempted once, missed the first one. He's going to try again, missed the second one. That's okay. He's got a backup strat. He can go in the middle, and he does a cleanup, a nice cleanup on the charge worm.
Oh well, today we did not get to see the double misses on the charge worm, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's a frame perfect trick. It's pretty hard to do. You get 2 tries, but you only have a certain amount of missiles, and missile management is really important. If you look at Destructor right now, he's got 5 missiles. He has to have exactly 6 going through this next room, because he needs to kill 3 shots for one of the Enkis and 3 shots for the other, plus 2 beam shots. And if he misses a single missile shot, then he's in real trouble here, so kind of dicey. So you'll see he'll have 6 missiles. 3 for the first and 3 for the second. And again, he wakes up the little bugs to have them chase him through the room. And that's perfectly executed by Destructor. And over on the left, you can see Whaler doing a really tricky diagonal bomb jump. And yeah, thankfully we don't have
don't forget,
that
Braid
nasty
was
skip.
in fact meant to be played with the power grip. So quite a lot of times there's a jump that you should just be able to barely make it and hold on the ledge, and because you're trying to go faster here and skip it, having to go all the way to the power grip then come back, you do in fact have to do some weird bomb jump in order to actually leave for later the power grip.
Yeah, these are both high quality runs we're seeing right now. Very little errors. As we're seeing in the Super Metroid runs, there are 1,000 cuts in this run. There's lots of different ways you can lose time. Here's an interesting one coming up on the Whaler side. This is called the boring room. Normally boring because there's just not much to do, but recently there's been some new developments in how we collect these. You have to blow away these little obstacles. But this last bomb jump, you see he's going to do a pretty hard jumping bomb jump to get this last piece. Let's see if he goes for it. Oh, he did. That's perfectly done. Yeah, that's a really hard trick. Well done.
I didn't even notice this run was called the boring run.
Yeah, it was a boring room because before we had that trick, there was nothing to do except just wait for the bombs to explode, and it just gets really boring.
Makes sense, but I guess I'm a more recent addition to the community, I guess.
Yeah, we've probably been doing it that way forever. Oh, and we also saw a really great Whaler skip there. Yeah, do you want to explain what he just did?
Well, he actually failed. If it's kind of hard to really explain details of, for me at least, but if you manage to collect an item and touch the hand that refills you at the same time, you do in fact do both at the same time. You get
exactly. Yep. You can basically save yourself. I think it's maybe 5 seconds or 10 seconds or so. It's quite a bit if you can pull that trick off, but it's kind of high risk because if you miss it, you just lose time every time you try.
Oh, Whaler he's on the chat somehow.
Here. Yep, he missed there, and so now he's got a backup going into Kraid. So now we're going to see a really fast Kraid fight. Oh my gosh, that is some amazing Kraid action right there.
Yeah, that
Wow.
was a very fast crit fight. And that's without super missiles. I think it's widely known that if you fight Kraid with super missiles in this game, even though it's an intended technique, you end up finishing the fight almost as soon as you start. It's like this fast.
Yeah, and what was tricky about that is that he was having to hit 2 missiles on every single jump. So if you imagine how your thumb has to move across the A and B buttons to do that, it's pretty tricky because you have to shoot a missile going on the way up of your jump and then a missile on the way down, and you have to aim those both at the right time to hit Kraid in the mouth. So it takes quite a bit of practice and tempo to get that right. And now Whaler's picked up the best item in the game, the speed booster.
You might think, oh, I just need to press B as fast as possible, and that's surprisingly not going to work. In order to shoot 2 missiles on one jump, you really need to time them.
Yeah, that's correct. If you go too fast, the game buffers itself and you miss the shot.
Oh, there could be another route divergence here. Whale is getting this E-Tank as fast as possible. I think it's possible for it to be faster to leave it for later, especially since they are going to New Norfolk for marathon safety purpose. But Whale decide to get the E-Tank earlier anyway.
Okay, so their Destructor missed that shot, but he has a nice bomb jump backup. Yeah, I think that E-Tank you can get either now or later. I think most Hundo runners I've seen do it early, I'm not sure.
If you're a PB attempt, I think that you should get it early because you can then survive in Norfolk without having to heal. However, on a marathon where you do pretend on healing because safety purpose, it really would be a shame to lose a run halfway through. I think it's faster to actually not get a tank and just heal all the time since you plan on anyway.
Wow, and Destructor's just annihilating the Acid Worm. He had a perfect double jump to get out of the lava. You see that what he does there is he actually tanks the damage in the lava. It's faster to be able to get hits from underneath the Acid Worm where you can get his flesh soft spot. And you have enough health that you can just tank it if you're quick enough. But getting out of the acid is really hard because you have to basically do a double wall jump. And unlike Metroid Dread, wall jumping in this game is actually pretty difficult. You have to, you can't just push B, you actually have to push toward the wall and then B and then away from the wall, kind of all in rapid succession each time you want to do a jump. So there's a lot of hand movement tricks on the D-pad in this game.
I still prefer this wall jump over Super Metroids, but you're right, it's not like free like in the Metroid Steam games.
Yeah, Metroid Dread, the wall jumps are free, so... Oh, and that's a fantastic...
Samus Returns, by the way.
Fantastic trick there by Whaler. Getting that speed boost, speed keep there through the corridor saves a few seconds. And now we get introduced to Mother Brain, which is, you remember, this is a remake of Metroid 1. So all the enemies and all the kind of areas that you're going to see in this game are the same as the original Nintendo that you've seen, but of course with updated graphics and a couple new moves.
Yeah, and no low for fusing wall jumps as is tradition.
We got Whaler making his way over to go to Criteria to get early super missiles. Meanwhile, Destructor is making his way down into the depths of Kraid to fight Kraid. He's going to hit the boring room first, so we'll get to see how he does this room. Really solid cleanup in that room so far. And you notice the timing of how he drops a bomb, goes back to the other bomb, drops in the chute, and then comes back before the other one is exploded. It all takes really nice timing. Yeah, he gets the jumping bomb jump perfectly.
What I think is really the hardest thing here, however, is to lay a bomb on the third block, and then you shoot the zipline thing, then you go back and actually enter that launcher. Sorry, I lost my words. Enter the launcher and manage to get shot while the zipline is still going to the right.
Exactly.
I personally never managed to pull it off. I'm always too late. I think, oh, I'm going as fast as possible. How can I be faster than that? But it's not sufficient.
Yeah, exactly. And you probably just saw Whaler just pulled off a really, really hard trick. He pulled off a jumping bomb jump that was at the top of a really tall corridor that needs to do to be able to get the speed boost for super missiles. Again, you're going to see a fantastic double bomb jump technique here by Whaler getting out of this pit. Good news is, if you learn this technique on Zero Mission, you can reuse it for Metroid Dread at the same tempo, the same muscle memory. And here we go, Destructor entering the crate fight.
I didn't know that. Good to know.
And there we go, top class crate
Great
battles right there.
destroy it again.
Both these runners are just top of their class. I mean, Kraid normally takes me about a minute to kill, and these guys just took, you know, what, 10 seconds? 5 seconds? Okay, now that Whaler has his 2 supers in hand, he actually used one, because he only needs one to open up the room coming up. And now there's a route divergence, so he either gets to choose to go down or go up and get the ice missile first. If he goes down, it's a little bit risky, but it could be a time save later. If he goes up, it's a little bit safer, and it looks like he's probably going to go up. And he's going to go for the ice cream skip.
Oh, I
Really
thought he was
tricky
going
trick.
down.
Oh, that's a really hard trick. that he just
Whoa,
pulled
he
off.
hit it really cool Shine Spark. And now,
Yeah, that's ice cream spark. That's a really hard trick.
that's a pretty surprisingly hard Shine Spark that does not save you as much time as you wish it saved for such a hard
No,
trick.
it's a swag strat for sure. He's flexing here, but it is pretty great if you can pull it off.
And the structure also got that energy tank, with I'm imagining here, if your plans on healing might be faster to not even bother with it.
Now coming up, Whaler's going to go through a series of heated rooms, so you're going to want to watch his health. This next part of the game, he's going to be taking damage in all these rooms, and it's really all about just conserving the health at this point. So he's going to kill enemies where he needs to pick up some drops, but it's mainly just trying to not take damage so that he can avoid having to heal through this next heated room. And now we're going to see his usage of the early super missile that he picked up. You'll see he has 1 super missile in his inventory. He's going to use that to open this green door coming up. Meanwhile, Destructor's on his way back from Kraid. He's coming over to Norfair through Brinstar.
Having a Shine Spark, you can actually die from hit damage, by the way. Not only you take damage, you can die from it, so watch out.
Another
What
fantastic trick.
Whaler just did... Yeah, sorry, do you want to explain it?
Oh yeah, so what he just did is the floor there, if he just lays a bomb on the floor blows up and he falls into lava. And normally you're supposed to have the jump ball to be able to make that jump. But instead, since he doesn't have that, he did a jumping bomb jump again and was able to place the bomb up on the higher portion of the wall so that it doesn't blow away the floor. Again, it's just a really
I think
cool...
the actual
little trick.
intended method is to just blow up the ceiling first, then jump as it's being destroyed. The reason this saves time to not to do this alternate ways is by not destroying the floor, you can actually run back and do a Shine Spark back.
Oh, fantastic. And yeah, Whaler again got the, I don't know what that trick is called, but it's where you get the item and the recharge at the same time. He pulled it off twice in a run. That's very impressive. And Destructor's making his way across. We're going to want to watch Whaler's health and just make sure he doesn't get too low. If he ends up with 3 red tanks by the end of this room, he should be in good shape. And he does it easily. And he's going to 2 supers to kill this guy. Ooh, he took some damage there.
Or not killing
Okay.
him, okay.
Maybe that was intentional.
Well, he didn't even keep super, so I guess yes.
Okay, he should be okay. I think as long as he has 2 red bars of energy, he should be able to get through without the heal.
Yeah, I think there's like just one more heated room. Oh, 2 actually. One right after with me.
And he's hoping for some drops here. He's hoping to get some supers, maybe some health. And I think he's got enough. Meanwhile, Destructor is about to pull off the early supers trick. Let's see if he goes for the jumping bomb jump at the top of the height of the pillar. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he goes for the safe strat to the left. That's what I would recommend most players do if they're going to learn this. Okay, now keep a close eye on Wailerant's health right now. As he goes through this next heated room, this is kind of risky.
It's a heated room with only 2 items. He's going in and then out.
He just has to be careful not to dip his toes in the lava or get hit. So far, he's pretty clean.
Yeah, he should be safe. He should be safe.
I don't know.
But
I
it
always hold
is
my breath
kinda
for here.
scary to see
Oh, okay, he got it. 74. He's good. He's good. Now he just needs
It's
to
kind of
get...
scary to see him below 1
He actually
tank,
has
but
one more heated room here and a bunch of enemies that he can't take any damage here from, and he gets through perfectly. Okay. Meanwhile, Destructor's on his way
to
down.
be fair, worst case scenario, he could just heal at wave beam right now.
Yep,
Oh,
and
he
he's
got
good.
a big energy. He doesn't need.
He got enough energy to get through, so he doesn't need to heal. Meanwhile, we just saw Destructor use his 1 super missile to blow away that invincible enemy, Zevitite or whatever it's called.
Ooh.
That was close.
Will actually crash into the enemy without screw attack. Whoa, this could have gone badly.
That could have
But
gone
okay,
very
okay,
badly.
he's alive. He's alive.
Yep. 1 hit by that guy and he would be dead for sure. Okay, he's got just enough health to make it through. And again, he's got to really watch his health on these guys and not get hit. As these big monsters come rolling toward him, he's going to lay some bombs and hope that he doesn't get run over. Ooh, that was close.
They don't really do all that much damage. And there's any tank here, guys. Don't worry, he's safe.
Full refill. Yep, he's now got full health. Meanwhile, Destructor's on his way into make a choice of whether to go with New Fair or Norfair. And he's going to go Ice, so he's going to go with traditional Norfair route.
I don't think I ever saw someone doing this holy new fair thing. I'm convinced it's a meme.
Yeah, it was popular for a while, a few years ago. There's a really swag trick that you have to do at the very end. And overall, if you can pull it off, it does save some time, but it's pretty risky and it's really hard to learn.
Well, had a clean fight, I guess. Not the best possible. He did miss a few misses, but kinda good.
Yep. And now he's gonna dip down into Ridley. We're gonna see a cutscene. Ridley's, of course, perturbed that you killed his friend Kraid, and so he's been alerted, and he comes to the planet to see what's going on. So he brings his big-ass mothership, and here, of course, he decides to take it off on his own and just fly out into the jungle. And somehow he flies into the depths of this planet faster than Samus can get down there, but who knows? Maybe he has a backdoor.
Also, his screen is on the way. Of course, Ridley is going to screen all the time in this marathon.
That's right. Okay, we have Wailer going for a pretty tricky fight. He's got to not miss any of these shots to get a single quick kill. And he does it.
Wow,
it
that
perfectly.
went well.
Meanwhile, Destructor's going through the heated
Also-
room.
No soft lock.
Uh-oh, and there you saw Destructor actually bomb the floor on accident. He just missed that jump,
Oh.
costing him a little bit of time. He's going to reset the room. Oh, meanwhile, Wailer is going for a really hard trick. Fantastic speed boost through that room. That's pretty hard to pull off.
He got the Shine Spark. Unfortunately, did not get the Super Missile drop. They find a Super Missile, that weird mono eye out thing, in hopes that it's going to drop a Super Missile. So you shoot 1, get 2. Unfortunately,
Let's try.
that was not the case. Oh,
He
he
was
did
looking
get
for
a
a
Super
few
Missile
there,
drop on
yep.
their enemies.
And now you're going to see the first glitch of the game. Do you want to explain what this is?
Well, explaining it in details is kind of surprisingly hard, but what's happening is he's freezing 2 enemies at more or less the same place and then dropping a bomb. What happens? The bomb destroys one of the enemies and the game attempts to place him on the other enemy. However, because the other enemy also died for the bomb, the game freaks out and pulls him all the way to the bottom of the room.
Yep. And
It's
so what
not a
that
very good
basically
explanation, but it's more or less this.
No, that was wonderful. That was perfect. That was better than I was gonna say. It basically lets him clip through the floor, and I have no idea how it works, but I think what you just described is probably exactly right. And that avoided him having to go through this map room and store up a shine spark. Because you notice the floor
That
there
glitch
with
is
the
considered more technical than it is actually hard to execute. It's a surprisingly easy trick, but yeah, the reason it works, as far as I know, is related to the fact that the bomb destroys 2 enemies, but the game first kills one enemy, then updates Sam's position, then kill the other enemies, and do weird crap from that.
Yeah, there's also a subtlety there because there's another enemy that's further up on the screen that you have to kill, and you have to collect its drop for that glitch to work. If you don't do that, then the 2 enemies won't get frozen in place. Instead, you'll just kill them. So there is some glitchy programming at play. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but yeah, it's a pretty easy trick to learn. It's really fun when you pull it off for first timers. And here we see Destructor going through.
Also, while we are talking about this glitch, Waves has actually shown us quite a lot of optimized shine sparks. Because it's considerably easier to just shine spark straight wherever he's going, like shine spark straight up, then shine spark straight right. And he's actually doing diagonal shine spark in order to just break a small barrier and then actually begin his next shine spark or his next walk immediately right after.
Yeah, exactly right. Zero Mission has so many little subtleties and so many ways to add kind of your own personal flair in how you collect items and how you do your shine sparks. And all the rooms have multiple ways. Example, this room has a few different ways of getting through it. There's an old school way where you actually do a ball spark through this room. Yeah, both of these runners, again, there's
not
so
used
many...
on 100% though, right? Because you do miss the item on the way.
That's right, yeah. And yeah, there's so many little subtleties with the way that these players are moving. It's hard to pick up every single detail, but yeah, every input that they're making is perfect from what I'm seeing. And here we see Destructor going
We're
through
about
the
to see
room.
one of the worst runs in the game. Some people, when they begin speedrunning this game, are suddenly very good at doing the SD warm skip on 80%. And just they don't really hate this trick. This kind of people probably think that instead of the SD warm skip run being the worst run in the game, that pillar run we just saw is the actual worst run.
Yeah, that pillar room is the bane of my existence. If you fall from that pillar room, it's a big reset to go back. We're seeing some really clean strats in this room as Whaler cleans up this. He's going for a jump to avoid the ball cannon
Waves
below.
just hit 2 very hard ball jumps. He like jump just at the end of the ledge, and in both times actually saved time by doing that.
Yep, now Whaler was hoping for a couple more super drops because he needs some ammo to go into the Ridley fight. So right now he's got 5 supers, which means he's probably going to stop for a refill unless he gets some lucky drops there, which he's decided now 7 isn't enough. So he's going to go ahead and take a refill. And that's just RNG, you know, there's nothing you can do.
He chose not to do the refill glitch. I think that if you do manage to pull off the glitch, it's still faster, but
well, I think he's gonna.
This particular case. Oh,
I think
sorry,
in this
sorry,
case,
sorry.
no, I think in this case he's gonna heal up his energy first. But yeah, there's a subtlety there. I don't know. It's probably close either way. Maybe it's not worth the risk. All right, let's watch Ridley disappear. All right, he's done.
Watch Ridley disappear.
Meanwhile, Destructor's coming
10
in
super missiles is
fight.
exactly the amount of health Ridley has, so you do go there with 10 super missiles, so pa, it's dead.
Great strat on display here by Destructor for killing the larva.
Yeah, Destructor had a cleaner fight than Whaler did.
So now Whaler's gonna pick up some supers on his way through here.
Whale's kind of getting terrible RNG so far. I think he got no super missiles on Ridley, then only 2 on that big refill room, I don't know its name, and he only has 4 super missiles. He'll probably have to take another heal before actually going to Torian.
Hopefully here he can get some supers from these creatures here. Some of them drop supers.
Oh yeah, those alls, I forgot about it.
The owls, that's right. I don't know any of these enemies by name. I'm sorry if that makes the commentary a little boring. I know what they look
don't
like
know
when
the
they
enemies
die.
either. I tend to call most of them beetles and flyers, whatever.
And meanwhile, Destructor got a perfect Imago fight. And he picks up the supers as the way you're intended to pick them up, but he's already got them. And let's see if he gets this speed boost. Yep, he got the speed keep. Again,
Let's
really
see who
hard
gets the
trick on
drops,
display
though.
by Destructor, and he got the drop.
Aha, Destructor did get the drop. See, fires 1 super, gets 2, 1 profit.
Meanwhile, Whaler's going for a pretty tricky little Shine Spark here, and he nails it. To just get yourself up out of this area. And now that he's defeated both Ridley and Kraid, he's going to be heading toward Torian.
Well, since both runners are in fact joining late Brinstar, we're actually about to see the Brinstar cleanup, of course.
Yep, and there you saw Destructor do the same floor glitch with those two enemies. He did it a little bit different way. Again, as long as those two enemies get frozen and you just are standing on top of them, just drop a bomb and you'll just instantly glitch the floor. You don't have to do anything else. It's pretty cool. Now Whaler's got a pretty hard ball spark chain that he's going to set up here. It's almost too much to explain, so I would just watch and observe.
Meanwhile, you can look at Destructor also pulling an optimized Shine Spark. Like the game is oh!
That was new. Interesting.
Destructor did get the map. Oh, too bad.
Oh,
No time loss. It's not really bad, but people kinda tend to make fun of people who get the map because you kinda just jump over it, I don't know.
yeah, it's a tricky thing to jump over because the hitbox for the map does not match what you see on the screen. So the actual hitbox is significantly in front of it, to the right, many pixels. And so you kind of have to jump over it later than you think you have to. Of course, one super easy way to avoid any map in the game is just to roll underneath it. Now, of course, you'll see later on in the game that Zero Suit Samus can't roll, so there is one map that she's going to have to do a tricky jump to avoid.
Please, no Metroid can't crowd jokes. We ever had heard and all.
That's true. And here we're just hoping for some RNG on Whaler's side as he waits for these bugs to eat through the enemies.
Also, what I want to say, Destructor also pulled 2 pieces of optimized Shine Spark. When you are down that room with the glitch enemies, the game expects you to just Shine Spark up, but you can do a series of tricky wall jumps. Well, not the wall jumps itself aren't that tricky, but then you have to pull a Shine Spark diagonally as you're right up, and yeah, it's harder
it's
than
a
it
hard
looks.
trick. It's a really hard trick. And here you see Destructors getting stuck on, I think, one of the hardest tricks in the game. You have to, it's a sequence of shots and then so it's a missile shot followed by a running jump boost, but that missile shot has to happen. That missile is surrounded by charge beam blocks, so you have to shoot a charge beam and a missile and run and do that all at the same time, and then jump at the exact frame to land the trick. It's really hard. So we see many top runners have to attempt that trick multiple times.
Also, you're calling it a trick, but that's actually the dev intended way of getting that item. You're actually supposed to do a 4-frame window, 4 frames, right? A 4 frames window jump on that room in order to get the missile expansion. Otherwise, you just try again.
Yeah, and I don't think there's
This is
any other
dev
way to get
intended.
that. I think that's the only way to get that item, is that intended way.
There is a no-intended dev way to back up the Shine Spike, but it still requires the 4-frame
Four
Windows
frames.
jump. It's
and there we saw Destructor
that's true.
lose the jump, and he's gonna struggle with these. He's gonna really struggle with these blocks here. And see, this is a strat that I don't recommend. I think normally if you fall down, just go to the right and make a speed boost, and then you can get back up. He's gonna kill quite a bit of time. That's unfortunate.
Oh, I thought he was going to leave for later. Okay, he is going to build the speed boost after all. As you said, it's really not a recommended strategy, right? Like,
Yeah,
the
now
speed
he
booster is right there.
Okay, now that's the strat that I actually would recommend people do is you freeze one of those balls and then you can just jump on it safely. If you want to be really, really safe, just freeze the ball and then go into morph ball form and just jump as a morph ball. The nice thing with jumping as a morph ball is that you're guaranteed to not do any damage. Whereas normally if you spin jump with Samus's screw attack, she'll destroy the thing you're trying to stand on.
Wheeler is on Torian, he's fighting the titular Metroids. I thought he was going to heal up in order to have 10 super missiles, but I guess he did not. He did not heal, right, guys?
Yeah, he didn't.
Along
So
me.
he's kind of gambling here. So he's hoping to get some drops, hoping to get 8 super missiles for the Mother Brain fight. I think it's 8. He's got 6, so he's going to be toggling between. Oh, and there he just got a great set of drops. So yeah,
Yeah,
Torian in this
that's
game is all
above the
about ammo
average
management.
RNG.
Yeah, he's got great RNG here. Makes up for his bad RNG earlier on. Oh my goodness.
Oh, come
Wow.
on! That's impossible RNG! What?
He's doing great. 12. Okay, so now he can be really spendy with his super missiles here. He can just go to town. Save a few seconds just killing all these things. What are these things called again? I've been playing Metroid Dread for so long I don't recognize those enemies on screen. Sorry, I'm
Me
making a
trying
note.
to remember the name of the Green Ogre in Shrek. Oh, he's grabbed by a Metroid. Okay, he has enough health, might as well just not bother.
Yeah. The thing with not having health there, though, is that usually not having full health affects your drop rate for supers. But apparently, if RNG's on your side, which it is today for Whaler, he's in good shape. Now, ideally, he wanted 8 supers coming into this fight to get a quick kill on Mother Brain, but he should be okay with. We'll see how he does.
You said 8 supers? I think it's 4, right? You need 15 missiles for Mother Brain. 15 missiles and 4 supers for Mother Brain. And also 20 missiles for the glass.
I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, if you do the glass, I was counting for using supers on the glass. Yeah, if you do just the Mother Brain, you only need 4.
So if you do have more than 4 super missiles... Hey? Eita. Sorry, I was distracted. Will's kind of failed that Shine Spark. He Shine Sparked right, unfortunately. I was going to say, if you do have more than 4 super missiles as you enter Mother's Brain Room, you might as well spend some on either the glass or on the Zebetites.
The Zebetites, yeah, good call. And with Mother Brain dead, Whaler's just working his way out. He got a pretty good Shine Spark after Mother Brain died. And he's just going to make his way out. And the game is going to be over. Or is it?
Spoiler alert, the game is not gonna be over, but okay. So one thing that I did see come up in chat, but we did not talk about yet. They do not pick various suits. You need to pick 99 of the 100 items in the game, and those content having 100% of the items.
That is right. Yeah, there is an item that you can skip in this game, a major item.
If you do not collect various suits and then later in the game get the legendary power suit, whatever, if you go back, I'm pretty sure the various suit is not even there. So the game really does consider that you collect the various suit even if you did not collect various suit. Which is kind of non-characteristic for this
That's
game.
kind of cool. Yeah, so you can't go back and get it once you've gotten the gravity suit.
This game, for the most part, do not force you to get items. So much so that devs decide that 15% should be low percent enough, yet you can actually finish the game with 90%. So, oh.
Wow. Destructor is going for a pretty hard trick there, but he kind of messed up a little bit, but that's okay. It's a really tough trick. And I gotta give credit to these runners. They're doing really hard tricks and doing them back to back to back and not messing any of them up. So it's easy to call out their flaws when they mess up, but these tricks are all incredibly hard.
Yeah, I gotta say one thing. I really like to play Metroid Zero Mission any percent. When I got into it, I thought, whoa, this is not so hard. I just need to learn the S-Storm skip. When I decided to play 100% on normal, I thought it was also going to be pretty dang easy. And it kinda wasn't. 100% is a harder game than I thought. It's not hard to play the game casually 100%, but the speedrun is harder than it looks. It's like demanding.
Yeah, and the good news is there's lots of different ways to play it. There's late Brinstar, early Brinstar. There's just lots of variations, and there's so much variation in the game. And then when you get to Zero Suit Samus, which we see Whaler doing right now, it's almost a completely different game. And those of you who've played Metroid Dread will probably recognize some of this artwork and some of the music and pacing here. This is actually the inspiration for the Emmy zones of Metroid Dread. It came from this game. So here Whaler is chasing away from the space pirates, and since there's no power suit on Samus, if she takes damage, it's going to be painful. So all she can do is run.
Also, runners did agree to actually heal before the sweetless part. Like the game, I think devs actually thought this game might become a speed game in the future, so they gave you an option. Do you want to actually heal all the E-tanks that you have and be safer? Or do you want to go in not being able to take a single piece of damage, but
That's
it's
right.
going to be faster?
Yeah, they almost built in their own dread mode. So yeah, if you want to go through this whole part of the game with only 99 health and that's it, you can, and save yourself that heal. But it is very difficult, especially when you get to the Charlie
It's
fight.
not that difficult, you can kinda train for it. However, for this marathon, since it would be a shame to lose a run almost 1 hour in, the runners agreed that they are going to heal before the sweetless part, no matter how safe they feel.
Well, that makes me feel good. I mean, we don't need to take unnecessary risks.
So we're also going to see a heal from Destructor, it has been previously agreed upon.
Seeing clean movement by both players. There's also some door manipulation, which I'm seeing, which is pretty cool. And now Destructor just picked up his last item. He just picked up the item that you're supposed to get first in the game, which is the long beam. He just picked that up last, because that is one of the required items for 100%.
I kinda do not know how to commentate a sweetless section of Metroid Zero Mission. There's quite a lot of things going on. Not a lot, but you know, there are things happening, there are things going on. I could make some comments here and there, but I don't know, it's also automatic for players to do that part, so...
It's mainly just platforming, you know? Platforming, wall jumping, just getting through as cleanly as possible, trying not to lose time, and of course, try not to get hit by any of the enemies. And of course here he's doing a series of wall jumps, triggering those eyes early, and let's see, okay, he's gonna go for the Scotty strat. So this is a pretty cool strat. He shoots that enemy on the right, and if he times this perfectly, he's gonna be able to escape here without alerting anybody, and he did it. So that saves him from this door being open. It's pretty cool strat.
I didn't know Scotty made that strategy, that's good to know.
Pretty sure, I may be wrong. Someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Scotty figured that out.
Well, to be fair, I never bothered researching upon it. I just saw both Scotty and JRP doing it and thought, hey, I might want to try this too.
That's right, we all just steal from Scotty.
Yeah, and it's really not all that hard. It does go wrong sometimes, but I don't know time, I don't know anything, I just try it out. Destructor began to already get some good RNG, but unfortunately, I think he went the last room without any super drop. He's not getting that extremely blasted RNG that Whale got.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He's still got half of Turin left. He's got 4 supers. Meanwhile, our Whaler's just making his way through, trying to not get noticed or sniped. Destructor's cleaning up these last few, what are they called again? Metroids? I'm sorry, I'm a Metroid Dread player, so I forgot what these enemies are. These weird sucky enemy things.
They're called Zelda.
They're Zeldas?
Yes, no, not enemy Zeldas. The plural is just Zelda.
Just Zelda, okay. Okay, and great. Whaler got a nice... Man, he's just doing everything textbook. Everything perfectly. Both of these runners are doing a great job. Destructor's just cleaning up all those Zebatites on his way to the mother brain. He's going to launch 20 missiles into the glass, and then those supers are going to come in handy as he toggles. Now it's kind of cool. This is a fun strat you're going to watch him do. He's going to use the select button and the crouch button to quickly toggle between missiles and supers as he toggles. Man, I can't even describe it. He's shooting 5 missiles. One of them is a super, and that maximizes the amount of damage you can get on Mother Brain and kill her in 4 cycles. You got a great boost at the end.
Yeah, there are some things here and there that we could spend hours and hours talking about, like how Mother Brain takes if Mother Brain takes 100 damage on normal mode, she closes her eyes. However, you can do 80 damage and then proceed to shoot a super to do 180 damage, and she also just closes her eyes and proceed to this next cycle normally.
So now Whaler is facing a boss called Charlie. This is the ancient Chozo, I guess, master that trained her. And so now she's proving by trial by combat that she is Samus, and so she's gonna get her backup power suit from Charlie. That was a very clean fight. A lot of
Chat's
improvisation.
pointing out, the actual name is like Rune's Test. I don't know where did we begin to call Charlie?
It's tribal knowledge. Ancient Chozo.
And look at
Egyptian
this, they
Chozo
never
Charlie.
collected the various suit, but it's right there. It counts, it's the rules of the game, we did not make them, that's 100% for you.
Oh yeah, that's cool. So yeah, they assumed that if you got here, you had to have had the various suits, so they just gave it to you for free. Alright, meanwhile, Destructor's about to start his Zero Suit journey. And of course, these players run in Japanese because, like many games, the text scenes are a little bit faster. Oh, and their Whaler went for a really tricky spin boost. This is the hardest, longest trick in the game. And oh no, he messed up the speed boost. That's painful. That means he's going to have to go back and reset.
I think last time I played 100% I did not even know that there was a shortcut back to the run right there.
You know what? I don't think I knew that either. I always go back the long way. There he goes. He gets the speed boost.
So there is in fact a safe way of doing this, which is to just shine spark first and then climb a little later. Oh, Destructor did skip the map. Good.
Yep, Destructor just did a really hard. I don't know if it's frame perfect, but it's a pretty tight little window that you have there to do that jump over the map and save yourself a good 10 seconds.
I don't think it's frame perfect. It's not like that hard. It's just that, as you say, the hitbox tricks you. It's
I think
like
it's just, yeah, it's the hitbox. Yeah, you're right. It's not frame perfect. It's the hitbox. And now cleanup options. Do you want to talk about
the strategies that Destructor did right now? He just shot in a different way the pirate and then shot the
That's
pirate
right. So
while
what
he was already in
Destructor
the
is
next
doing?
one.
Yeah, so this is a new strategy that Destructor does. So what we normally do in that room is we blow up the floor and then we do a tricky wall jump to avoid triggering the pirates. But if you trigger the pirates early by destroying the floor, you can actually get through that room a few seconds faster, and then you can manipulate the enemies to shoot each other, which is what Destructor did. And then once the enemies are dead, it unlocks the door. So you can actually get through that room a few seconds faster this way. Kind of cool thing I love about this game, that even though it's such an old game, there's still new strats that are being learned and developed every year. One of which coming up is early power bombs. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? I think this is where our two runners are going to have a divergence in the routes. I think Whaler is not going for early power bombs and Destructor is going for early power bombs.
Oh really? I thought neither were going for early power bombs.
I might be wrong. I thought
Sorry,
Destructor was going. No, I thought Destructor was going for early, but yeah, you might be right. Maybe they're both.
Because deep inside I kinda don't want to talk about early power bombs. It's hard to talk about, I don't know. It changes quite a lot of the game.
It does. There's a pretty cool setup for it if you're willing to learn it. So yeah, Whaler is just running through the kind of the traditional cleanup route. And Destructor is making his way through Jozodia. I never really understood the geometry or the layout of this map, because somehow it's this ancient ruins, but it also is connected to the pirate ship. There's like a bridge, I guess, that extends, so maybe the pirates landed and they just happened to land near this ancient civilization.
It's one of the things that 2D Metroid games and Metroid Prime kinda do different. In Metroid Prime, they interpret the space pirates as an actual competent criminal organization, like it's something very serious. They're like organized crime for real, important, so on. And in the 2D Metroid games, they're kinda dumb, goofies. I don't know. They're really not all that smart.
Yeah, here's a not very smart space pirate trying to hide a power bomb, thinking that they're gonna ambush Samus, but Samus has another trick up her sleeve. Let's see if he goes for the door skip. Yep. Oh, didn't quite get it. That's okay. So
Again,
there's a way to clip through that door.
100% is a slightly harder run than I thought it would be. Not even so slight, it's like there's quite a lot of things you need to know about the game to run 100%. And one of them is how much the route changes if you do or if you do not get that power door key.
Yes, that's right. That one choice right there affects the route drastically. And the reason that is because there's just so few power bombs in this early part of cleanup. But there are a few power bombs locked behind power bomb doors, so you need power bombs to get more power bombs. So there's a choice of when you have to clean up, and that all depends on if you get those early power bombs or not. This is really clean. Meanwhile, Destructor's on his way up to fight Charlie. He's doing a series of pretty tricky wall jumps to get up there. That's where the Metroid Dread developers said, you know what, we're just gonna make wall jump easy. All you gotta do is just keep mashing B, and that's it. So those little wall jump areas are a lot easier in Metroid Dread.
To be fair, wall jumps in Metroid Dread were just imported from Samus Returns. I think it's on Samus Returns that they thought, oh well, let's make it easier.
Yeah, Samus Returns. Yeah, the wall jumping never felt right to me in that game. The wall jumping in Zero Mission feels really, really good to me.
Really, too bad we can never get Samus Returns runners to actually participate in the relay. It's like a 2D Metroid game, it should be there, but it's missing. And, well, Willrith, who I think is the organizer, right? He always goes after Samus Returns players, but they're never available, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Okay, so here's going for Glass Room Skip. This is probably the hardest trick in the game, if at least technically. Oh, and he gets it wonderfully. Okay, perfect.
Wow, that's nice.
So being able to get that lets him do a whole new route change, because now he doesn't have to come back for that energy tank. So he can basically go through the rest of this route backwards and not have to come through here again. But in order to get that trick, you only have one chance to do it, because once that glass tank blows up, you can no longer store a speed boost on it. So you basically drop your power bomb, run across it right before the glass breaks, get your speed boost, and then you have 5 seconds to use it, and then you only have one chance. So it's a pretty cool trick, pretty hard. Saves a lot of time if you can pull it off. Meanwhile, Destructor just picked up the gravity suit.
Talking about saving time, there was a small possibility that Willrith could have found a power bomb in that room full of zoomers. He did not, and he's going to do, instead of having one extra power bomb to later on, he's going to have to do some tricky shine sparks.
Oh yes, you're right, the lotto. I completely forgot. Yes, and this is that tricky shine spark that you mentioned. In fact, both players are doing tricky shine sparks right now. Destructor got the one that Whaler failed, so that's going to save him quite a bit of time. And now Whaler's got a really tricky section. Oh, and he whiffs it. That's too bad.
Fortunately.
He's going to have to reset and try that trick again.
I think
Good
those
news
side
for
spark
Team Hidakun.
have a name, right? They call it Ming Li, I think. I don't know what's the reason behind that name. Oh, same mistake. Too bad.
Yeah, he needs to jump over that and go from the other side. Or see, normally that block he's running into, that's a power bomb block, and he could use it because he's got one power bomb, but then he won't have enough power bombs for the next block, which is coming up later. So he has to basically do this to keep his speed boost, and he's going to do it again, and then he's going to do it again, and then he's going to do it again. It's like the infinite speed boost
Well.
chain. Finishing in
And there it is,
a
the final
wonderful
shine
power
spark.
spark. That's amazing. Very well done.
I think this power bomb was a reference to the gauntlet from Super Metroid, right?
Yeah, that power bomb is ridiculous. Alright, Destructor making his way back with his newly found suit and newly found powers. And he's just going to melt through all these space parts like there's ain't no thing. And coming up here in a few seconds, we're going to find out if he's going to go for early power bombs or not. Meanwhile, Whaler's making his way back down into the depths of Torian that's already been destroyed from the previous fight with Mother Brain. You can see there's all this green goo. I think it's brain matter.
It looks very drinkable.
I wouldn't drink it.
I mean, we would not actually drink it either.
It's definitely carbonated. You know, it's got a nice fizz on that drink. Maybe Nintendo should make a product. You know, a Red Bull Metroid drink.
I was gonna say Monster, but okay.
There you go. You can call it brain juice. Okay, so here we go. Destructor is going for the early power bombs. So this is a pretty cool little sequence he's going to do down here. He's going to basically try to get into a position with the space pirate to manipulate him into this really narrow tunnel. And if he can get the space pirate to go into this tunnel and then crawl back out just right, he can freeze him in such a way that lets him clip through the wall. So let's watch. Oh, he got it! Okay, so that
It
clip
works.
lets him get early power bombs. That's phenomenal.
I think this is normally the last power bomb thing you collect, and you just collect it first.
Yep. And that's an example, like I was saying earlier, of how this game has evolved over time. That trick is relatively new. That's within the last couple of years that trick was learned. I think, again, Scotty, we can thank for pioneering that one. Yeah, really opens up lots of cool possibilities. And you see he rolls under the map room there just to take no chances. This run, this is good. Destructor's making some progress, catching up to Whaler. Team, is it Dakara? How do you say that? Decora? God, you people are going to be making fun of me on chat. I don't even know how to say these animal names.
Also, I gotta admit one thing, since I'm no expert on the early power bombs route, I kinda don't know how is Destructor going to manage his power bombs from now on. I think he has to do more refills.
He has to do, yeah, he will take a refill right here. This is an intentional refill. There's no way around it. You have to refill here. This gives him 2. This gives him enough to get through the glass room and still have enough to try the lotto. And I believe just right now, just for reference, Destructor is ranked number 5th in the world, and Whaler is 10th. And here we're going to see Destructor pull off the glass room trick. He waits until the power bomb explodes, starts his run, stores a spark, breaks the thing, lays a power bomb, stores another spark, and he's going to go for the diagonal jump. Oh, that's a new strat I've never seen before. Okay, that's a safer strat, I guess.
That it's safer, but it looks scary, to be honest,
It's
because
a little
he felt
scary,
that
yeah.
it would not work, but it's probably actually safer.
Yeah, if you clip there, and see he is going to refill one more time just to get another set of power bombs. Yeah, I don't know if I like that strat. Because if you mess that room up, you have to redo your whole route. But he's in good shape. He's got 2 power bombs. Let's see if he gets any more. Meanwhile, Whaler is setting up for a pretty hard spin boost trick. I think this is one of the only spin boost tricks in the game. Oh, he actually didn't get it, so he's just going to go ahead and work his way through manually. Just running. That's a really hard trick. At least he gets the back end of it. So Kaya, what do you think about these runners? You think they're doing a good job?
I mean, obviously, yes.
Yeah, these guys are legendary. Okay, Destructor's getting the speed boost. He's going to go for that same kind of tricky, nasty, long, shine, spark sequence of death. Let's see if he
I
goes
don't
for
think there's a lot of depth on it, to be honest, but...
Shine, Spark of Frustration. How about that?
Haha, better name.
He gets it just fine. He's going to go for the Diagonal Spark.
At the very least, if you fail only the last Shine Spark, you can just rebuild it, so it's not that big of a deal.
That's true if you can get to that point. Meanwhile, Whaler's cleanup is looking pretty solid.
Something I don't know, how many power bombs do you need to have by the point in the game where Wheeler is right now? He has 4 and choose not to get more power bombs on the high jump boots statue, like... Wouldn't it be safer for him to actually get more?
I don't think he needs too many more at this point. But you know, I don't actually remember what the right count you should have is for this. Because remember, Destructor's going to do the early powerbomb route, and Whaler's doing the late powerbomb route, so it's a little bit different route. He's got a really cool ball spark here. It's probably the neatest ball spark in the game. That's a developer-intended ball spark. I feel like Zero Mission is just a constant showcase of tricks. It's just trick after trick after trick after trick. Just really hard, really cool, fascinating tricks.
And it's quite surprising how many of them are in fact dev intended. Because sometimes you do use like a true glitch, like that thing with the ice beam where you freeze some enemies and then bomb and then click the door. But for the most part, non-dev intended strats like, oh, devs expect you to shine spark vertically, but you shine spark diagonally to save some time. It's like the game actually was built as a speed game.
Oh yeah, no, and that's pretty clear as you play Metroid Dread that clearly the developers there took inspiration from this game. You know, basically in any of these Metroid games, if you ever see a ledge that is slanted, you know, just like slightly slanted, there's probably a way to speed boost against that ledge and use it for some trick or strategy. Like here, you're gonna see Whaler.
I don't understand what was Whaler doing. He actually entered the plasma beam room again. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing there. Maybe he missed an item? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought he was building a spark too, but he kinda did not build a spark there, so...
It may have been a refill for a... Actually, I wasn't paying attention. I was watching Destructor.
Nah, he gave up on the refill too. I think one thing I can think of, he decided to check if he did not forget that missile, which he did in fact not, so...
It could also be muscle memory. I've sometimes gone into that room just thinking like, oh, I just go through and, you know, like it's the first time through the room.
Yeah,
it's actually the second time through the room.
Too.
Yeah, it could just be muscle memory. I mean, these runners
people are asking if early PB save time. Yes, by the standards of this game, as far as I know, it saves a lot of time.
Yeah, early PBs definitely saves time because there's a whole backtrack that you no longer have to do to go back and get this item. So you're going to see Destructor start to choke up on Whaler as he finishes cleanup here.
It's kind of an interesting question though, how much time early PB saves on hard mode. because since you do not, since you only get one power bomb per tank, and by doing RPBs you would have only one power bomb tank, together with the fact that you need to take damage in order to do RPBs, and on hard mode you die 4 times as fast than on normal mode, because not only you have reduced health, enemies also deal double damage, so you're dying 4 times as fast. RPBs do not save as much time on hard mode. I think it
Yeah,
saves like
and
10 seconds.
Yeah, and you'd need to take damage, like you said, to even get those PBs. So if you die trying to get those early power bombs, that's not worth it. So yeah, I mean, it's like anything in this game. There's risk versus reward, and a lot of these strategies, you're risking 2 or 3 minutes just to save 10 seconds. Maybe not 2 or 3 minutes, but maybe you're risking 20 seconds to save 5 seconds. This is really clean. Okay, so Destructor's going to come through. He's going to have a nice little spark on the way back out to get this missile tank. And then we're going to see a pretty fun sequence of spin boosts as he comes back across this really, really long room. And you'll notice he shot straight up there. That was to pre-arm the door so that he can blast pre-arm the floorboard so you can blast that door. And he gets a nice long spin boost.
Yeah, I was talking right now about dev intended versus not dev intended. Devs actually allow you to use Shine Spark on that run. That's what the devs talk. But you can, instead of Shine Spark, which has a slow bonk animation, just keep doing very precise, I almost say wall jumps, like space jumps. And yeah, it's definitely a high risk, low reward trick, that one. With the fact we saw both runners actually doing a series of jumps there instead of just Shine Spark, which is the safer method, shows how great those guys actually are.
Oh yeah, agreed. The Shine Spark is infinitely safer, but if you can pull off that trick, it's not terribly hard to do. You just have to hit the button at a very specific tempo. It's kind of like a speed that you mash on, but it has to be a very specific speed to do it right. And if you can get the muscle memory down, you can do it every try. But it does take practice. It's just like any of these other tricks, like bomb jumping or infinite bomb jumping. You have to just learn the timing.
Yeah, I personally find it kind of hard. I tried it a few times and like, wow, I keep bonking on the rocks, so I eventually gave up. Because you really lose less than 5 seconds by just doing the Shine Spark. And as you said, you can potentially...
Oh, and if you mess it up, it's bad.
Half a minute if you mess up.
If you mess that up, it's really, really bad. Yeah, I think most people, they either, it's going to sound really obvious, but they either are pressing the button way too fast, like they're trying to spam it too fast, or they're just pushing it too slow. There's kind of this uncomfortable medium tempo. I think someone actually found a song that matches the right tempo, so if you just listen to that song and hit the button to the beat, you'll get it every time. But I agree with you. Just don't do the trick. Just go for the safe route if you're learning the game. Especially because this trick is so late in the game. If you're on a really good run, to lose it over a trick like that would be really sad. But that's why these players are the best. They take the risks. So here we're seeing Whaler go back and get the early power bomb that Destructor got the first time way through.
I think that's the last power bomb, right? I've read asked it also, but it should be the last.
I think that's the last. Destructor's coming back through the temple one last time to get the final power bomb that's hidden up there. So his final power bomb will be up in this area.
I mean, not counting the two actually intended for power bombs, right?
That's right. Oh, that's right, yes.
Actually, I think that with that power bomb, Whaler is at 99% item completion. He just needs to get one final E-Tank, which I think we all know is surprisingly annoying to get, and then it's just item 10.
Yeah, that E-Tank is... I think a lot of people consider that E-Tank to be the true final boss of this game. It's not the Mecha Ridley, it's the E-Tank before it. So we're going to watch Whaler attempt to go for the C-Tank. Now there's a couple different options. You can go for the swag strat and kind of YOLO it and try to do a sequence of really, really tight hairpin space jumps where you can't hit the ceiling and you can't hit the floor, so you have to basically just perfectly thread the line. Or you can, okay, and he's going to go for it. He's going for it. Oh, he's got it. He got it. Okay. That was great. That was fantastic. Okay, so that lets him now not have to go through this room twice. Because normally you're supposed to boost across that gap. You're not supposed to do what he did. So that's some skills right there. And I gotta tell you, as a runner of this game myself, when you nail that trick at the end of a race, it feels really good. So Whaler going into this final fight has probably got a lot of good adrenaline. He's probably feeling really good.
And even though you... Oh, sorry, let me talk from the beginning. So I think at this point widely known fact is if you have 100% of the items, Iron Ted does in fact get triple health and double damage too. I have seen some people in the past claim, oh, it's like it's a dynamic difficult thing. The more items you have, the more health he has. It's not really dynamic. It's like from 0 to 99% of items, he has a certain amount of health. 100% of the items suddenly triples.
Now, that's a
he's
funny
keeping
glitch
a
I've never
missile
seen
alive.
before. I've never seen that before. What the hell is that?
Oh, it glitched. What's going on?
Oh my gosh. Okay, I've never seen that before. That's cool. Alright, so now he's got the infamous Metroid countdown. I don't know, he's got 4 minutes to get this done. Do you think he'll get it done in time?
I think he will because it's normal mode. On hard mode where he only has 3 minutes, oh, that might be scarier. Or not.
Meanwhile, Destructor's making his way back up. With his early power bombs in hand. Yeah, and we're not even commenting or pointing out all the different strategies these guys are using. It's pretty hard. Like right there, Destructor just jumped through the door. He may not have realized, but that was a door frame transition that saves about a second. If he jumps through the door doesn't have to transition vertically in the black space off the screen. So little subtle things like that are happening all the time in this run.
Talk about Subuto. He did not get the only one shine spark, only one run shine spark to get the final shine spark. You know. Sorry, that did not make a whole lot of sense.
But he got the good backup though, so he's still safe. He can. But he loses the.
Oh no.
That's too bad.
It's kind of sad to miss 100% because it's easier there, right? You can just like
yeah.
Build
after
the
having
from afar and so.
Missing that really hurts, especially after nailing that energy tank and having such a good Mecha Ridley fight. To like end the run missing that really hurts.
But
But
it's
overall,
not a terrible time loss, but like it does feels bad, you know.
This is a great run, and he's also got good strats on these final 2 Black Pirates. Great job. And here we're coming up on a GG. That's it, time.
GG.
Or I guess we're doing credits, right? For the relay. So there we have it, 2022 100% 2D Metroid Relay. Team Dakara, Whaler, posts up a good finishing time. So up next, we're going to see Metroid Fusion. Meanwhile, we have Destructor finishing up his race. So he just came out of the room that had the early power bombs.
For us to actually disconnect, so sorry, when do we say our bye-byes?
I'm not sure. I'm just going to wait until someone else figures that out. Okay, so we have Destructor coming in. He's going to finish this last really hard trick. Again, I think this is the hardest trick in the game, the final boss, the final energy tank. Let's see if he does it in 1 or 2 passes.
Well, unfortunately missed the first jump, but okay, that's not the punishing part.
Okay, let's try again. Okay, take a breather. Just relax. You got this, Destructor. There you go. Okay, he's going for it. Breathe. Focus. Oh, he missed it. See, that's why this trick is super, super hard. And see, now what he has to do is he has to reset the room and try again. That's why this is the final boss of Metroid Zero Mission.
And he's trying again. No Shine Spark for me. He's going for it again.
Oh.
No.
It
Okay, at
hurts.
this point,
It
I
hurts
think he
to
should
watch.
just use the Shine Spark.
Well, he might go again. He might go again. At this point, we'll see. He's going for it.
Again.
Got this. Come on. You got this. You got this. Easy. You got it. Yes.
Pog Champ.
There it is.
Post Pog Champ in chat, come on.
Come on, chat. Let's give Destructor some love for finally getting that hard trick. That's a really, really tough trick to pull off, and under all this pressure. Great one run by Whaler, executive producer. So we're about to see the final time coming up. And hopefully we see Samus in a certain costume, because that means that we get 100% of items. If not...
No, we already know about 100% because I don't add to twice as long.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you already knew.
However, one thing I want to mention, even though he needs 6 super missiles to die, you need actually less than 18 to kill him on 100%. And somebody just joined the call, so I guess that's my cue to go since I have originally joined first. So
That's
hey,
fine,
see
yeah.
you guys.
Take
It
care,
was fun
thanks.
to commentate. I really hope my commentate was like good enough. My accent is the greatest. I don't often train speaking English. And see you all.
Thanks, Kaio. I think you did a great job. And there we go. Clear time, 54
thank
minutes even. That's a fantastic time. 100% items. Great job, Whaler.
GG for Whaler.
A special thanks to Whaler for throwing this whole shindig, setting this whole thing up. And so with that, looks like we're now on our way into Metroid Fusion.
We are, and I have just hopped over here. I'm Autumn Out of Habit, and I will be talking over the Metroid Fusion Hundo part. So we've got Ryan Ford already underway for Team Decora. Meanwhile, we have Polesmar on deck on the right side, and Metroid Fusion going to be a little bit different than what we've seen today in that we have plot and we have a lot of required progression. We've seen a lot of sequence breaking today, and I'm not going to see a whole lot of that going forward here. Coming up and having the computer tell us that something broke out in the containment room, so we need to take care of that Hornode. And in the first couple minutes of the run, we actually have to talk to Adam 4 times in different navigation rooms before we go up and start getting our abilities to move forward. Yet another game that we do run on the Japanese version of the game, at least for any category that doesn't use memory corruption, which requires English. But in this version, the savings on text are a couple of minutes here. And chat referencing my history as a rando player, asking what item we'll see in the first data room, and of course the first item of the run will be missiles. But right now, Adam telling us that we can go get those missiles upgraded us from the previous cutscene, where he said we had a 10% chance to survive, to now we have a 20% chance to survive. But having seen some of Ryan's runs in the past, I think he'll do a little bit better than that 20%.
Good afternoon, chat. Coming right out of my Zero Mission run, I am Whalerynth, coming in to help Autumn commentate this Fusion run.
Happy to have you on board here.
I'm looking forward to this. I think we have 2 good players here. Paul's more coming in for Destructor here, and I think they'll give us an excellent performance.
Absolutely, 2 great runners we have here, and we have this down to a very close race after what we've seen today, so pretty hype. Ryan going to pick up his missiles on the operation deck.
Is this even randomized?
This is, to the best of my knowledge, not randomized, but I suppose we'll see.
Well, at any rate, we will be heading over to Arachnus, the first boss, and I hopes that he certainly hands us the Morph Ball.
Yeah, one can hope. Although, with the randomizer, it does have to be one of the 5 items in that area, but for once, I'm not talking about rando.
Yes.
Ryan pulling off a very swag wall kick, going on the way down after shooting out that missile Garen.
I really
because-
like seeing the different strats that each runners do in this fall here. You see some people just climb up, you see some extra wall jumps here and there, some platforming. Really vary between all of the runners.
Absolutely, and with a very, very linear run like Metroid Fusion, it's a lot of the little flair that runners like to use just to really differentiate themselves.
That's kind
Because-
of part of building her out, building each of your strats. Some strats are harder than others, some are easier than others, risk, reward. That's all part of what makes speedrunning fun. You get to tailor the run to your own interests.
Absolutely, and we are going to start off very healthy here. The game kindly giving us a second energy tank before the first boss. We last saw Arachnus in the Return of Samus run. This boss, we really hope for is that we don't see Arachnus give us any rolls. Ryan not getting that luck today. Arachnus with 150 health will take 15 of our missiles to kill. And let's see if Ryan is going to try to set up a double here. And that is our Morph Ball.
That looks like a sweet spot to me.
That was a sweet spot. So whenever you kill a Core X to get your power-ups, which don't count toward percentage in this game, there's a certain spot on the screen where if you kill the boss right in the right, or the core right in the right spot, you can immediately pick up the item. Otherwise, you have to wait for it to go to that position on the screen, and then just are at the mercy of the game for when it actually becomes interactable.
Yeah, the X sometimes likes to go back and forth a little bit, so it can take a little bit to be capturable. Paul's board just starting his run. He's definitely going to do his best to catch up to Ryan here. We're nearing the end of the relay here, getting into these last 2 runs, but these are the 2 longest, so we've still got a couple hours of gameplay yet to decide the winner.
Absolutely, and I think the real winner is everyone here watching today, getting 6 games worth of Metroid Hundo. I know I can't think of many better ways to spend a Saturday.
Oh, certainly not. I've been looking forward to this for quite a while. Ryan hitting these sectors, but it seems that we have an unwelcome visitor. Who could that be?
You know, this looks like the person we were looking at 2 games ago.
I think you're right, that's Samus. But then if that's Samus, who are we playing as?
We're playing as Metroid, clearly.
Ah, but Metroid can't crawl.
He cannot. You know, I really want the Metroid game where the super missiles you get can just blow up a door like that. I think that will be very satisfying.
You know, you have to wonder why our super missiles aren't nearly as effective as those ones.
Yeah, actually, one thing that's been pointed out to me based on the sprite is the super missiles here are the same as the regular missiles from Super Metroid, as opposed to being full supers. Now, here's one thing that we do since the community switched a few years back to RTA timing is text smashing is required. You can't just hold down a button here. You need to hold down a button to make the text scroll more quickly, but then you have to let go and tap another button in order to move on to the next box. And it waits until you press the button again after switching the text box to let it start moving quickly. So there's a bit of a rhythm and definitely an art to it. That's one of the reasons why we're running on the Japanese version, partly also because this game's in-game timer only goes in terms of full minutes. So using RTA timing gives us a way to get a little bit more precision in our timing. And Pulsmore has his missiles now as well, making his way down to Arachnus.
text is, as you said, incredibly important, and it has in the past decided races. So that should give an idea, Chad, of just how significant text is. Even just separating the time between the English and the Japanese versions of the game, you're dealing with approximately 3 minutes of text, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Now here, on the way down here, you'll see Ryan morphing in the air and unmorphing. The Samus does not travel slower than her missiles, but you need the missiles to clear out the pirates below you. When you morph or unmorph in midair, it stops Samus's vertical momentum. So by doing that, you can stall just enough to let the missiles fall down faster than Samus to take the pirates out of your way.
And usually we might see our runners fire an extra missile, and the reason they might fire an extra missile is because you never know whether the pirates are going to be on the right side of the room or the left side of the room, and taking extra insurance just in case a pirate might be there is always a good idea.
Yeah, typically you see 3, but every now and then the pirates decide to disrespect you and give you a 4th. And Sector 1, all about missile management. Because we don't have Charge Beam, there's going to be an eye door that requires 3 missiles to take out. You can come into this sector with 20 or 25 missiles, depending on the routing. And you need to use missiles to get through a lot of the enemies quicker. You'll see a lot of runners, and one thing that we'll see Paulsmore try to do, we'll try to not take any damage through Sector 1, partly because we don't want damage, but also when Samus is at full health, you guarantee a green X drop, which gives missile ammo. Ryan is getting here with 5 missiles though, so we may see him try to get a double missile on the eye door. And the way that works is you do a spin jump while firing your missiles so that one of the missiles starts slightly ahead of the others. Eye doors and core X's, when you hit them with a missile, immediately go invulnerable, but if you hit them with 2 missiles on the same frame, they will take damage from both of them.
Ryan's definitely trying to set up the sweet spot here.
Absolutely. It looked like he was also going for a double setup that is a little bit tight to get. Unfortunately not getting it, but he will pick up his charge beam, which will be a great way of dealing damage moving forward.
Absolutely one of the more challenging doubles to get are on these beam cores here.
Yeah, a trick with the beam cores, they're only vulnerable when the eyes open, and only the eye portion is vulnerable. Now Ryan here doing a little bit of a skip. Well, you're supposed to go around the room, shoot a hole in the wall, and shoot the stabilizer. That's slow. So what we do is just take some damage off the stabilizer so that we can clip it to its hitbox. Charge beam, it looks like one shot, but it actually has 2 particles, and there's also a flare at the end of Samus's gun. Each particle is going to do 10 damage, and the flare does 5. And if you get all 25 damage on the stabilizer, you take it out in one shot. So that is something that we will see a few times throughout the run.
Oh yeah.
Ryan taking out the last of the stabilizers. The atmosphere going unstable in Sector 1. So that is our first mission. Each sector we go through, basically we have a little bit of a mission to go on. And that's really one of the things just from a Metroid game being ported onto a portable system with more power than the original Game Boy, is that they wanted to make everything kind of bite-sized in what you had to do so that even if you had a short session, you could still make meaningful progress. Definitely used to have some mixed reaction to how linear the game can be, but time has really improved the community's opinion on Metroid Fusion.
I definitely think, especially for the Fusion community, there's definitely some frustration with all the text, but as for the actual gameplay, a lot of the runners do enjoy it.
Absolutely.
It's like, I feel like the logical comparison to make here is Fusion has text, Super Metroid has all of that long time that you spend sitting through item fanfare.
Yeah, fortunately Fusion not nearly as bad with that. This is also an interesting hundo run, in that a lot of the run looks very much like any percent, except with more ammo and more energy. But then once you get past Ridley, you just go on a world tour making sure not to set foot in any navigation room, and have to go around and collect all kinds of stuff that, as a speedrunner, we really don't need.
Some of those tricks we'll see on cleanup are going to be really, really cool. I know I always look forward to Sector 6 and Sector 2.
Oh, absolutely. I've been working on my Sector 6, trying to get into Hundo myself, and some very swag-looking tricks that I'm hoping we'll see out of our runners.
I'm almost certain we'll see a few of them at Baltimore. I have not seen Ryan play Hundo in full, so I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what Sector 6 will look like from his perspective.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things. A lot of cleanup strats, there are very swag and fast ways, but there are also much safer alternatives that don't cost a ton of time to not go for.
Ryan here is entering the tropical sector, Sector 2 as we call it, and he is going to make a detour over here to unlock the level 1 doors. These are, I guess this mechanic is something you'll see 4 times throughout the run, where our runners will have to go out of their way to unlock varying colored doors. In this case, we were unlocking the blue doors here.
Meanwhile, Pelsmar getting the double on the eye door, getting one of his doubles on the charge core, was trying to set up a double-double, didn't quite get it. But each double that you get on a core saves about 3 seconds, if I recall correctly.
That sounds right, yes.
So definitely making up some time here.
It may look like Baltimore is skipping a missile there to the left, but he will be coming back to this room later for a missile that's Shine Spark missile up in the core room, so he will be getting a few items here later.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, that missile is in a water room, so it is much quicker to get when you have power bombs and gravity suit. Meanwhile, Ryan picking up his bombs. Fusion has a little bit of a different mechanic as far as how bombs work in relation to bomb jumping. There's no concept really of infinite bomb jumping. Doing mid-air bomb jumps is, I believe, frame perfect. And you'll actually see a lot of times runners will do small hops to avoid getting hit by bombs on the ground, because it is very slow getting knocked up by bombs, which is a bit different from what you see in most Metroid games where we really want to take advantage of that.
I think it's pretty safe to say that this might be the worst incarnation of the bombs upgrade we see in a Metroid game. At least one of them, if not the worst.
Yeah, at least in terms of 2D Metroids, I don't think there's anyone who would ever argue against that. And I say that as someone who only runs Fusion for now. Yeah. Although watching this marathon has me wanting to learn pretty much everything.
Not only are you unable to, I guess, infinite bomb jump if you're, I guess, a traditional human. I believe you can do it if you're a TAS, but the time it takes for a bomb to blow up is just so much longer than any other Metroid.
Yeah, they really wanted to do that. They also changed the wall jump mechanic, so there is no single wall jumping.
That is a feature, though, that we will see recurring here in Dread, I believe.
Yeah, although Dread makes a lot more mobility after the wall jumps to at least improve upon that. Actually, one interesting thing from the randomizer for this game, if you have screw attack, you can single wall jump, so it is a deliberate choice that they took that out of the game.
Yeah, one thing about the GBA droids that doesn't apply to Super Metroid is when you obtain the space jump, an upgrade we'll be grabbing later, much later, you lose the ability to wall jump.
Yeah, that actually makes the space jump one of my least favorite power-ups. Although, at least in this game, the timing on that is much more consistent feeling than in Super. Also, Ryan getting a trick called Ouch Missile, shooting a missile in the gap between the enemy and the ceiling to knock out the door a little bit more quickly. And we are up against a huge RNG gauntlet. Zazabi can give us anywhere between 5 and 12 total jumps. Each time it opens up, you have to hit it with 2 shots, or on the last phase 4.
If you're really lucky, you can get a 3-jump Zazabi. I want to say it's like a 1 at 128, though, or maybe 1 at 64, I don't remember.
We are certainly not seeing that today, though.
Each phase of Zazaby can give a different number of jumps. The first round of Zazaby will give you 0 to 3 jumps. The second one will give you 1 to 4, and the third one will give you 2 to 5.
And picking up the high jump, which is very useful because otherwise we wouldn't be able to get back out of this room. And what Zazaby's attack is really trying to do, it's trying to eat Samus, and then you have to bomb it to get out of there. Much like we saw with the Queen in Metroid 2, except you can't damage it from in there.
Interesting to note, another thing from Randomizer we seem to be calling back to Rando quite frequently lately is power bombs do not actually work to get you out of Zazaby's clutches. Only the bombs. So that is one of the usages of bombs that are exclusive. Oh, Ryan going for the sack skip here. Oh no. Oh no.
You hate to see it. This is a skip that you can do if you have 4 energy tanks. But that is going to send Ryan back to the beginning of the game, it looks like. I don't know all of the specifics on the positioning. I've just been learning that skip myself. And with the right positioning, you just hold left and you can get out, but I've noticed there are complicating factors.
In a situation like that, what you have to do is you just morph. You can jump over that. It's very tight, but the easier way to get around that is if you morph, the super missile will just go right over your head.
Good to know. I actually had a recent run where I just did a panic jump and somehow jumped over the super. Not recommended, though. And we see Ryan making his way back through the beginning of the game. Meanwhile, Pulsemore going through Sector 2 here. And picking up some more items on the way through here. That way we don't have to go to this bottom left side of Sector 2 when we revisit. And chat talking about how this will give Team Etikun a bit of a chance to catch up here. That is roughly about a 15-minute time swing.
Ryan's going to need to play like he's never played before. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And there we see Pulsemore going for a shot cancel. That's a small trick that you'll see a lot of times throughout the Metroid Fusion run. And basically, you want to shoot right as you're coming in contact with a ledge. Normally, you have to wait for Samus to land on a ledge. But if you shoot at just the right time, it will immediately snap Samus to the ledge and can start running right away. The downside to going for those in a lot of places is you can end up grabbing a ledge that you would otherwise land on just a little bit slower, so there is a bit of risk there. But absolutely something that you see, especially at the highest levels of Metroid Fusion. Also, chat asking the question, wouldn't playing like he's never played before be a detriment? And I have to say that I think they have a point there.
Well, depends on how you look at it. You can either PB, or, well, we'll assume that's what's going to happen.
You know, Pulsemore with the very nice sweet spot there. You saw him wall jump and then shoot and immediately respin a couple of times in the air. Whenever that happens, that also pauses momentum and basically allows Samus to slow her descent. And what Pulsemore was doing with that is trying to lead the core into the right spot. And then you saw that he shot a couple of missiles up. And the goal is basically, because we want to hit 2 missiles on the same frame, to put the missiles so that the core will run into them rather than shooting directly at it. And Pulsemore also going for the skip. Should have it here.
Yep. Sax didn't even get the chance to fire that shot off.
Yeah, and just we get to do some fun things with SAX's AI in this game. Because you see, you just run through the door and it's like it completely forgot you existed, and You would think that it would keep chasing you, but there is nothing outside of that room and as far as it's concerned. And we will do some very fun things to get around those as we get through the run.
Ryan about to have a fun time with Arachnus once again.
Yeah, picking up
Arachnus
some
has the
energy from the attic.
unfortunate experience of having to die 3 times. I can't say I don't feel bad for the fella.
Yeah, but he's giving rolls both times, so I think he deserves it.
Yeah,
Especially
I
at
think
the
you're right
higher
about
levels, that can be the difference between PBing and not PBing, is what kind of luck you get out of Arachnus.
That's true there. Not just Arachnus. Zazaby as well. Yakuza. All sorts of bosses love to make RNG traps for our runners, and animals too, as we'll be seeing later. Doors. Fusion really, at the end of the day, unless you're playing easy, is just an RNG simulator.
There is one way around that that I've found, and that is just be bad at the game, and the RNG can't really cost you.
Got that right. But unfortunately, we have 2 good runners here, so that isn't quite an excuse they get to make.
Yeah, there are trade-offs. I suppose when speedrunning, it's better to go fast and have an RNG gauntlet than to just not go fast. Cosmore on his way into Sector 4. Adam telling us that there is something going on with an entity called Ceres that is fast and powerful and could threaten the station.
So this is a good chance to call back to the power of the charge beam. I believe we were talking just about how powerful the charge beam is here, but we're going to be using that, I guess I'm not sure how you would call it, shockwave or something that comes right out from Samus. It's kind of like a weird crevice circular.
Yeah, we call that the flare.
Yeah, the flare. But the goal is to fire both halves of the charge beam as well as the flare into Ceres to be able to do a total of 26 damage. This will allow us to kill Ceres in 2 charge beam shots.
Yeah, and there is some RNG involved in Ceres as well. It has a few different movement patterns, as we'll see. Some of them are easier to predict the follow-up than others. And Posmore just putting on a clinic of how to get through Sector 4. And you see waiting for the bomb to go off before standing right back up to make sure that he is not launched by that bomb. And we have a lot of ladders and monkey bars in this section. And you'll see that runners will do whatever they can to spend as little time on those as possible, as those are some of the slowest ways to move in the game. Also, we will see that runners try to stay on the ground as much as they can, as Samus's horizontal speed in the air is half of her speed on the ground.
Paul's had a fun time with that vertical room heading up to Ceres.
Yeah, also using the charge flare and the 2 portions of the beam to one-shot that eye door. That one being underwater, it is very difficult to avoid its shots. We always know that Ceres is going to start with that pattern it gave there. And then it has a few things it can do. It can crisscross between, it can go straight, or it can do a large arc. And Pulsmore making short work of the Sea Serpent. And going to line up a sweet spot, he gets it, and there is the speed booster. We can officially go fast now.
That's about as perfect of a Ceres fight as you're going to see.
100% on that. So now here, normally you can't get a spark off in a 2-tile high gap, but by mashing the buttons or double tapping A in a certain pattern, depending, you can actually spark through killing those enemies and being a little bit faster to build up your charge to get out of there. And now we're going to clean up a few items through the rest of Sector 4 on our way out.
Sector 4, interestingly enough, is the only sector that you don't pick up any items when you're in cleanup. You do go through it, but you don't pick anything up.
Yeah, although you do have to pick up one item on your way out the second time. And that is an item that, if runners get a 99%, that's often the culprit.
Ah, yes, that hidden power bomb tank, I believe it is.
Pulsemore going the upper route. A lot of times you see players try to go through the water thinking it's more direct, but you can actually run quicker just by going on top and picking up the missile tank there. And we're going to see him speeding into the pump control room. Normally we see runners try to do a quick diagonal spark to get out of here more quickly. Because we need to pick up this missile tank, we cannot use that strategy. But we are going to be coming up on what could be a very swag strat here, trying to get a precise shine spark. Not getting that. So we'll just run out of the sector. Oh, right, we don't go for that in Hundo because you have to pick up this missile pack.
Nope. Just a quick divergence here. Oh, Paulsmore not generating enough movement to get that speed booster. He has to reset the room.
And then just as soon as that speed is available, immediately setting for that spark and going back. And that's just one of the things that you see happen at the high levels of play.
Oh my gosh. Paulsmore killed that crab at the wrong frame, so that yellow X that spawned just circled the crab on top. Not much he can really do about it.
I don't think I've ever seen it give that bad of a pattern.
It happens every once in a while, but I would like to point out, though, that he got the frame-perfect morph to store that speed booster charge. That's something we want to see a runner get in Sector 3, which is just coming up here in a minute.
Yeah, meanwhile in here, it is just for swag purposes, as there's not really much to do with it in Sector 4.
The goal is to be able to spark that crab, but not with the pattern Paul's got.
And meanwhile, Ryan, on his way back through Sector 1, we'll see him going over into Sector 2. And Pulsmore going to go open our next level of blocks. We're going to open Security Level 2 in Sector 3. And one thing that frustrates me to no end is that Level 1 locks are in Sector 2, Level 2 locks are in 3, Level 3 locks are in 5, and Level 4 locks are in 4. So only one of them lines up. And as a commentator, if you're looking at a randomizer of this game, numbers just kind of go out the window. And Pulsar getting some very good mesh on the text there. We need to go to a data room to download our super missiles. That will make missiles 3 times more powerful.
One thing I really, really like about this part of the game, though, is for the accessible parts of Sector 3, you won't find any enemies here until you unlock these level 2 doors.
Absolutely. A theme through the game is that as you open up more locks, it lets more enemies out. And Pulsmore using the speed booster to open the way to the room, and then while the bomb is waiting to go off, went to go pick up the energy tank, or the missile tank rather, down below. And just small optimizations like that really add up over the course of a run, especially in a Hundo run, which you usually see taking in the hour 40, hour 50 range. And let's see if we can get a precise spark here out of Pulsmore. He's going to try to store a spark on the exact space where he broke that block, and that would allow him to spark up here. Unfortunately, not quite getting it. And we are going to see Bob. This missile tank is named Bob. For the longest time, we did not have any way around collecting that item, and the lowest percentage you could get in this game was 1%. There is a clip in the North American version that you can skip that and get a true 0% run. But not something we see there, and because that was the one item we had to get, Bob has a name.
Interestingly enough, while we are on the topic of Bob, you actually can skip Bob. There are two ways to do it. One of which is if you're playing I believe it's the English version, you can clip through and be able to skip it. The alternative, regardless of what version you're playing, is there's a very, very difficult Shine Spark chain with 7 frames of leeway, which will allow you to generate a spark to dash through that blue vine-like thing.
Yeah, it is so precise that I forgot that's even a method, that it has been done in real time, but we would never see that in a marathon. And now, get your cat jams in chat. We have everyone's favorite security robot Box here.
But just as we say hello, we say goodbye.
Box is going back into storage. Very quick fight. There are a couple of other strats that try to keep Box from moving to the left at all so that we don't have to wait for it to move back. Those can be a bit dangerous though because they involve clipping into its hitbox, so you don't see that all the time. It's always fun when we get to see that strategy, but Pelsmore just going for a very classic and efficient kill. And chat mentioning about clips being English only, and that's because Metroid Fusion is a weird case where the North American release came out before the Japanese release, so usually you see the Japanese version of a lot of games having more bugs that can be exploited, and then they are fixed in the US releases. But in this case, it is completely the opposite of that.
That's a very good thing, though, because if you do skip the box missile, it will not respawn later in the game when you revisit that room.
Yeah, that is true, and in a Hundo Marathon, that would be a big problem. And Ryan is going to have to watch his health here, down to 94 health, and enemies in Sector 2 do hit like a truck.
Those
Should be
Zoras
safe here.
especially hit for 45.
Yeah, and especially for newer runners of this game, until you get really consistent, Sector 2 is where a lot of runs die.
He should be home free to that E-Tank at this point, though.
Yeah, it would take something truly unforeseen. Meanwhile, Postmore going into our dark sector, Sector 6. Being sent over there to download the Varia suit, because every time that we have used a data room so far, the X have then come through and destroyed it.
The X are getting smarter. Round 2. All right, Zazaby, how many jumps are you going to give Ryan?
So far, we've got 2. And Ryan impatiently swinging Samus's gun around. That is something you'll see a lot of runners do to express our displeasure.
4?
And Pulsar just making very quick work of Sector 6, using a respin to the left and shooting some blocks out so that he doesn't have to go through a maze-like room. And we are going to get the freest energy tank in the run. Oh, jumping a little bit early. The goal here is to lay a bomb before you pick up the E-Tank a little off the ground. It will blow up in the fanfare when you pick up the energy tank. And that way you don't actually have to spend any time getting that E-Tank. So that is the most consistently picked up ones in other categories. Of course, in 100%, we don't really think about skipping anything. And we're about to see, speaking of skips, another SAX skip. There are a few different versions of this one, so let's see which one Pulsmore goes for. So here, if you just jump up and shoot the SAX in the foot, it'll run back and jump over you every time, giving you room to just walk through and go through a door. And once again, SAX just losing object permanence, and once you're through that door, you might as well not exist anymore.
This is a concept we will see enhanced upon in Dread.
It looks like Ryan taking another death here does have a safety save that he took before that skip this time. And Pulsemore expressing his displeasure at that Exos stealing his Varia suit. We're going up against Barrier Core. This is the only boss in the game.
Alright, got it this time.
Yeah. This boss cannot be damaged with missiles, and Pulsemore putting on a clinic here. So what you want to do with this boss is get hit by it so that you end up inside its hitbox. That way you're able to hit it with all three parts of your charge shot to do more damage. Another beautiful sweet spot and picking up the Varia suit. The ugliest rendition of the Varia suit in the entire Metroid series, if I do say so myself. That is
Nice bomb jump.
That was a nice bomb jump, and that will save time, because the alternative is you have to climb up this room, which is pretty slow to climb up the ladder, and there are crumble blocks below a missile up here. If you don't get that bomb jump, you have to fall through here, turning around after picking up the missile so that he can grab the ledge and make sure he's not taking any chances.
Speaking of that room, though, I really like how they work that room. The first time you go through it after picking up the Varia suit, you'll notice how most of the Ice X try to run into Samus to kill her, but the one at the very top will actually run away from Samus, signifying that it recognizes that they are no longer a predator.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't get to show off here, because Pulsemore made good work of the sector, is that because of Samus's Metroid DNA in this, she is extremely vulnerable to cold damage, so touching Blue X on the way down hits like an absolute truck. And Pulsemore picking up a missile in a room that he had prepared by bombing that wall on his way down earlier. We do that as we're falling down there anyway early in the game, and then able to just pick up the power-up to save a little bit of time. And now Adam is just going to express his surprise that the X were able to download a power-up that was meant for Samus. But now that we can handle cold, we are going to move over to Sector 5, the Arctic sector.
This will be the only sector that we revisit, I believe, 4 times.
Yeah, that is true. I never thought about how we end up going through here 4 times. And at chat, calling the suit the kinder name that we call it is the mustard suit. Have to say, really happy that Dread did a redesign on that suit.
Ryan is now on his way to Ceres. Our water snake is going to attempt to ram itself into Ryan, but the charge beam is a powerful tool.
That it is. And, of course, for anyone who has seen any of my runs, it is well known that Ceres is definitely my favorite boss in the game.
From personal experience, a lot of, I guess, casual players of Fusion generally like to spam missiles. So it's definitely an interesting note that missiles, even at their strongest, are not always as effective as the beam.
Yeah, with the missiles that we have here, it takes 5 hits to take out Ceres, and every time you hit Ceres, it does the enrage phase that takes a lot of time, so you really want to not add any unnecessary cycles. Meanwhile, Pulsemore going down into Sector 5, jumping through a door. Like we saw a couple points in the Zero Mission run, we do have a concept of door fixes now that we use RTA timing in this game. And so there are certain doors that you'll see runners jump through so that the door doesn't have to scroll up or down, or at least can scroll less. And over the course of the run, I want to say it saves about 20 seconds. A couple of them do save over a second individually. And this is very much a game with the linearity and not a lot of ability to break sequence, that the micro optimizations really add up and are where we get some top times. Pulsemore opening up the level 3 locks. I'm sure this won't unleash any more X anywhere in the station or cause any problems. And Ryan getting a good pattern there. Anytime you see Sarah's zigzag between the platforms, you know it's going to do a large arc to the second to last gap on the opposite side of the direction it was going. Able to make short work of Saris.
Now he's got the speed booster and going fast.
And Pulsemore going less fast, picking up the ice missiles, so we've been using missiles a lot throughout the course of the run to take out enemies more quickly, but now they will freeze before they die. And unlike in other games in the series, we don't have the ability to turn any of our upgrades off.
Missile upgrade, I say missile downgrade.
I would agree.
And that doesn't even take into account the fact that every missile upgrade you get increases the amount of time you have to wait to fire your missiles.
And that also makes it even more difficult to get doubles as you go through the game, so that becomes progressively more difficult. Although at least you do get some increase in damage on the ice missiles. They actually add an additional 10 damage to your missiles, taking the total up to 40 out of the 45 that we will have by the end of the run.
What is that shadow going in the back of Pulsemore's screen?
I don't know. We can't really worry about that, though. Get your Franker's in chat, because we're having a problem over in Franker's.
Emergency and Franker Z.
And I'm sorry in advance, chat, I don't know the song. Yeah, we have 6 minutes until the main boiler of the station will explode, and that seems like that would cause a bit of a problem. Ooh, Ryan shine sparking just a couple pixels high there, going over the item instead of collecting that missile on the way over. Not a huge time loss, just one of those things that never feels good when you get that.
Yes, from chat. Look at the Franker Z bark. Here is he bark so free. Bark, 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 Franker Z!
I mean, I'll let you keep going.
That's the entire thing. It's pretty short, but it's always fun.
Hey, you can't blame me for trying to see how long I could make you go for on that.
I mean, I wish it were longer. I would sing for as long as I would have to. Pulsemore making quick work of Franker Z here. It is a shame that the Franker Z unfortunately left us a couple years ago.
That is a true tragedy, and fortunately, at least his legacy can live on in this game as well as in the emo. Pulsemore firing 3 missiles as he goes into this room. If you fire them at the right cadence, you will always freeze a side hopper at a point where you can jump up to the platform. And killing Gary, or Imposter Professor Oak. Really, the scientist has a million names, and anything except Frank is a valid name for him.
Now that was a solid double-double.
That was a solid double-double. Honestly, I blinked and I missed part of it.
Yeah, I would say that this might in fact be the easiest boss in Metroid Fusion considering the circumstances. Comparable to the Charge Core, and there are really no differences. They both have the same amount of missile hits, and the mechanics are exactly the same, only you probably have 3 or 4 more E-tanks.
Absolutely, and we get the wide beam out of that, which significantly increases Samus's firepower. Very welcome at this point in the game, as well as the amount of surface area for the beam.
But we might be seeing one of the unfortunate downsides to the wide beam here shortly, when they head towards the space jump upgrade. But we can talk about that when we get there.
That we can.
This climb that Baltimore is doing here is actually pretty difficult. It definitely takes some practice to be able to get those perfect timings on those enemies there.
Yeah, it is beautiful to watch, though. I've only recently started working on doing that climb, except not nearly as fluidly as Baltimore just got through there. But unlike in other Metroid games, this game is going to force us to save the animals. I mean, I don't even know how they got here, because from what I saw in the Super Metroid runs, I don't think we saved them.
Must have happened when they were, the Super Metroid runners' screens swapped over.
Either that, or they just found another way off the planet, so I mean, maybe we're not killing the animals whenever we don't save them in SM. Maybe they just have another way out.
Well, there is one thing to consider. We only get that frontal view of the planet. We don't get to see who's flying off the back end. We are only playing a 2D game here. We can't exactly see everything. Ryan about to have his attempt at the quick kill on the box, the security robot.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see which strategy he goes for. Box is definitely one of those bosses that the different runners take care of in pretty different ways.
He's not topped off on health, so I would be reluctant to think that he's going for the fast strat. But you never know.
Yeah, going for the more secure strat with some diagonals and going to try to get some missile spam here. Does have enough to at least tank that hit.
One more missile left? Yep, one more.
Slightly off on positioning on a couple spots, but Box is ready to go back into storage once again. Meanwhile, I did not see Posmore going up the room with the stretchies there to see if he did impossible strat or which strat was going on.
I can't say I was paying attention myself either. I did not know if he went for impossible strat. But
so the problem when our runners go fast is that you look away for a second and they've already done the thing.
Now that's what impossible strat's all about, saving time. I'm sure chat will give us the
And can I just say, one of the most adorable things in this game is just the baby Decora scuttling along after all of the animals walk away. Like, as much as the animals can just love to kill our times, that thing's just really adorable.
Oh yeah, I am very partial to the Decoras.
And here we go with a little bit of story. Samus is basically saying, hey, I've seen these things before. What are they doing here?
And the only cutscene we get there with the mustard suit going down that elevator.
Meanwhile,
Balls
Ryan
does not
getting...
do impossible strat.
Good to know. Meanwhile, Ryan getting a quick cutscene basically saying, hey, does Samus know what we've got going on? Nah, she doesn't. Okay, cool. And especially with Japanese text, it goes by so quickly that it's like, did that really need to be a cutscene?
They just wanted to hint at that secret cutscene in Sector 4.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing that today.
No, a true shame. The only intended sequence break of a major upgrade in the game.
However, fortunately for Pulsemore, the SAX destroyed the wall over there, so able to go over to the left with the speed booster and pick up some missiles that would otherwise be accessible. If the SAX didn't help us out, we'd only be able to get 99% in this game.
So our first revisit of many to Sector 5.
And the best Adam cutscene here. Adam told us to go to the data room in Sector 5, the only one we get to use twice, and then we get down here. Hey, remember I told you to go do the thing? Go do it.
Now the question is, will Pulsemore be able to remember that this is his second visit to Sector 5? He does. He goes for that spark.
Some great swag, and showing off that if you hold down the A button as you do a horizontal shine spark when you hit a wall, you get a free jump out of it.
I'm not entirely sure. Is that spark faster?
I believe I've heard that it's faster, but not by much.
It's certainly not nearly as pivotal as the spark we will be seeing on our next visit to Sector 5.
Yeah, a lot of times shine sparking is a slower way just because it has a large startup and ending animation.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Paul's missed the fast rat.
Yeah, there are a few ways that you can do this. There's a spot that you can wall jump off of the right wall to just be able to shot extend a couple times and get over there. Jump extend, rather. Or you can back it up by hitting a ripper, but sometimes you just take a plunge and have to climb up the ladder in shame.
Fake E-Tank, what is this?
And now going through a room where you need to kill both of the enemies to let them respawn as other enemies, at the mercy of the RNG determining when they'll spawn so that you can pick up some missiles in the ceiling.
Of course, it's one of the few times where you have to make sure not to pick up those X-parasites as they roam the room.
Yeah. And now we have our third SAX skip. I promise the SAX is in the room here, laying a power bomb and jumping through the hole, running out as the ice beam does not have time to catch up. Firing a few shots at that enemy to spawn the red X, not needing it to get a refill, but able to have that pop up eventually. Meanwhile, Ryan just picking up his Varia suit.
Now, will he go for that amazing bomb jump?
That's a good question. Single bomb jumps are fairly precise with timing, but by no means impossible, but it looks like he's just going to go conventional here.
Ah, that beautiful climb out of Sector 5 from Pulsemore.
And making sure that he builds up speed, it's pretty precise when you can shoot the gate out of the way going into that room. And if you miss it, you bonk in and you have to wait for a power bomb to go off to destroy the barrier. And now going for one of the best puzzle rooms in the game, Pulsemore voicing a bit of displeasure here. A room we call Ripper Road. And you have to freeze a couple of rippers to make platforms so that you can go over crumble blocks. I suppose you technically could do crumble jumps. If you press jump on the exact right frame, you are able to get a jump off of them, but not worth going for.
We will be seeing at least one of those later.
Laying a power bomb to get the quick way out of Sector 5. And Ryan getting a little bit trolled by the enemy patterns in Sector 6 on his way out. So definitely after that start, making up a lot of good time here. And Pulsemore has to go back up to the ship. He hasn't really been told why. Just has to go.
Just a few elevators here, a few elevators there, and quick movement, and the ship will be right there. Nothing can go wrong, right?
Absolutely. We've only had the elevator fail once in this game.
Make that twice.
Commentator's curse, I guess. And now we can see everyone's favorite pelican, apparently, Ridley. Ridley doesn't look like he's doing so well right now, though.
A Core X appeared to just be flying away.
I'm sure that won't happen. That won't be anything later, right?
Nah, certainly not. Nothing we need to worry about.
Yeah, we just need to go into this maintenance tunnel, pick up some power bombs that were stored in the maintenance tunnel for reasons. And now we're going to see Pulsemore laying down a power bomb as he falls off of on that platform, shooting a couple of missiles into those power bomb blocks to time when he can move away from the room. And basically the goal is to get through the door transition right as the power bomb hits those blocks, so that they will be out of our way in a moment.
Ryan is now into his first visit of Sector 5. Whereas Pulsemore is just getting ready now to show us why Wide Beam can be a troublesome item. You see, these diagonal shots that he fires down don't actually hit the entire 3-block wide range that it may appear to hit. There were some gaps between the shots. And as you can see, it's definitely takes Paul's quite a few shots to be able to find that one block that he needs to destroy. Laying some power bombs here at the bottom to open up the path.
Yeah, and sometimes it feels like you can shoot a direct hit at those blocks and they still just won't go away.
It's the only issue I have with Wide Beam.
And you know, everybody loves Box's theme, but if you ask me, this is the best track in the game. And you heard the scream, you see Pulsemore jumping up and shooting a bunch of missiles up. Yakuza actually, while it's off screen, has its mouth open and is vulnerable to attack. And if you get enough shots in, you can actually take it out in one cycle of these. It can go around the room between 1 and 4 times each time before opening its mouth and being vulnerable. And that's going to be good for one cycle.
4 cycle.
Or 4 cycle, but 1 full round of that, at least. So now we get to the second phase, which is definitely difficult to predict, as Yakuza bounces across the room and throws junk, and it can be very easy to launch a lot of missiles into the junk rather than hitting the boss itself. But Pulsemore putting on a clinic there, getting another great sweet spot to pick up his space jump. And it's a good thing because you can't get out of that room if you don't have space jump. Unless you are tassing and want to get out with bomb jumps. So we turn back on the backup power, but we need to figure out why the power is out in the station. Also, all of the enemies that used to do 45 damage in Sector 2 earlier, now they've hatched and are key hunters, and if you get hit with the wrong part of them, it's, I believe, 127 damage.
Those key hunters hit really hard, and this will be our last encounter with the SAX before the end of the game.
Yeah. And one of the easier skips.
It actually it's out for blood this time. It wants to follow you.
Yeah, now, vanilla, you normally go into the room to the left of there, bomb out a hole, and hide in the ceiling. But we know there's a missile block to shoot down through. So we just kind of go through there, and the SAX isn't smart enough to follow us. And
What I'm hearing is that there might be another emergency.
Franker Z is in trouble once again, and chat, he needs your support. And shoutouts to the tech team for making sure that we get to hear the Franker Z music once again. And Pulsemore using the Hundo strats against Nettery here. This is the only boss in the game that is vulnerable to power bombs, which do 50 damage, the most powerful single attack in the game. But in Hundo, we have enough missiles that the fastest way to take care of it is just spam missiles at it. And eventually you get a beam core. Just off the sweet spot, but picking up plasma beam. So now instead of doing single hits, the beam will do damage per frame.
Here Z bark, so free bark, 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 Franker Z! Round 2. Celebrate. Oh no, Pulsemore. He was just a couple of pixels off there.
Yeah, you can definitely get trolled with that Shine Spark. Laying a power bomb to clear out the enemies on the room so that they don't end up in the gap when he's on his way back out. Oh no, 5 minutes until main boiler explosion.
I must say, these decks are smart, thinking to blow them all off the face of the planet. It's a very risky business. They know that there are more X than just the X here on biological laboratories. And they are willing to risk all of the X, obviously the SAX included, to eliminate Samus.
Yeah, I mean, Samus is just not good for them. Although, you know, you'd think that the X would realize that this is close enough to a planet that if Samus is on it, it's probably going to get blown up.
You know, I'm not sure the armor necessarily has Samus's memories. But if they have that scientist probably knows about Samus and the destruction of Zebes, right? Probably.
Probably. I guess maybe. Samus hasn't blown up SR-388 and she's been there. She'll take care of that later, I'm sure.
No, SR-388, as we know, is very much still around. That's where Samus first got infected. But the home planet, Zebes, has definitely been eradicated.
Meanwhile, Pulsemore talked to Adam, who was like, "You got your plasma beam back? How did that happen?" Oh, by the way, something big is in Sector 5, and it's things are bad. It's gonna break the station. Go figure it out. And chat calling for Pulsemore to go for a space boost. A space boost is...
I sure hope Pulsemore goes, yes! Pulsemore going for... This is the hardest trick in the game, I will say.
And all a space boost is just doing space jumps with speed booster. You have to make sure you're going up through the doorways here. If you're going down through a doorway, it hard locks Samus onto the ground, unfortunately dropping the space boost partway through.
He got
in addition to swag, it does save time.
Baltimore did not let us down. And Ryan is on his way to save the animals, proving once again that Metroid Dread is canon.
Always love to make sure that Metroid Dread is canon, because who doesn't want those wall jumps in their life? And Pulsemore's stuck underwater without the gravity suit. Really hope that he'll find a way to navigate that more quickly because water is slow. and jumping out of that door transition to lay a power bomb. That way that already opens the path to this item in the ceiling for him. And it's really funny how many power bombs are in this game. You end with, I believe, 74 of them. You don't need more than the 10 that the game starts you with.
No, you really don't.
The intended strat for that E-Tank is you're supposed to bomb a hole in the ceiling and roll over to it. But as long as you time it right, you can just kind of fall through the crumble blocks and press up and grab onto the ledge to get that more quickly. Laying some bombs as Nightmare is coming up here. And this boss is going to manipulate gravity, taking advantage of the fact that Plasma Beam hurts it on every frame it's there. Also, we're just putting on a clinic here.
Plasma isn't nearly effective as taking out Nightmare's face.
Yeah, in low percent we use a lot of it, but here you want to let loose one charge beam and then just absolutely spam missiles until it stops moving.
One of the few times in the game where missiles are better than your beam.
And that was a beautiful gravity core.
Oh, that was fantastic.
Also, I think that's the thing that you saw in the background in Sector 5 earlier.
Oh, really?
Now
here, that must have been the repercussions that Baltimore faced for unlocking those level 3 doors.
Must be. Also, the game a little bit of a troll coming out of the Nightmare room. You have to walk over to open the door and then run back right to build up speed so that you can go through a speed barrier. If you just walk up to the door, you don't have space to build up that speed. And now we are in Sector 4 for the second and last time.
And I am glad that this mustard cutscene is over. Pause bar! Not sure what he was thinking right there, but...
Oh no! So you have to jump through there with speed, and just going a little bit too low. And Pelsmore using a mechanic called R-shooting to be able to space boost through the door. So when you have a charged beam charge and have at least one missile, if you hold R to toggle your missiles on, it lets loose the charge beam that you have. Normally shooting in midair kills Samus's horizontal momentum, but if you R-shoot, it doesn't. So that allows you to be moving quickly but still shoot doors or enemies out of your way. And then we lay a power bomb on the way into this room to clear out the bomb blocks just in time to get there and shoot a missile through missile blocks.
Quickly dispatching these enemies here in lower sector 4. My favorite part of Fusion.
Oh, absolutely. Just the best part of the game. And Pulse, we're about to open up level 4 locks, the first level that Adam did not authorize.
No, very much unauthorized. That's why they are hidden deep within Sector 4, and I know at least a number of friends of mine actually had trouble finding these ones.
Yeah, and coming through to a room we affectionately call Crab Battle. And you have to use a power bomb to take out the crabs below to spawn 2 golden crabs. Once you kill those, you can get through here and pick up an energy tank for your trouble.
But you need to make sure not to... This is another one of those rooms I'm mentioning where you need to make sure you're not grabbing those X parasites because those golden crabs cannot spawn otherwise.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you lay your power bomb off to the right because power bombs create a vacuum that suck all of the X into the point where they detonated, which is something that can be used in runs where ammo's a little bit tighter to pick up drops more reliably by laying a power bomb before killing something to produce X. But in Hundo, we don't really need refills for anything.
No, certainly not.
We get 20 energy tanks in this game, which is just absolutely absurd.
Ryan being debated by that false E-Tank there.
You know, it would be so much funnier if there wasn't an actual E-Tank in that room, and it was just a fake. And Pulse, we're going to try to go for a very swag Shine Spark here. Like in Zero Mission, you are able to keep speed by Shine Sparking into an incline. Tight window to store the speed, and intended strat is to go down below, build up a Shine Spark that's slow. We would rather just take the speed we already have and go up for that Powerbomb tank.
Ryan facing off against the SAX. Well, I promise the SAX is there. I know it's off screen, you can't see it, but believe me, the Ice Beam was coming from the SAX.
And just fast enough to get through there, and if you do a suboptimal jump there, it is possible to get hit by that Ice Beam and have a bad time. I totally don't speak that from experience of losing some any percent runs. Meanwhile, Pulsmore picking up diffusion missiles can now charge the missiles to shoot out flakes and making the missiles much slower. But they can freeze things that they don't directly hit now.
Now, we didn't mention this earlier, but I guess we mentioned it in passing, but diffusion is the only skippable major upgrade in the game. And there's a special cutscene that you get to see if you manage to skip it.
And a fun thing you can do in the North American release, the puffers that we have to, or not puffers, the PAL amps that we have to use the diffusion to get through to get out of the data room are in a different position, and you can actually angle an ice missile in there to freeze them, because missiles keep Samus's horizontal momentum. The cutscene will congratulate you on the Shine Spark trick, but in the North American release you can get it without ever doing a single Shine Spark on the way.
Ryan making quick work of that Ripper room right there. Very clean.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pulsmore about to go back into the Sector 6 revisit, being told that the security robot we saw earlier is apparently on a bit of a rampage.
Turns out it had some biological parts in there. It's been taken over by the X. I guess Samus should have thought harder earlier in the race when she was destroying the thing.
I mean, it did just kind of run away. Box, whenever it comes out, just looks like it wants to play. The second fight, it shoots missiles at you, but the first fight, it's just kind of hopping around and throwing some fire bombs like it just wants to have a good time.
Nice space boost from Pulsmore. Ryan is kind of just not doing too much, heading over to the main deck. As we are quite aware, he will have no trouble making it back to the ship. I lied. Apparently we're going to have another elevator problem here. Ridley falling to pieces once again.
Yeah, easiest Ridley kill of the whole series, right?
We all know that the true antagonist of Metroid is not Mother Brain. It's not Raven Beak. It's Ridley.
Yeah, the Metroid developers do really love letting us fight our favorite Pelican. Oh, Pulsmore just finding out there's, in fact, no entry without authorization here.
Everything in Fusion is about authorization, and let me tell you, Adam most certainly did not authorize this.
He did not. And get your cap jams in chat here, a fan favorite track here. In an older version of the randomizer, we had a fun bug where this music, if you fought this boss, would persist through the whole game until you picked up a major item. And Pulsmore just making very quick work of, since this is the second fight against Box, this is Xbox, because it has an X now. This is a beam core that we don't try to set up doubles on. It is technically possible, but the setup is extremely precise, and you'll very likely lose more time to trying to set it up than you ever could possibly save with getting it. It only takes 4 shots to take it out anyway.
If the only person I know that's actually gone for that and runs is Monkey.
I would be surprised if Jagger G hasn't gone for it a time or two. I don't have anything to base that on
myself, and Ryan here is going through this room. I have no enjoyment. I do not like this room.
Yeah, this... You know, we call another room worst room in the game, but I think this might be second worst.
I think you might be right there. Now, what is this explosion going on Paul's screen? Oh, hello.
There are Metroids. I thought those weren't supposed to exist anymore.
No, I thought we destroyed them all.
They took out that SAX for us, though. Like, that SAX didn't even care about Samus. It was mad at the Metroids.
Didn't they say the last Metroid was in captivity? And we saw that Metroid die.
Yeah. And Ryan showing off, letting Yakuza carry him a little bit higher before dropping to the ground, because you just smash out of the grip, and that way Yakuza's a little bit higher and you can get a couple more shots in there. That can be the difference between getting a 1 round or a 2 round.
Quickly dispatching of that second phase of Yakuza, Ryan now is going to pick up his space jump.
Yeah.
I would say this is the last major boss where it isn't actually particularly difficult to get those doubles. After this boss, it gets much, much harder to get the doubles, I think.
That is true. Because diffusion missiles really just make it that much harder. Although they let us get this E-Tank here, so, you know, you win some, you lose some.
Got that right. I do think there is an argument to be made for Nightmare, but I feel like Nightmare's room isn't nearly as wide as Yakuza's. I could be wrong about that. Paul's more on a quick item collection break here before heading towards whoever the boss of this area is.
Yeah, going through the Animorphs room because we have an X that turns into 3 different types of enemies. And our reward is 2 power bombs. We're sure glad to get those.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, Ryan going through the last SAX escape. Those were making very quick work of this Turian area. And we have our Golden Space Pirates. These are the metal pirates that we see in a lot of the series, where you have to hit them from behind. But this game has a fun check for it. It just checks if Samus is facing the same direction as the pirate. So the trick is to shoot the space pirate and then turn around before it gets hit. And that will convince the game that your shot from the front hit it from behind.
Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting this to you, Squawker Z. Loud screeches incoming.
I suppose we should have given a headphones warning for this.
I think you might have been right about that.
Ridley, he's grim.
Now, this is definitely the play where as a kid, I just fired off hundreds and hundreds of missiles. Little did I know the plasma beam is absolutely a gazillion times more effective.
Yeah, you want to use diagonal plasma shots because they stay in Ridley's hitbox as long as possible, and it does damage per frame. Otherwise, Ridley has 4,500 health. Your missiles at this stage do 45 damage, so you have to get 100 hits on Ridley to kill it with missiles.
And just like that, Ryan expertly dispatched of Nettori, going for doubles on his plasma core.
Yeah. And now for Pulsemore, killing Ridley, the run has started. Welcome to the cleanup phase of Metroid Fusion, where we need to go get a lot of ammo that we will never use.
So this is the part of the game that you mentioned earlier, Autumn, where you have to avoid those navigation rooms like the plague.
Yeah, if you go into a navigation room, it starts a cutscene that triggers the end of the game. So for a lot of first-time players, they end up not being able to get 100% because they accidentally lock themselves out of sectors. But with Screw Attack, there are conveniently little individual Screw Attack blocks that guard tunnels that go through between each of the sectors.
Now, fortunately, that is a change that is handled after you beat the game. They reopen all the sectors for you.
You know, I think that's something I did not know when I did my first playthrough and ran into that problem. Or rather, my first playthrough in 20 years, whenever I finally picked the game back up last year.
I heard that a nightmare is in store for Ryan.
Oh no. I hope he'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I certainly don't suggest sleeping. At least for him. That sounds like that would be a poor decision.
Now, Pelsmore going back into the charge core room, having to pick up an energy tank that was there the whole time, but we did not have the ability to get it the first time. And here's a room that you called out earlier in the game. A room that we call the Crab Rave. The crabs, I'm not sure what they were planning, stocking up on missiles.
Hey, I think it's smarter than power bombs, to be honest. Not like anyone wants any of those. Excellent Shine Spark from Ryan. All of those rooms just went by in a tizzy. That's going to be some time he saves over Paulsmore, who didn't nearly get that perfect space boost that he was shooting for.
And Pelsmore building up a spark from the 4th stabilizer room to Shine Spark up to this missile behind the save room. And I'll be honest, I've never seen that strat before. I really like it. And finishing the cleanup out of Sector 1, and we are going to be going counterclockwise through all of the sectors, entering each sector from the right, leaving through the left, as we go through every sector to pick up items. Aside from going back into Sector 4, I think Pulsemore picked up that missile tank that's powerbomb locked in 4. And going through the top of this room, this is where we would have access to Sector 2 if we rolled out of here to the right. But we want to end in Sector 2, because that gives us that is the quickest to getting up to the SAX at the end of the game. As we can go back through the reactor, and there's actually a little Easter egg there showing as the end boss develops through the game. Pelsmore coming back into Sector 3, giving us a nice space boost to pick up this missile. And let's see if we get space boost number 2. We do.
Nightmare time. Look at all that goop coming out of that machine biological thing's eyes. Terrifying.
Yeah, that's just not a great time.
No wonder this thing's called the Nightmare. That is disgusting.
And Pelsmore going for a bomb jump, not quite getting the right timing to get through a gap there.
Pretty good manipulation there for Ryan.
Yeah, Nightmare is a boss that casually very much lives up to its name. It actually behaves like all of the other X, where it just tries to go toward an invisible point that you can't see, and oscillates around that to try to get to Samus.
Nice double. All more than trashed out here.
Yeah, and I mean, just 2 powerbomb tanks in here, and widely regarded by the community to be garbage, so there's a reason this is in the garbage chute, but since this is Honda, we've got to pick up that trash. You'd think they could just throw those down into the lava down here and incinerate them.
Fortunately, this E-tank is not getting burned in the lava below.
Yeah, energy tank number 17.
That's wild. 20 E-tanks. Do our
Yeah.
fusion runners really need that many?
They do not. Most runners I've seen will pick up between 2 and 4 in any percent. Beautiful space boost.
Ryan showing us
Remember.
firsthand why this is called the worst room in the game. Having some trouble with those snails there.
Yep, those snails just take a lot to kill, hit you with those sonic booms, and just... they are incredibly annoying.
And not only are those enemies annoying to deal with, but the actual layout of the room is really, really inconvenient for runners. It's a mix of bad and bad. You can't get much worse than that.
I believe I've seen a task that does a space boost through that room, but I don't know that there's ever been anyone crazy enough to go for it.
That is a wild space boost, but it is really cool if you can get it. I don't think I've seen anyone go for it.
Meanwhile, Pulse, we're going to get the last 2 items of Sector 3, and we'll be going into Sector 5 for trip number 4. And maybe a bit of a hot take, but also I think Sector 5 is the worst sector in the game. Like, it's just the least interesting to me. Pulse, we're using a bit of an optimization, doing a speed booster jump to break those speed blocks rather than doing a shine spark. That way he doesn't have to wait for the shine spark to take him all the way up.
Ryan entering crab battle here.
Pulse, we're back in Sector 5, picking up some power bombs up in the crow's nest.
There aren't too many items in Sector 5. It's only a short revisit. But I believe we will be heading to your room.
I didn't realize the reputation for this being my room has gotten this far.
Oh, Paulsmore, I wanted to see a space boost.
Last summer when the randomizer was new, a number of people claimed rooms, and mine is the only one that stuck. Even though in vanilla it's just a couple of power bombs that nobody really wants.
Alright, that's all she wrote for Sector 5.
And now we'll go back to Sector 6, which has a couple of really nice space boosts that I hope we'll see Pulsemore go for.
This is the height of Fusion gameplay right here. There is so much, the skill ceiling for this cleanup area is so high.
Yeah, and those 4 screw attack blocks are the only reason that we couldn't pick up either of these items earlier, because there's not space to build up a speed charge. Ooh, getting trolled.
Like Baltimore is trying to...
He's going for the space boost. It's very easy to anticipate it a little bit too much and jump a little bit too soon. I was actually practicing this strat yesterday, so it is very fresh for me, and it looks like he's going to get it.
Nice.
The intended strat here is to go do a shine spark all the way over, build up speed along the top. There's a backup on the bottom of the room. But that space boost is the fastest and most swag way.
It took him a couple tries, but he got it in the end.
And there's space boost 1 of 2 for this part of the game.
Now we're heading down to Box's room here, but we will not be encountering any other rogue security robots today.
Unfortunately, the game has given up on authorization at this point, so we can just go in here.
It may look different than you recognized from the earlier segment of the game, though.
Yeah, we kind of yeeted a lot of it. So normally the expectation is that runners will do a Shine Spark and it takes them back up to Ridley's area. That is really slow because we want to turn back and come out the way we came in.
You know, that would be a curious navigation room to visit.
I didn't even think about the fact that there's a navigation room there. So that would have to be your last item of cleanup, but instead,
Well,
you just build up speed and jump through the blocks at the bottom and use space jump to
I
pick things
think
up.
that's one of the circumstances where it wouldn't really matter if that's your last item of cleanup, because they can't really lock the sectors because you're in them.
That's a very fair point. And
Ryan
now-
is now going into Sector 6. Will we see a high five?
Oh, first try crumble jump for Pulsemore.
That is frame perfect.
Double frame perfect crumble jump. That one on the way back, while it saves a little of time, that was, I think, largely for swag.
It's certainly not necessary by any means. Now, this is the other space boost you were talking about.
Yeah, this one, a bit riskier of a space boost. And it looks like Pulsemore not going to go for it. The backup strat is you use a power bomb to open the door ahead, and just use a Shine Spark. The space boost, honestly, I'm not sure if it even really saves time.
It should save time because you can R-shot the door.
And this room, we call it Pillar Highway, and it is also not a very nice room to go through. Because if you bomb the wrong spots, there are vertical pillars that will come up. And any of the pillars will block your ability to build speed, and you need speed to get out of the room.
And our runners are so close together at this point.
They are in almost the same spot, but at very different points in the journey.
And unfortunately, we just aren't there yet. They were so close to getting that high five, but not today. Now, Pulsemore might not have experienced an authorization, but I can tell you Ryan is not authorized.
And technically, we do come back into Sector 4 just for a quick trip to fall all the way down and go to Sector 2. Don't worry about the geometry of how these sectors line up. Those blockways, it works. And Pulsemore are going to go through Crumble City. Basically every block in this room, and he's laying a power bomb to show us, are crumble blocks. These items, the bottom item here is possible to pick up without space jump. It is very difficult to do so.
That was a pretty good fight, Ryan.
I have to agree with that because I looked away while Pulsemore was doing Crumble City and missed the whole fight, so he must have gone past.
Wave beam for Ryan. As I like to say, best beam.
I will disagree with you wholesale on that. Can you tell I came into Metroid Fusion through the randomizer, where all Wave Beam really does is disable your ability to aim. And Sector 2 here for Pulsemore going to be the last sector that he needs to clean up.
There are still a couple tricks left, though.
And what kind of Metroid game would this be if we didn't have tricks?
Ryan about to engage the SAX in combat here? Or rather, he's about to see the SAX engaged.
And now we're in Ripper Tower, and Pulsemore getting first try with the frame perfect crumble jump to get across that gap. Intended strat is to freeze some rippers to basically go around with the jump ball and jump over. There are some patterns where you can just shoot a diffusion missile as you enter the room and be able to get through easily. And now picking up a missile at Wonderwall, or at Oasis rather, and now going to go into a check we call Wonderwall.
The fusion watering hole. Just a missile though, nothing too exciting.
Yeah, very funny as with our missiles, we need exactly 6 more missiles for the rest of the game's bosses. We have well over 200 to deal with.
But I think from Baltimore, we will only be seeing 6 missiles fired on the rest of the bosses. Oh, rather 12. Baltimore plays on keyboard, so we will be seeing the traditional horizontal strats on the SAS.
Ah, that is good to know.
Unfortunately, I don't think he has upgraded his keyboard lately.
And making quick work of the Zazabi Speedway here. Easy to get tripped up on all of these crumble blocks, especially for casuals here.
Wow, that X is trolling, Ryan.
It really is. And you can actually get a permanent loop in that room where the X will just circle one spot forever and never coalesce into the second enemy. You fix that by either resetting the room or laying a power bomb to move them. And fortunately, his audio isn't the one that we have, because otherwise I'd say we're about to have a headphone warning here on Ryan's end, as Ridley likes to scrim.
Classic Ridley. Likes to blow out our ears. He knows that he can't win, so he decides to deafen us instead.
My any percent attempts beg to differ.
Well, that's any percent. This is 100%. The extra 10 tanks makes a small difference.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Polesmore taking an interesting way to get to main deck, exiting through Sector 2, whereas Ryan is engaging the Squawker Z. Or I guess I should say Squawker ZX.
Appreciate the correction there. And going through the reactors, that is the fastest way. Lets us avoid 2 elevators from anywhere else we could go.
This is the last core in which Ryan will be able to get those position doubles. The next core is a beam core, so you have to be precise. Can't use the strat of hoping the core walks into them.
Yeah, and there is a setup, and we'll see if Baltimore can get a triple-double on it. Nice job for Ryan getting through Ridley. And Baltimore finally going to talk to Adam, having picked up everything that he needs to pick up. And to answer the question in chat, Baltimore pulled ahead fairly early. Ryan unfortunately took a death on the SAX skip in Sector 2. So that was a bit of a time swing there. And Baltimore going through the worst tech smashing part of the game. Each of these 3 screens here has a different amount of text, and these ones you mash differently. You don't mash, you just hold down the A button and then have to press the button at the right time. Then you have to step off of the platform and come back on to tell Adam, hey, I want to blow up the station. Adam's like, no, you can't kill yourself by blowing up the station. You need to crash the station into SR-388 and get off.
Any objections, lady? You can see from those eyes, Samus has none.
Yeah, and it's set up very early in the game where Samus says, this computer reminds me a lot of my CO. And he used to say, any objections, lady? And then the computer says, any objections, lady? And it's like, oh, the AI is my old CO. That's why it reminded me of him.
No wonder, that makes tons of sense. Ryan officially beginning his cleanup. Oh my gosh, that is some wild positioning, Baltimore.
That is. And taking 8 shots to get through there. Normally, if you remember playing this casually, it takes far more shots to get through the SAX. And taking out the most cursed horn node in the game in 2 shots. If you freeze the SAX, normally it only takes damage for 1 frame and immediately becomes invulnerable. If you freeze it, it takes damage for every frame. So we try to get a stun lock. A lot of players do a horizontal. Beautiful triple-double out of Paulsmore, landing the Corex in the sweet spot. And now he just needs to set the propulsion sequence to crash the station into SR-388.
And Ryan here is just finishing up with his Shine Sparks here in the middle of Sector 1.
We do have 2 or 3 more tricks left in the run for Paulsmore, though.
Now, if I were Paulsmore, I would go for Pogo.
That's the reason why I said 2 or 3. I think we'll see a Pogo attempt out of him.
I sure hope so.
For a treat. Getting a nice weave between those platforms. Much more difficult to do that than it looks.
Now, I believe this is called the baby's first wall jumps from Ryan, but the wall jumps have been disabled.
They have. Oh! No low height here for Pulsemore. Not getting the Shine Spark storage.
Following in my tracks of not even attempting the last Shine Spark of the game.
He did at least get the door fix, though. And shooting a bunch of missiles into this Omega, which, unfortunately, this isn't Metroid 2, so it doesn't care about those. You know, what's consistency between games? Like, Super Metroid, Ridley takes damage from power bombs, Ridley X doesn't. Omegas in other games take damage from missiles, this one doesn't.
1-1-1 from Baltimore.
And if anybody remembers this boss being challenging, all you have to do is wait for it to finish screaming, hold up, and press the B button a bunch, and Omega is completely free. And that is going to be time for Pulsemore, so get your GGs in the chat for that fantastic run that we just saw. Meanwhile, Ryan going through, finishing up his cleanup of Sector 1. So just 4 more sectors of cleanup, and then he'll go through this ending sequence as well.
Paulsmore needs to sit through these credits here.
And then I believe new for the 2022 2D Metroid Relay.
Is Metroid...
Our last game isn't Zero Mission. We've already seen that. We're going to see the introduction of Metroid Dread into this event.
I know it's something I've been looking forward to seeing since it first released. We didn't have a chance to include it in the Relay last year, Sky vs. the World, as it had not yet released.
Yeah, that definitely was a great event to go back and watch, and who knows, maybe we'll get another one with Scotty also running Dread. The world needs its revenge.
I think you're right about that.
Although, can't really blame anyone for losing a race to see Scotty W.
No, you absolutely not.
That's just what happens when you race him. And now we get to see the animals having a little nap after they piloted the spaceship so that Samus could get off the station, and
you know, I gotta say, those animals are exceedingly smart. Look at them. They are able to escape the X to get back to the ship. That in and of itself is amazing. But not only that, they know how to control the ship too.
Yeah, I mean, they do canonically fly a spaceship to get off of Zebes.
That is true. But the question is, who uses the controls? Is it the Etiquettes or the Decora?
I I'm
I would think
guessing
the
because the
Decora-
Edecuns have hands, I would think that they do that.
I would think that Akora is too busy taking care of its child. So as you said, I think the Eticunes probably.
But also that child is so cute. Like, we saw the baby earlier, but that baby Decora is the real baby that matters.
Now, I believe we are coming to a close here for Baltimore's run, so I believe Rubik's Cuber is going to be taking over.
That sounds right.
So we will shortly be seeing a new commentator join us.
Yeah, and this will be the first run of the relay that Team Edekun is going into the Dread Run ahead. After having been a bit behind for the rest of the event here. So if anybody wanted the comeback story, we might get to see it, or we might see Team Decora still be able to clutch it out in the Dread Run to take first place.
It's certainly been a long road for Team Etikun to get to where they are now.
Also, I just want to shout out Benny Noble in chat saying, the animals. Thanks for nothing, Samus. We have plot armor. Ryan finishing up his cleanup of Sector 3, getting the last 2 items here.
And then we will be heading into Sector 5.
And laying a power bomb before picking up the missiles, that way the power bomb can, unlike in Super Metroid, here, whenever you lay a bomb or a power bomb and have an item fanfare on screen, that doesn't pause the timer, so it will actually go off while you're picking up the item.
All right, and now on screen, we are beginning Dread.
That we are, and we are being joined here by Rain BT.
Hello, hello.
And with that, that is my cue to head out, so just want to thank everyone for putting on this event, and good luck to the rest of our runners.
Thank you for taking the time to commentate last minute.
Absolutely.
All right, Rain, what can you tell us about Metroid Dread?
Oh, I could tell you a lot of things about Dread, particularly the beginning. It's pretty dense with a bunch of stuff. We don't have a lot of tools in the beginning of Dread, so we have to make do with all we got is slide, melee, and shoot. You're going to see a skip coming up called the lane skip, where we slide, jump, and in a particular window in that spin, we can do a pseudo wave, which shoots through terrain. Keku is doing the right stick method to get a visual cue for this particularly very annoying early cloak skip. This breaking this blob.
Rubik's is definitely going to have a little. I think this is one of the harder.
Oh, it was Rubik. Sorry, I thought it was Keku. Yeah, that right stick method makes it very consistent. Otherwise, you would have to basically just do slide jump, and it's pretty much frame perfect. What that allows us is to get to Corpius first and get Cloak first. This boss gives us Cloak, which makes us invisible, and allows another frame perfect trick later on. I don't know if Rubik's will go for it.
I would just like to point out that that was a beautiful space boost through Sector 6 to grab that power bomb from Ryan. I'm definitely glad he showed that off. Baltimore showed it off earlier, but I definitely think Ryan got it a little faster. So that'll be a little bit of time save that he makes up as he heads down towards space.
It seems Rubik's has missed some missiles. You only get 15 missiles in Corpius by doing this route, and first phase you can only miss 3, and phase 2 and 3 you can only miss 4 total between the 2 phases. So Corpius is particularly difficult and a large reset point for a lot of runners, especially in the beginning.
But Rubik's Cuber got it. That's it. Honestly, I think it's so wild that we see Corpius only 2 to 3 minutes into the run. That's so early. Even doing my casual playthrough, I think it probably took me half an hour to get to him at least.
Yeah, that's a benefit, that if you were to reset is only 2 minutes in, but the reset's heavy. I believe it's like you maybe get a continuation maybe like once an hour if you're going for like top times. So the fact that Rubik's got it that quickly is pretty impressive.
It's difficult. I mean, not only is that a very hard boss fight, but you got to worry about those shots through the wall, and those aren't easy either. There's some consistency to them, but even there's a learning.
Yeah, when we first started out, that is I think it's still one of the most hated tricks. The consistency is before the right stick method. It was you could be there for minutes.
Nice, Ryan was able to get that frame perfect. Not bomb jump, spring ball jump.
Right now, let's see if he will be going for it. Rubik's is going for. Oh my god! First try with Terra skip. What Cloak? You don't need Cloak to do that particular Coyote jump, but Cloak makes it like significantly easier. Otherwise, it's like 3 frame perfect inputs in a row to get that. Cloak just makes it a lot easier to time, and he got that first try. That saves like 20 seconds and doesn't fill Artaria with water.
So what exactly is Rubik's Cuber trying to do here?
This is called water skip. That's a successful attempt. I think that was like 3rd or 4th try, which is still relatively quick. All that accomplishes, sad to say, is he doesn't use the platform to fill the water. So he didn't actually save time there, but it's still impressive to do. It's also really hard, and you also do the same trick for Mega Skip coming up later.
Ryan, encountering that fake missile tank.
There's a fake missile tank in Fusion?
Not only that, but I believe there's a fake power bomb tank as well, and certainly a fake E-tank.
I don't remember that.
Fusion is loaded with fake items.
That is wild. But that water skip, all it really is just a manipulation of how Dread works. Basically, he wall jumps and unfurls or stops spinning at a particular frame and kind of just bonks his head on the slope, which gives you a weird boost back to the wall at a higher height than if he didn't unfurl, giving you a higher wall jump, and then you just basically respin back and reach the ledge, and that'll come into play later for Magus Skip.
Rubik's Cuber apparently forgot an E-tank. Is that correct?
I think he did. That was the first E-tank, but he might be coming back to it.
Is that something you can grab in Frozen Artaria? Because we might be seeing it there. Though I honestly am surprised that anyone would want to skip an E-tank as early as the first one.
No, you don't actually go through there in Frozen Artaria, so I don't know what his plan here. I believe most Hundo routes go in that direction. Maybe he'll pick it up later. Maybe he really did forget.
I certainly hope not. It'll be quite interesting if he makes it to Raven Beak and realizes that he's short one E-tank. That might just be the
equalizer.
Equalizer. Unless he's on a new route, but there's no way to know that at this point, I don't think. At least I personally don't know nearly enough about Dread to...
I honestly, I hope he did not forget. I've honestly, I haven't ran Hundo, but I just watched a run of it a couple hours ago, and I'm pretty sure you pick up that tank. So let's hope he has a plan going. Trying to open this charge door to the Jaffe room. Usually you would do that with a wave tank. Clearly, he has his own strats. Here's Maga Skip. You'll see the same thing with Water Skip. Wow, first try. That actually is harder than it looks. It's harder than the Water Skip, but there's a melee setup for it, and there's actually two slopes there. So if he was even a little bit higher or lower than where he was, he would just start being flung around everywhere.
Ryan had an excellent room to get those double power bombs and is now entering Oasis, and shortly Wonderwall. Ugh, I can't speak.
Oh no, Rufus. He was trying to skip the cutscene and started pausing and adjusting his brightness. So coming up on Rubik's, he's gonna do a fairly scary looking quick kill for the white Emmy. You gotta be particularly fast to get up here, give you enough time to shoot the faceplate. Oh no, he accidentally started charging the Omega Cannon. Because he did Mega Skip, the white Emmy, when he does that turnaround, he does it extremely fast, and it's pretty brutal if you're not prepared for it, because it just whacks you, and then suddenly you have to parry for your life. Luckily, he noticed that he started charging the Omega Beam and basically fixed his mistake.
Ryan going through the runway here, resetting his spark here multiple times to be able to climb through this room. I believe Paulsmore actually... Oh, he was just a little too low there.
I saw this earlier. It looked very impressive. You have to spark the wall to the left, right?
You definitely have to be on the top half of the room so that you can store your spark a little higher, since there is a 1 block gap. If you're really, really high, you will, I believe, hug the ceiling and you won't even need to restore your spark. But you don't want to be that high, because ideally you're able to hold the shine spark that you store up top and bring it down here, and you won't have to walk across the bottom half of the room that Ryan did to get another spark, if that makes sense.
This is the energy tank that Rubik's... He did actually forget it, I think.
He must be listening to stream chat. He must be.
Either because I've never seen that routing, but yeah,
that, or he definitely must have noticed that he was low on health. Ryan is now done with Sector 2. There is, I believe, but 1 item left for him to obtain here in the main deck that he will be entering here shortly. And then the SAX will be the final target on his list. He will set a crash course for SR388.
Oh no! I actually didn't see where he died, but I'm almost sure he died at... Yes. Okay, so this door in particular, this magnet, it is the only vertical magnet door in the entire game. And if you don't go through this the first time, actually, if you go through this first time, you won't die. But if you go through the second time, you die. But if you go through the third time, you don't die. So I believe he went through that, what would be considered the second time, and that just straight up kills you, because you technically spawn inside the door. And it is the only vertical magnet door in the entire game for whatever reason.
Interesting. I definitely didn't know that. That's a new piece of information for me. And as you might have seen, Rubik's Cuber definitely felt the need to check his map. Dread, unlike every other Metroid, uses an autosave feature, so we wanted to know exactly what items he may have lost as a result of that death.
Ooh, third try. And opening that door for early. That deboost is particularly finicky. It is completely dependent on your entry into the room. If he did that first deboost over the wall any slower, he would have missed timing. If he did it too far to the right, or too slow at a ledge grab, he would have missed the timing. There's a lot of particulars to it, and there's multiple setups because there are 3 flyers, and he did mess it up, and you can still recover, but it's basically a guess at that point unless you understand how the flyers move, which is a weird pause charge animation. I'm glad he got it in a 3rd try because I would have died for it personally, and I have died in it in a race for it.
There are a lot of strats where runners are so intent on getting that they're willing to throw everything at it. I know I personally love to go for difficult strats, even if it kills me. Definitely the heel skip and suitless is one of them in Zero Mission.
Yeah, I've died for strats too. There was a particular point where it's really sketchy through those lava. Those lavas actually do a lot of damage. I believe it was like 20 health a second or so. On hard mode, they do about 40 a second.
Lava increases in damage the longer you spend in it, though, right? I believe that's the same for ice rooms.
Ice room and heat rooms, yes. Lava, I believe, is a set. That was fire. I also think that's a set amount. And in hard mode, that increases. In dread mode, they instantly kill you. They're not considered environmental. So it was a good thing he got some health from those flyers and the thumper. Otherwise, he would have died. Oh, going for the magnet boost. It's just another one of those dread tricks where we still don't have any tools, so we got to make use of what we got, and all we got is pretty much those annoying flyers. Rook's going through the hell run. This saves a whopping 3 seconds from going below and risking your entire run on it, because if he did that any slower, he would have straight up died.
Ryan unfortunately did not get any of the doubles on the SAX, but now he is setting his crash course for SR388. He will begin his escape. Honestly, I think it's just wild to see the difference in graphics between these 2 games. It just showed just how long it's been since a 2D Metroid released.
Yeah, I believe it was like 10 years.
And how wonderful an addition Dread is to...
Yes, Dread is so beautiful of a game. And I love Dread. It just looks particularly amazing. Now, okay, so this is the green Emmy. If any of those 19 years, Jesus. Sorry. It's been 19 years between Fusion and Dread. That's actually crazy. So the green Emmy, he gives you Morph Ball. If you notice in Atario, you barely even saw white Emmy. That's because we skipped it. So this is technically your first encounter with the Emmy spawns, which are RNG and based on entry through the door. We don't know particularly how those spawns work, but we do know that on entry, those spawns are random between set points. Whether going in and out or going through different doors affect it. We believe it does, but there's no concrete evidence on it. So luckily he got a super common and easy green Emmy spawn. Otherwise, it could have spawned on the ceiling in front of the door. It could have spawned on the other side of the door, and he would have to maneuver around it. Or he could have spawned in front of the door and just sit there.
That was a wonderful quick kill from Ryan. That was an excellent finish to his Metroid Fusion run, and he will be rotating out for Keku in just a few moments here.
I was watching the run earlier. It was impressive by both runners. What we just missed, though, was second try atom skip for Rubik's. It is a frame perfect trick with 3 technically frame perfect buffer jumps, and this was actually recently found like this month, and it saves a whopping 2 minutes and 30 seconds on first try. It's probably the biggest skip we have so far, and we kind of found it by accident.
I think a lot of speedrunning tech gets found by accident. I would say, from personal experience, it's more often by accident tricks get found than intentional, but that's not to say all
Yeah.
the tricks get found by accident. There's definitely a lot of glitch hunters out there, and a lot of people who are looking for strats.
Yeah, sadly we won't see early space, but that's kind of just how early space was found, where we get space jump early, and allows NMG to be what it is now. It was just we found a melee pseudo wave, and Samurai Man just decided to just randomly do it in front of early space, and suddenly, we have the early space route. But the specifics of Adam's skip, which you'll see in Keku when he gets to it, is that slope affects your jump height and your respin and kind of slows you down. Also, just like water skip and mega skip, so you have to basically slide on the wall with a melee and get off it just enough, but get to the wall fast enough where you would basically do a far wall jump at the highest point, a buffered far wall jump, and then do another one to reach that magnet. We were actually trying to figure out it before, like 3 months ago, and then someone decided to try again and magically made it work. It is is a very difficult trick. Probably top three hardest tricks in Dread right now.
That's wild. This game definitely looks like some of the tricks are really, really hard.
Yeah, it's I would categorize as top three. It just shows how either incredibly lucky he was, or how incredibly how much he grinded that trick.
We're heading over to Dyron now, which I believe is a factory of sorts.
Yes, this is. It's very hard to say stuff about the lore in this game because there's basically none. You know, Dark Souls has like stuff littered around and stuff. This kind of sort of does, but also doesn't.
You get that little bit of information that Adam shares with you, but aside from that, all you get is really kind of these little things scattered throughout the backgrounds of the areas.
Yeah, and no explanation to it. And Quiet Rove explaining basically they were farming Metroids to kill X, and that's kind of about it.
There are definitely some hints here and there, and some stuff that's alluded to, but unfortunately, I won't get to explain any of that. I believe we have a new commentator here to replace me now that the Fusion segment has come to an end.
Yes, hi. How's it going?
And with that, I will bid
What's up,
you all adieu for now. Good
Thank
luck to both of the
you,
Fusion
Wilrin.
runners, and both of you enjoy your commentary.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for commentating the Fusion run. All right, let's see. Rubik's got wide beam. I don't know what the timing is, but I'm almost sure it's like 20 minutes wide beam, which is a very good time.
It is absolutely a fantastic time.
We'll see when Keku starts. Dairon is a particularly annoying place for most runners. Rubik's just putting on a show, just showing how much he's dealt with Dairon. Oh, you can easily die in Dairon. It looks really benign. It looks like you're not gonna be hit by anything, but you can actually just die at any point from those flyers that we call Pedro. Like right here, if he gets by that, he could possibly die right there, and had to deal with those YB blocks again. Which, if you don't shoot them incredibly horizontal, you don't move them. And even if you shoot it horizontal, it feels like RNG, and it doesn't move them anyways. They are incredibly annoying.
Yeah, and at least in my runs, I've always found that neutral stick is the best way to go on that. So it does seem like Keku is finally on their way through Arteria. So
he's while Rubis goes back into Cataris to head towards Morph Ball to kill that green Emmy you guys saw earlier. Keku is going to the climb and to Emmy skip, and let's see how fast his early cloak is. I know both of these runners have been grinding since basically day one, so I highly doubt they'll have much trouble with most of these tricks.
looks like they're making a very good climb up through the initial Arteria. Just a little bit of a trouble with the pseudo wave beam. Looks like they're doing the right stick
Yeah,
method.
having a little trouble with the visual cue. Even with the right stick method, you can unconsciously move the right stick while holding it. So that seems to be the issue with Keku right now. Compound, I believe Rubik's uses turbo. I'm unsure if Keku uses it, but I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
But just so everyone's aware, turbo, even though it has a stigma to it, it doesn't actually save that much time. Like, things don't just disintegrate with turbo, because this game is like 90% movement, like, and using missiles. So those beam spams aren't actually that beneficial overall until you get to
exactly.
Yeah.
Especially with 100% route, it is route knowledge and mechanics more than just fast spam. So, yeah, that's a great point, Rain. Looks like Rubix is already got Morph Ball and heading over to Varia suit. So.
We'll go over the green Emmy quick kill later when Keku goes over it, but Rubix is heading towards Varia, like you just said, right? And oh my god, Keku destroying Corpius. I don't think
that was a great Corpius.
Oh, he basically killed him on his very last missile. That is particularly hard. If he missed that last missile or any more missiles, he would have just had to do with what Rubik's did and just had to wait for the spit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still struggling with early Corpius myself, and I end up usually just doing the second melee counter because I don't want to deal with the spit, the RNG spit. So,
I haven't ran NMG in a while, but I would probably still not do Magus route. Even like 17 missiles, even though it's 17 missiles doesn't seem like a lot, it is actually like a luxury. And if you have 19 missiles and you get used to 17, it feels like you have infinite missiles.
Well, I mean, not only that, but just having charge beam as a backup is so much better.
Oh yeah, you don't have charge beam on Magus route. Corpius and most of these bosses can only be hurt by missiles and charge beam. So beam basically does nothing to it.
Yeah. Looks like Rubix is going through the Varia Gauntlet. It's like pretty solid route.
Keku trying to do the Watera skip earlier that Rubix got first try. If you saw Oso, he got a first try Watera skip.
Unfortunately, I missed it, but looks like Keku's having some trouble. It is a 15-second.
No, it's actually about 20 to 30 second save. So, Rubix getting a first try just shows you how horrible this trick is.
Well, Keku did eventually get it, so they're well on their way. Hopefully, they get the water station skip. First try, let's go.
First try. I know he grinded that a lot. I haven't seen him really drop it in his runs recently, so he definitely put in time for those, and I sure Magus skip won't be an issue for him because it's basically the same trick.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like Rubix is going back to face Kraid.
Let's see if Keku gets the energy tank because I believe either Rubix has a different he's getting the energy tank. Either Rubix has a different routing to most people, or he forgot about the tank.
I certainly hope he didn't forget about the tank. It is 100%.
I certainly hope too.
I mean, I guess he does have to go through Frozen Arteria, but I don't know if that really is much of a time save.
You can't even go into that room in Frozen Ontario.
Oh. Well, yeah,
so,
that's going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, that would have been a huge problem, but he did go back and get it, so either he remembered or his routing was specifically there. Now, Rubix was heading into Kraid. Kraid looks like a fairly simple fight. Just shoot him in the mouth a lot, but there is a lot of specifics to it, and a fairly difficult one side wall jump technique that requires, like, I don't remember the inputs. It's like wall jump, morph, neutral stick, unmorph, respin, wall jump, repeat, or something like that.
Yeah, never mind that. I'm gonna leave that to some of the top runners.
Yeah, that hurts your hands. Like Dread is a game that actually hurts your hands a lot. That's why we advocated for Turbo, because mashing the beam is painful. It is ridiculous. Like that belly, you have to shoot with beams. Kraid hurts my arms just shooting that belly. It's actually ridiculous.
Well, it looks like with the Turbo, they opted to just go with the normal route and not go for the wall jump skip.
But yeah, more on Kraid. He has a few attacks. Most of the time, you want to get through phase 1 very quickly, arguably, but you can actually go to the second phase with no missiles, and that's not what you want. So you kind of do want the spit still, so you can go into second phase with full missiles and just start blasting them. The punch is the only one you never want to get, because it's I think it has like 3 timings to it, and you get punched, you go straight down and have to shoot his belly again.
Yeah. Looks like Keku got Magus skip second try. Taking out the control unit just fine.
Actually, I didn't look at Rubik's missile count. If you actually have to save 2 missiles after Kraid, otherwise you wouldn't be able to open the door for diffusion, and you won't be able to open the door to the grapple. But it looks like he has missiles.
It looks like he has missiles. And honestly, with diffusion beam, you can also like kill the whatever the lizard or worm things that are in the ground. So, but it looks like they made through early grapple just fine in the lower room.
They those worms, they usually just give health, I believe. They have a chance to drop missiles, but it's usually mostly health.
That's true.
So it's like you kind of gotta bet on RNG, and the RNG in Dread is not ideal, to say the least. It's not like
absolutely.
It's not like SM where we can influence it with health or something. It gives you health or it gives you missiles. You just gotta hope.
Yep.
So we do our utmost effort to not have to deal with RNG in the slightest.
Well, Keku had a pretty solid Arteria. They're looking to escape right now. Let's hope that we'll see if they do the quick escape or if they're going to take the Rail of Shame.
Wait, did you just say the Rail of Shame?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh wait, no, I call them that. Oh wait. I was thinking about early grapple. I'm like, I don't know what rail you're talking about. But yeah, let's see this D boost.
There we go.
That
Yeah,
was right.
yeah.
Killing the 2.
Good get so far.
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, look at that first very nice. Not to take it away from Rivix, you did a very good early grapple, but
that D boost looks easy, but trust me, learning it's like I don't understand what these flyers are even doing.
Honestly, I have more. I have more guarantees of getting it when I screw up, like something.
Something changed where I haven't been able to do it at all, and I always miss the first try, and I just scramble to get it like second or third, or I die and I have to reset.
Okay.
Like,
I
don't know.
I have to either get hit by something or I have to either do like the slow crawl in order to do it right.
Does Rubik's not get the energy part? Did he forget, or I hope he's coming back for it.
I didn't check.
Oh no, the yellow at me. Oh no, you got the bad spawn.
Oh no.
The wimpy. He got the
he got the parry. Nice.
Run away. Oh my god. One thing about Emmy spawns is that's probably the worst Emmy spawn there. Is either there or not in the way at all.
Yeah.
There's 2 parry timings. No, actually there's like 3 different animations for the parries, and there are 3 different animation rotations for those parries. So you don't want to parry. It's basically RNG and timing to do it. But one particular thing about Emmy spawns is they have a zone around them where they kind of ping what they hear, and then they go to where they got pinged, sort of like that, until they see you with that cone. So Rubik's tried to avoid it by cloaking, which is the right move, but he forgot where he pinged the Emmy, so it went straight for him because that was his last known location.
Yeah. But
that
he got the parry and so he's
he got
his way.
through it.
He got more ball.
At that point, if you were to die from that Emmy, you would have lost like 40 seconds. It is dying in Dread is huge,
especially on the Emmys.
Not as much as not as bad as the other games, but it's a pretty substantial loss.
I think the wave Emmy is probably the worst so far. Like when you're trying to do the Emmy kill, but it's like Keku is
you die. You just come back from the checkpoint, but it's still a substantial time loss. But yeah, Keku, I think he's on his way to Atom Skip now, I believe.
Yep. Let's give him
give him
vibes.
Your energy, chat. He needs to beat second try. I know he's been labbing this a lot.
All right.
Just like most
let's
runners.
See.
Oh, failed. That looks
It looks
Close.
short. Yeah.
bad. That one looks okay. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Fourth try. Now, there's one thing about Adam Skip. I said it saved 2 minutes and a half for the first try. It saves, if you get a first try, you save instantly a minute on the reroute, because otherwise you have to go below and then around to that exact point to this lava switch. But if you get a first try, you instantly save a minute on that reroute, and then you save another minute and a half on the Atom, because that skips Atom, as per the name, Atom skip. So you'll see in just a sec, Rubis is about to run straight through the Atom room because that's not triggered. Otherwise, you would have to talk to him, but Atom works in a chain. So you have to talk to Atom in order, or if you skip one, the others don't activate until you go back to that one. So we effectively do not talk to Atom at all anymore.
Missing the yellow tower skip, but that's not as big as some of the other major skips on there for Keku. So,
oh, Rubik's does. Oh my god, he's doing the crazy. This strat right here is turbo only. It's basically mashing wall jump and like morph and unmorph. It is turbo only.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, it's turbo, so it's actually easier than it seems, because it's just you just bind morph and jump on turbo buttons and just hold it down basically, or something like that, or time hold jump and then time the morph. Keku is going to down to wide beam and his first encounter with the speed Emmy, and let's see if Rubis can get a water bomb jump. Water bomb jump is.
Well, he's gonna grab the vessel tank. Yeah.
This is Hundo. I honestly forgot that even existed.
Yeah, I know. We're definitely NMG 80% players, aren't we?
Yeah. Okay, so here comes the water bomb jump. So specific on that is you can only bomb jump to a certain height. But if you bomb once and unmorph, you basically save the bomb jump height state. So as long as you don't bomb again or have the ball touch the ground, you'll save that state until you leave the water. So normally that bomb jump wouldn't have made it to the platform, but since we saved the bomb jump state, we can do that really cool looking water bomb jump and save like 4 seconds.
That is the most elegant way of putting it that I've never been able to do myself. It's very difficult to explain on any sort of video on what exactly is happening during the underwater bomb jump.
And it looks easy too, right? But trust me, the first like 2 months of when we were running this, everyone hated that trick because it was horrible. People just kept missing it.
And I still hate the one for early screw attack.
That one? Actually, no, those water bomb jumps are pretty easy though. All you do is hold up. The water jumps are a pain.
The second one, like right before, like I still have trouble with it. And and like after getting it, because it's
the
faster.
One bomb or the one bomb?
The one bomb, yeah.
Oh, that's actually not in this route, so
fair enough.
So we can't really like show it, but it's essentially the same premise, except you basically get a bomb jump out of the water because of the water line. It's kind of hard to explain without them actually doing it, but it's not in this route, so I'll just leave it as that.
Well, so Keku is introducing to the yellow Emmy while Rubik's is killing it. So a little bit of a high five there.
I agree, Steel. I love the various suit. The various suit looks amazing. I hate the power suit though. I can't understand people like the power suit. It is ugly. But so Rubik's now has access to Speed Booster. Now, this is the de facto best Speed Booster in any. This is the best iteration of Speed Booster in any Metroid game I've ever seen.
What
You get to do speed keeps from wall jumps. What, Fusion?
No, you don't like SM where
no, that thing is trash.
You lost.
That thing is trash. You can't even spark backwards. But one specific on that, why he did a ball spark and not just sparked up, is because there's actually a cutscene there. So if he wasn't in a ball form, he would have triggered the cutscene. And what was he doing? You could have just I think he messed up. I'm not entirely sure what he was doing there. And Rubik's doing some interesting stuff. I haven't seen a few.
He's just collecting some things.
But yeah, this Speed Booster is the best version of Speed Booster I've seen yet. You can do speed keeps. You can do speed ball. You can do air ball. You can do 8 different directions for spark. You can do speed wall jumps. You could do. There's a lot of nuances to it, and it's amazing. Too bad flash shift exists.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. and if my sarcasm did come through, I was joshing. This is absolutely the best version of Speed Booster that has ever been iterated in the Metroid franchise.
Now, what I mean by too bad flash shift exists is because almost every room where we can use Speed Booster, flash shift is not only equal in speed to it in terms of movement, or beats it by like either several seconds or a second. In any case where Speed Booster wins, it's usually only by 1 second, and making it incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, is that like, does it take like 3 iterations of flash shift? Because I know that like around 2 charges of flash shift, it's usually like equal, and it's just better to do flash shift.
It in a horizontal distance, it has to be a distance of 6 flash shifts for Speed Booster to beat it.
Okay.
An entire
there you go.
6 for it to beat it in speed, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, you barely saw it, but Rubik's basically destroyed that Quad Robo, and missing the speed tech. He should retry. The Quad Robo used to be really annoying, and then we figured out we can just spark it. And spark in this game does 3 damage value: 0%, 50%, or 100%. It either outright kills it or does 50%, or you can't hit it, like Ravenbeak or specific bosses, I believe, or specific parts of bosses, like Front of Gozuna. Luckily, we can just spark these robos twice, and then they die.
Mm-hmm.
One thing we never really talked about was parries. How come we never parry basically anything?
Oh, because it takes just too long.
It takes too long, and when you parry an enemy, they actually take 40% less damage.
Mm-hmm.
So So you're effectively increasing your, decreasing your ammo economy. Decreasing. You have to use more missiles, basically, to kill something when you parry. So these robos, if we'll probably see at Gold Robo, if you were to parry it, you would basically have used double the missiles. On Corpius, on Kraid, on Ravenbeak, you would have to use. Well, Ravenbeak's kind of exception. You would have to basically use double the amount of missiles. Even though they give you the missiles, it is slower and horrible missile economy.
Agreed. So I'm actually interested. Keku skipped the missile plus tank, and I can't quite see the missile economy of Rubik's. So I don't know if they skipped it as well.
The lava tank.
Yeah, the lava tank.
I believe the routing, they come back for it because they have to go through that area again, anyways.
Okay.
And you don't really need those missiles, anyways.
I know you don't need them. It was just more of like just a routing question.
Yeah. For those wondering why missiles even matter, it only matters outside of Hundo. Because the only reason you want even missiles at all, even though, is for Ravenbeak. Ravenbeak second phase takes roughly 50 to 52 missiles to phase to third phase. So you want to pick up at least 50 missiles, so you could phase them after. I prefer 63 because that's how my routing goes. But some people go as low as. I think people go like 49. If you have turbo, I believe you can go as low as like 32.
Yeah, I prefer 55 myself on my routing.
God, that's so low. You only miss 5 missiles.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Just
you got cross bombs.
Oh yeah, we'll explain what was it? Void bombs later when it comes up. That is.
Oh, Keku hitting Kraid while he was waiting for the staircase, or not the staircase, but the for the spikes to bring down the magnet wall for him. So that's an interesting thing. I'm gonna have to include that myself.
Oh, he's doing a spark. Oh, I love this. I love that I saw this in Keku's run earlier, and that spark up. I'm like, I almost want to run Hundo just because of that, because of that speed.
So yeah, very very advanced techniques on both players.
We're gonna. It seems like it's like a lot. Well, what was it in the chat? They said like 20-minute difference between their times at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what they're talking about. But these two runners, I believe they're 15 minutes apart right now, which seems like a lot. But Rubik's is 10 minutes slower on his PB than Keku, with different strats, and all these strats are like pretty difficult to pull off. So it can actually end up at a pretty close race, and I'm hoping it ends up as a close race.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you see another utilization of the spark on this. Since we sparked it, choosing to do. Oh wait. How many missiles does he have? I think it's like 60 something. Man, Hundo is kind of crazy.
Making you rethink your decisions on what kind of runner you are?
Nah, I'm still any percent glitchless. But having that amount of missiles for Gold Robo is kind of nice, because you do the spark on it, and I believe it has about 9,000 health. So you still have to do 4,500 health to the Gold Robo, which is about 29 missiles. So generally, you don't actually you go into there with like 32 missiles at max. So it's pretty tense, especially for people starting out. They die a lot at Gold Robo.
Yeah. If anyone has seen my second race for Ukraine, where it was on hard mode, they know exactly what it's like.
Oh, Ruben's trying to go for the grapple boost, I think. If he charge beamed that, I would have cleared it out. I personally started going for the D-boost method because ever since I've met the Matrix Bird, I was like, yeah, no, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Because I cleared out those birds, and a single bird evaded my beam shots spam for like 5 seconds. An entire
Really?
5 seconds. Yeah, and I'm
What?
like, yeah, I'm over this. I'm deboosting. The grapple strat is slightly faster than the deboost strat, except a lot less consistent. Does look cooler though, but very hard because you have to grapple in a specific angle at a specific spot, and let go as the grapple pulls you up and morph into the tunnel. So it saves like maybe half a second and is very difficult. I still like it though, but ever since the Matrix Bird, I gave up on it. I don't think we ever talked about early grapple, like going down below there. It's probably the first hard trick that and it's a very important trick too, because early grapple teaches you coyote jumps, which is integral to Dread movement. Basically, just like most games, you slide and then you basically jump in the middle of the air, giving you just enough room to make it to that morph tunnel on top. And then you basically do it again for the last part. You'll probably see it here. I believe he's doing... Yep. That is also a coyote jump. That's a morph ball coyote jump. That one is also pretty finicky. Oh my god, Ruben's going for the speed tech and missing it. Oh, no.
So close.
So that speed tech is actually faster by about half a second than just flash shifting. It is particularly difficult, and you have to set it up properly because the plasma room with the blocks, if you don't, you have to only break the rightmost block. If you break any more than the rightmost block, you can't get enough room to speed boost. So kudos for getting the speed boost. You can actually accidentally ledge warp there, which would invalidate his run, which is both hilarious and scary. Because you can easily ledge warp. And for those of you who don't know, ledge warp is basically you ledge hop and morph. Basically like a frame perfect trick. Let's see. Oh, he missed the spark shot. I'm pretty sure Keku would be able to get it. But ledge warp is basically you do a frame perfect ledge hop morph, and it'll look really weird. And then once you unmorph, you basically go back to that ledge. So that can happen at literally any point in anybody's run accidentally, which is both hilarious and horrible. Anyway, they clear some of those camera changes. Yes, those camera lock is a major glitch. It's unrestricted only. Let's see if Rubus... Oh, since we have ad skip, we can do this really cool speed keep all the way to the water bomb jump. Let's see if Rubus can get it. Oh, wait. This is Hundo.
Yeah, he's not going to get it. Yeah.
But they'll get to do it later. I saw in Keku's run, they get to do it later.
Oh, for the...
Yeah, for cleanup.
Cleanup.
So that's going to be really cool. It essentially looks basically the same. He misses it. And he goes for the flash? Interesting. Oh, and he gets caught by the ice enemy. Everybody hates this ice enemy. Actually, everyone hates every enemy. Every Emmy sucks besides the white Emmy.
Okay, there we go. We're good. I might need another beer after watching this.
Yeah, it's kind of stressful. Even just watching it because the Emmy spawns are random. Let's see if Rubik's gets the most annoying one. It's not even a bad spawn. It's just annoying. Yeah, he's right there. Look at that. He's just in front of the door.
Yeah.
Great.
But he got the speed keep. There you go. Good job.
Yeah, as long as you're aware of it, it's not an issue. It's just really annoying because all you gotta do is wiggle and then run to the left just to get the speed boost again. It's ridiculous. Oh, coming up on Rubik's side, you'll see the speed booster trick method and spark up. This is the fastest method to get the speed Emmy to that ceiling. And he opened that charge door earlier. If you don't speed from that door to the platform tunnel area, that Emmy would actually like kind of double back and kind of pause and decide to go below to you or to the ceiling. That specific movement is to force it to not decide and just go straight up. So that is the fastest movement in that room.
Kaku is doing the more traditional morph ball bomb jumps, but look like he's having trouble.
We'll come more in that sec. But to answer your question, well, you got it very fast. To answer your question about Dread Mode and then Ice Emmy, no, that thing does not actually do damage. So it's not. It won't kill you in Dread Mode. And Rubik's accidentally falling, trying to get, I think, that missile. Is he coming back for it? Wait. Did he get it?
I thought he got it.
I hope he got it. His routing is a little weird. Do they get spin? No, they skip spin. Is spin not required?
I don't think it's required.
Ataria. I know they go to Frozen Ataria. But if spin's not required, they get to do some pretty cool tech. Spin not required? Oh, that's pretty cool. It just makes Frozen Ataria harder.
Yeah.
Oh, can you actually get that early? That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, I like that. if that's possible, that's awesome.
That actually saves. That would probably save like 3-4 seconds, I believe.
That would save more than that.
Kaku missing the water bomb jump. I think this is like his third try. You just see how annoying it is.
Yeah, it's not the easiest trick, and it's.
But he will come back for that missile tank later. Now we get to go to early graph puzzle. This is an intended sequence break, and even though you can get it easily, like it's not even that difficult. But trust me, you're gonna be hating it fairly quickly because even top runners miss it. Look, see,
miss the speed.
You have to get a speed. Yeah, you have to store it at a specific spot to keep the speed, the spark, and break the blocks at the same time.
Going for the diagonal for the swag.
Going for the safe slope. That looks really flashy and looks really easy, but it's also extremely easy to just get caught on the slope and just start sparking your brains out. It is that thing's infuriating.
Yeah, Keku's making his way to the yellow Emmy control unit.
Soon he'll have speed booster.
Missing the charge shot. That's not good. I guess he has plenty of missiles for Hundo.
Oh yeah, that's not a consideration. I almost forgot because in NMG in like the green Emmy room, you need exactly 19 missiles and all 3 of your charge shots to hit to break it, and you only have 19 missiles going into that green Emmy room.
Yeah.
But let's see. You guys saw Rubik's do kind of like the spinning charge shot thing. It's part of the quick charge shot, I believe. Yeah, quick charge shot tech. Basically, you can do a shorter charge shot timing if you do like a spin jump, a turnaround spin jump, a turnaround. I think Flash also enables it. Do you know anything more? Also, I think those are all of it.
No, I've only heard of the 180 turn and the spin jump. I did not know that the Flash could also do it as well.
Yeah, Rubik's did it earlier with Flash.
Okay. It's super interesting to see Frozen Arteria with Atom Safe Skip.
It definitely it's Frozen Artaria is actually really cool. Oh, that was actually a pun. I'm sorry. I forgot it was actually Frozen. No, missing the charge shot. Shot, man. He is storing a spark so he can do the 50% on the red Chozo and breaks the shield and instantly phases it. Yes, Kaku.
That red devil just melts.
Yeah, especially with Turbo. These are probably definitely one of the bosses that benefit from Turbo pretty significantly.
Yeah.
But still not as significant as you would think. Oh, the speed tech. Yes. I love the speed tech. This one is so cool. Oh, and he misses it.
He missed it.
It's actually easier if you just jump more through that door and then ball jump up. Is that oh? I don't think that actually saves time, but
yeah.
But
it looks cool. Flashy, but
that one is actually okay because this is Hundo, so they don't actually need the speed boost yet. They're actually going for the missile tank for Elaine.
Yeah.
Oh, Keku. Oh no, they don't actually get to do the Quiet Robe speed boost.
No, because they gotta go for the little energy tank.
Is that faster than sparking? I'm surprised he didn't just spark there. But now he's heading over to. Oh, he didn't actually get to keep it.
Oh,
I think it's gonna do the IBJ. Oh, but
probably.
I completely forgot about the flash door IBJ. So this is a little late, but the IBJ for the flash door is if you're at a certain height above where the yellow lines are for the flash door, the door will just close. So the IBJ allows you at a specific tempo to basically hover over it and open the door, and it takes about 8 seconds for the door to open. So you have to do the IBJ for an entire 8 seconds. Spark shot? Oh, missing the spark shot. The one thing I love about Frozen Artaria is once you get Frozen Artaria down, it's like 5 or 6 speed techs, like in a row.
Mm.
And if you miss any of them, you basically lose like 20 seconds. It's actually
just why I don't run Hundo.
It's actually no, it's not Hundo. This is any category that goes into Frozen Artaria. You just
so all bosses in Hundo.
Yeah, and glitchless. It is actually dope and horrible because it's incredibly consistent. But if you miss any of it, you just straight up lose time, like by a tremendous margin.
I'll stick to any percent.
Oh, you can do any percent glitchless.
No, thank you.
Is Keku doing the speed? Oh, he's doing the other variation. Yes, someone has done Mappo already, and it took him like 10 hours or something. I believe it was. I forgot who. I think Zyceron. But more on Frozen Ataria. You saw him. You saw him kind of after the IBJ up to where early cloak was.
Mhm.
You saw him kind of stutter and be careful. Is because that water isn't there, and it's supposed to be there,
Mhm.
but it's supposed to be frozen water. If you actually fall in there, you die.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. Now Z57, so you don't really notice it in Hundo because they have a lot of health, but everything in Dread hurts, like a lot. Of the smoke on the ground, they do like 20. No, they do like 20 health a second. Z57 hits you like a tank and a half.
Yeah.
Or something like that. That
His
thing hits.
swipes are like 2 tanks.
Yeah, that thing that's like shooting at him does like 2 tanks. Gozuna, you'll see earlier. Like I think none of his moves hit below 2.5 tank. Even touching
Rubik's is doing wall jumps. That's incredible.
He has no spin. He's got to. Oh, Kaku's doing a Varenia 2 speed keep. Oh, he doesn't keep it. Sadly, you won't see the last part to it because it's Hundo, so that they don't actually do it.
Oh no.
Ooh, this is my favorite speed tech, and Rubik's misses it. You can actually speed keep all the way up to the spot and then continue it. And then
really?
he misses the second part.
No.
Oh, I love the speed tech in this game, and it always hurts to see it just not be done. Oh yeah, so the spark is pretty much required because what is it?
No
they don't have
spin.
spin. Yeah. Keku at Drog Skip. This pseudo wave, he did it in what, 3 shots?
Yeah.
It used to be so much harder because you used to have to do what early cloak did, which is slide, jump, shoot, and it used to be very finicky. But we found the turnaround. No, the cha-cha slide. No, turnaround pseudo, right? DT slide. There we go. The DT slide pseudo. Basically, you slide towards the wall, you turn around and turn around again, and then you basically shove your arm into the wall, allowing you to shoot through it. So these blobs, that one takes 2 shots. These blobs are coded in a very specific manner. They don't actually have health per se, but they have hit points. Some take 2 shots, some take 4. I think some take 1, but it might actually be 2 because the fusion also counts as 1, if that makes sense. But yeah, blobs are weird in this game, and there are diffusion blobs where only diffusion beams or wave beam can break it. Oh, Rube is going for, yes, I love the speed tech. The zipper spark also required. Oh my god, the speed tech. Woo! I love it. I think that actually saves time because if you don't get it, you actually have to go into the save room to store the spark and do what Rubus just did. But that was slick.
Yeah.
Trying to do the speed charge, the quick charge. I don't know how long the race has been going. Frozen Ataria.
Well, I joined about 50 minutes, so probably at least an hour and hour plus.
I know cleanup is after Red Chozo, so I don't think we've even seen Gozuna yet.
No.
Yeah, this is where our knowledge of Hundo kind of starts to get lacking.
Just a little bit.
Oh, getting the speed keep here. I don't even know if you can continue it all the way. I don't doubt that you can up to that point anyways, because Speedball hates air. If you don't ball jump and the speedball gets any type of air, you lose speed. Period. And you can't unmorph in the air, otherwise you lose speed. Speedball is kind of stupid. But there's also a specific mechanic that Dread introduces with this, which is instant spark. You don't actually see the slow spark at all because these guys have been practicing instant spark for months. But generally for a beginner, oh, there's that lava tank that you were talking about also.
Yeah. I was wrong. It's better to come back.
But yeah, for instant spark, for beginner run, you'll definitely see them do like slow sparks where Samus kind of charges up. But you can instant spark with using shoot, melee. I think that's about it actually. Shoot, melee. Aim, shoot, and melee.
Yeah.
And then pressing B, you can. Oh, and spin. No.
No.
Yeah. Those three. It's a little complicated, but yeah, those three allows you to do an instant spark where you don't have to do that charge. Now there's more specifics with it, with like actions like melee also counts, sliding, flash, spinning, kind of matter, and then like a technical macro, but. Yeah, you can instant spark in this game, which makes speed boost, and spark so cool. I'm kind of hoping Kaku goes for the Elune speed keep. I don't think he actually goes for it. I really hope he does. But Rubik's is heading over to Gozuna, I believe. I think. It's gotta be Gozuna. I can't think of anywhere else.
Yeah,
would rather
if he's
go.
going for orange, yeah, it's going for Gozuna. I wasn't sure if he was doing anywhere. Guitarist cleanup.
He's not going for the speed keep. He broke the 2 blocks. There's only 4 blocks there, and he broke 2 of them. So he's definitely not doing it. Now keep in mind the flash shift is just as fast and only very slightly slower than a perfect speed keep. So which is a trend in Dread. Trust me, I've tried to find as many speed keeps as I can, and they've only, even the hardest ones, only save roughly a second over flash shift, which is both really cool and horrible. Because you're basically making the rooms like 20 times harder to save a second.
Exactly, yeah. And what is the if you fail the speed keep, like, how devastating is it?
In Elune?
Yeah.
You just lose a second. Actually, in that room specifically, where Rubik's actually failed the speed keep, you don't actually lose time.
Okay.
So
might as well just try it.
Yeah, Elune speed keep is actually one where it's actually worth going for. And Rubik's going for... He was trying to do the more consistent version of it. There's actually 3 methods to go Zuna. That allows you to do 4 sparks total in this fight.
Still going for the spark, and he's still gonna get it. Actually,
technically, you get 5. You get. Oh my god, that thing chunked him. He touched it and got hit by electric. If that happened again, he actually could have died. But yeah,
I'm not worried about people dying in Hundo.
Yeah, but if this was NMG, he probably would have died right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, he would have died.
Or been very close. That's how ridiculous the damage output is in Dread is. Now, the 3 methods I was talking about for Gozuna, they all result in 4 sparks total. The main ones you want are on his third and fourth form. Fourth, definitely, you need 2. And they're all fairly difficult. One is the fastest and requires basically doing a meaty spark on his spawn. The one you saw Rubik's trying to do basically involves wall jumps and basically speeding through the forms up to his third form. We'll see what Keku does. I believe he does my method where Keku doesn't get the stupid blue Emmy spawn.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Keku does the my method with the jump flashing. So I'm sure he'll probably get the force spark because that is arguably one of the more consistent methods.
Yeah, I do the jumps, or I do the jump spark on the third.
Keku getting the proper method, and Rubik's choosing to do the speed keep through instead of the biggest time save of the year, which is the spark shot, which is an
I'm sorry,
absolutely
Raid. How much time does that save?
It saves a whopping 1 second. It actually saves 2 in all bosses, I believe. Which is actually no, it doesn't save 2 seconds.
How does it save 2 in all bosses?
It involves Adam, but since we have Adam skip, it actually doesn't save 2 seconds anymore. It just
Okay,
saves 1.
yeah.
So we're back to 1.
Yeah.
It's actually not as hard as it looks. Your fingers just gotta be quick. But I'm sure Keku would do it. I think he did the Loon spark shot. I completely forgot about it. Wait, did Rubik's get this one? I don't remember.
I don't think Rubik's got the power bomb.
I know he does a different route and a different cleanup than most, so he's probably coming back for it.
Because he definitely didn't go through pulse radar.
Is he going for space now? It looks like he's going for space. Yep, he's going for the cross bomb method for space.
Yeah.
And
oh, no.
I have never seen that happen. Get in there! Get in! Oh. Okay, so there are 3 different methods to get early space. This is one of them. This is technically the intended sequence break that Mercury Steam made, which is using cross bomb and spark. The other method is to use regular bombs to break the 3 blocks and doing a wall jump in there and doing. It's pretty difficult. I prefer it. I kind of wish early space pseudo wasn't found, because the bomb jump is really cool. Like it's actually really cool.
I agree. It is. It's absolute Metroid mechanical prowess, like at its finest.
Like I wish Cat could actually see it. It's actually like really cool. Yeah. But early space pseudo is not only faster by like 20 seconds, but also arguably easier for most, because all you do is charge shot, aim down, and morph.
Well, there's a little bit of nuance to that, but
well, yeah, there's a lot more to it, but mechanically, it's just 3 buttons.
And early pseudo space jump has a soft spot in my heart because that's what I launched my YouTube channel on.
I don't even know what I launched mine on, but I definitely put in the work to make that consistent, even when everyone's like, "Oh, it's RNG" and stuff like that. But I kind of regret it, but you know,
because I remember it was either like you either learn suitless or you get good with those bomb jumps. It's just like
on Rubik's guide. Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but Rubik's is about to destroy a bug, and he misses this. Oh no, he actually doesn't. I don't think he actually knows how to do this speed kill. Even though SQ kind of already dies in like 20 seconds, anyways. You can make this fight like 5 seconds long, or something like that. like you could do 1 round X core. 2 rounds is a lot significantly easier and pretty consistent, and you can basically ping pong between the wall and SQ and basically kill him immediately. Sadly, Rubik's, I don't know if he knows the strat or he messed up the setup for it. But Screw Attack demolishes SQ.
Well, I mean, since he didn't do the space jump to like prepare, like maybe it just he didn't know it.
Well, I'm
Or
sure
just didn't
he's
feel
gonna
confident
learn
on it.
soon.
Yeah.
But if any of you who actually oh yeah, this one is like really weird to get.
Oh, that's nice. I like the
I forgot all about this.
I like the flash shift. Yeah, only for his energy part, because no one cares about energy parts.
But yeah, if any of you actually played Dread casually, you would remember SQ being like very difficult. Like he was actually a very difficult boss. But Screw Attack basically negates everything he does, which is dope.
Yeah, you gotta give it to Mercury Steam for coming up with something like that. That completely. Wow, that is the fastest I've ever seen the double
Kaku going
robots.
for the speed keep. Come on, you can do it. Yes, yes. I love it. Love to see it.
Oh wow.
And going for the spark. Yeah, those robos. Like I said before, Gold Robo has about 9,000 health. The Gray Robos actually have 7,500 health. So a lot of new runners would actually be sparking the Gray one because it's closer, right? But you're actually losing 1,500 damage if you do that, which sounds like a lot, but it's like half a Screw Attack because Screw Attacks destroy the Gold Robos too. But it's actually faster to shoot them with plasmas. But yeah, it's actually still optimal to spark the Gold Robo. Kaku just blazing through the invisible water section. It's actually very easy to accidentally kind of just walk forward during the transition and just go into the water and die.
I personally have not done that,
keep.
but
Missing the
I'll
spark
believe
shot.
you on that.
Let's see if we can get the other speed keep. Yes, almost perfect. Oh, is that Wave MECU? Oh my god, it's so fast. I actually didn't notice. Screw Attack also instant kills brains. So we would actually spark the shell, break it off, and just Screw Attack it and just instant kill it. So whatever fight that was supposed to be there is non-existent. We'll see what type of Wave ME quick kill he goes for. There is two. He's going for the very scary one.
I still can't get this one consistently.
You basically cannot miss a single shot, which he just did. I hope it works out.
Wait, he has.
Ooh, he barely got it. Oh my god!
I was gonna say he has turbo, so like that kind of skews things a little bit.
That's only the turbo plasma shots is only like it breaks it. I think 20 frames faster. I believe it's not as much as you would think, but luckily it was enough for him because that was a little bad. He did miss a couple shots, but he did get it. That speed kill is actually 2 seconds faster than going to the bottom part with the wide beam there, and the wide beam area is 2 seconds faster than going up to where those flash shifts are. So for those of you who are like, oh man, This wave envy kill looks horrible and stuff. Don't worry, it's only 4 seconds faster.
Oh,
A
Keku's
whopping 4.
doing the Flappy Bird method on.
Oh, he's just straight up just
Right.
taking it to the face.
Yeah. He already has the. Oh, yep.
Oh, 1 jump is enough. I usually wall jump there. But yeah, he just taking all that. He was
Apparently.
pretty close to death. But oh,
Well,
I actually sent him. No, he didn't do it. There's actually a method where you could do the wall jump, and he misses the slope too. Are you kidding me?
Oh no!
Don't miss this, Keku, please. Nice.
Hey,
You can also ledge warp there by accident. Rubik's fighting the red Chozo. This red Chozo also hurts a lot. Basically everything it does is either tank and a half or up to 4. That stab took four tanks.
Rubik's is just tanking it. Doesn't care one bit.
I guess that's unknown for you.
Yeah, he's got what 7 tanks. So
Yeah, storm missiles here. Storm missiles for a while was thought to be like pretty useless. But what it did do in the beginning was basically you didn't have to mash, because for like 2 months everyone thought mashing was the fastest method, and it kind of was, because it broke these Chozos very quickly and phases them to the second phase fairly quickly. But it was later found, thankfully, because I was doing storm missiles, I wasn't mashing, to be slightly faster, more consistent, and also didn't destroy your hands to phase them faster.
yeah, especially with the red alarm bell that was going on during the fight. It is found that you can't mash as fast as you normally would.
Yeah, that room is incredibly laggy. Like,
Yeah.
Even if you had a 20 hertz, even if you have a 15 hertz turbo, oh my god, Rubik's actually missed the spot. Even if you had a 15 hertz, you would, in that room, you would actually have a hard time getting 15 hertz, let alone 20 hertz. It's just that lag. But since Rubik's killed the red Chozo, I believe it is now cleanup time. So you're gonna see a lot of speed keeps, a lot of flash, a lot of movement, and a lot of items being mass acquired. I'm not entirely sure how far off. I'm sure Keku has closed the gap a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But it was still a significant lead that Rubik started. But we will see how close it actually is later. But yeah, on Rubik's side, it's just going to be a lot of movement. Keku is heading. Where is Keku actually heading to? I don't remember.
I think it's that energy part that's at the end. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Or I'm sorry, I think it's an energy tank.
Okay, he went through Frozen Ontario already, right?
Yeah, he's gone through Frozen Ontario. He's gotten Screw Attack. So he's just doing cleanup in Arteria.
Yeah. So he should eventually make it to Gozuna.
Yep.
Yeah, he's on his way to Gozuna.
Yep.
Dude is typing in chat in the middle of a run. My man. Rubik's doing all that in ball. That's actually kind of impressive to see that all in ball. That one is probably, as a casual player, probably one of the harder speed puzzles. I think there was a few that was slightly harder. But that one was pretty difficult on my casual playthrough to get down.
I'll say that the Berenia, just like the Gauntlet, was really the toughest in my first playthrough.
The Berenia Gauntlet?
Yeah,
What gauntlet?
the
What?
one like for early gravity now. Like expecting to do 3 speed boosts like right in a row.
Oh, early grab?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, that was pretty difficult too.
Yeah.
It only gets harder, boys. Wait. Does he do? Oh no, yeah. There's a tank below here. I don't actually know what it is. Wait, he didn't actually get the powerbomb tank from Ferenia? No, Hanubia. So I hope he goes back and gets it. The one after Red Chozo.
I'm sure he does.
I hope he does. Because from the rules, if you miss an item, you lose like 5 minutes. Like just outright. Now, one thing we haven't even talked about was load screen. Load screens, there's a lot of load screens in Dread. Like, an incredible amount to the point where it's really annoying. Where to a point where there is a significant gap between digital and physical. Physical, in NMG, is 4 minutes slower than digital. Just on load time. Like, if you wanted to compete against digital, you would basically need a 4-minute head start if you had the same time. It is well, maybe not same time, but yeah, it's incredible. So Hundo, with how many load screens there are, it's actually significant. Keku doing the spark, yes. Now wall jump, flash, melee, spark. Ooh, a little bit too early, but he should be able to get it. Yes, the 4 spark, and it finished off the core. Perfect.
Very sweet for Keku.
Perfect Golzuna.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one of the reasons why I don't run Hondo is the decision to put power bombs at the very end of the game, and they're required for multiple puzzles. So,
Yeah, it was definitely a rush decision. That's the only thing I could think of, because even if you had power bombs, they don't actually do a lot. Well, actually,
they solve
besides running
puzzles.
Robos. Yeah, all they do is solve puzzles, and well, the Robos actually die. Like the Robos, Berenia Robos, they actually die in one shot by the power bombs, which is cool, but it's only Hundo related. Besides that, you use 4 power bombs total after you get it, if at all, which is sad. Power bombs are pretty cool.
Yeah, I like them in Samus Returns, because they had that extra thing of like launching the morph ball with spider ball. Like
Prime?
those were fun puzzles to do.
You said Prime, right?
Huh?
In what game?
In Samus Returns.
Oh, I've never actually played Samus Returns. And Morgan, it depends on the routing that these guys decide on. Like there, the Berenia Robos weren't killed, so he just power bombed them, and then they all just instantly died.
Yeah,
I think that's the fastest routing for Hundo, but I still say Hundo is largely unexplored. So if you guys, if anyone want to chat, want to spend the time to route out Hundo to like the degree, by all means, I think is largely unexplored.
Yeah, no, thank you. Right now,
Like
I'll let someone else do it.
For a long time, like when I think the world record was like 210 or something like that. I kind of want to play Hundo, but the only reason I never did was because I definitely did not want to figure out the speed keeps. Because I spent 2 months just slaving away at this game trying to figure out the best speed keeps for NMG. Like 2 months, I was like, Hundo, it will break me.
Sure.
MS making up for not probably.
Oh,
Yeah, that's probably true.
poor Keku.
Oh, he's actually doing it kind of the slightly harder way.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not doing the. Okay, he got it that time.
You can actually wall jump, morph, and get the speed keep up, unmorph, and wall jump up to that item. You can actually save a. This is the story of Dread. Basically, you can make this like any item or room like 20 times harder to save a second.
Mm-hmm.
A whopping second.
Which makes me a 125 player instead of a 150 player at this point.
Oh, I didn't even know there was an item down there, man. It has been like 6 months since I even played this casually, so I have zero idea where anything is.
I've done a few Hundo playthroughs just casually, so I have a pretty good idea of like where things are. But in terms of like the routing, I'm still learning.
Oh, that was such a good speed keep.
It was.
Oh, what? Oh wait, you got space jump. Oh, that's just an annoyance. I thought he straight up dropped.
Probably.
Did it come out 5 months ago?
It was actually on a week before my birthday, so it was October 7th.
Was that 5 months? I can't remember. I'll take your word for it.
It's been 6 months.
Really? Oh man, I forgot you can't even do that because we never did. Grapple is largely just a movement tool in NMG, and you barely ever see it used. Like you use it for movement
because
and
like
the block.
unfortunately, like a lot of the grapple spots are just completely outshined with flash shift. Like flash shift, like for as amazing as it is, it's so overwhelming for all the other things.
You'll like the speed keep, the speed tech. This. Wait, no, after this. But that one's pretty cool too. But the one after this, the ball spark, I saw it in Keku's. I'm like, oh my god, this is actually dope. This one right here, if he can get it, commentator's curse, yeah. And you go straight through. I thought that was like the coolest thing.
Wait, is he gonna do the speed keep after SQ?
Maybe.
Oh, he's going to go left on SQ. That's interesting.
I think he messed up the tech, or he may not know. He definitely messed the X core up. I did actually teach him how to do it, but I guess he forgot. For those who don't know, there's actually a speed keep right after this room, and then after the storm door. They are the hardest. Like you speed keep all the way up, keep it through this room, and well, not in Hundo, but in NMG, all the way to the storm doors to the left that Keku is about to go to. That is the hardest speed tech in the entire game because you have to diffusion block it on the first entry into a room. For some apparent reason, they don't load properly, and you also speed keep up to this storm door too. That's the second hardest speed tech. But yeah, they don't load properly, so you have to diffusion it, and then basically diffusion, wall jump, screw attack the blocks, and morph all at the same time in there, and then unmorph and do multiple wall jumps into basically a frame perfect coyote jump out the transition to the story. It's ridiculous.
And how much time does that save, Brain?
2 seconds. A whole 2 seconds.
Well, I'll see you at GDQ.
I'm still waiting for someone to get it in an actual run. B-Dog gets the speed keep after the storm door. That one's significantly easier, but also stupidly hard still, because you have to basically do a falling morph into that morph tunnel that Kegu went through, and then do another unmorph coyote jump. And it's only space jump viable. It's not possible with spin or no jump. It's only space jump because you have to get a specific height. But yeah, that's just the story of Dread speed tech. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
And it only saves a second or two for the most part, unless speed is required for stuff like puzzles. Right? If you're doing optimizations, you have to make the room 10 times harder, you save a second, maybe even half. Like the Illusion speed keep I wanted Keku to do saves half a second. A whopping half a second.
So
that
the
sucks, Morgan.
resolution's a little hard to tell, but I think Keku's at 151 missiles.
I think Rubik's is at 223, 229.
I think 223, because it's 225 is the
Keku's at 161 from chat, thank you, and 229. Okay. I don't actually know what the max amount is. I just know the health bars are basically up to max -1, which makes it off center a bit.
Yeah,
but that's because
you have the amiibo.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, you can actually use amiibo in this game and get a free resource refill once a day, and a free energy tank,
which is way better than the Samus Returns amiibo, which locked the fusion mode, which was the hardest difficulty in that game.
Locked?
Yes, it was locked.
Keku's stream froze.
No.
I don't really know what's gonna happen now, but he did get the wave Emmy quick kill that Rubik's also got, so that's impressive. I'm sure he's scrambling to get the stream back in order while the 20 seconds of loading happens for getting an item. Ooh, hey, this is a cool power bomb.
Commentator's curious about talking about locked mechanisms.
Apparently, we do have the power. The funny thing is Rubik's was telling me to tell him if his stream would freeze. So this is not a situation that was expected, to say the least. Oh, that was a cool spark thing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't just screw tack through all of them, but Keku had a computer crash? Wait, do we pause the run? Wait, I don't know what happens here. Do we just pause the run? We'll have to. I'll just have to wait.
Guess we'll just give him a time save, or
I don't know. I'll message Whalerinth, but okay, they said just play it out. Okay, that's fine. Well, that sucks.
yeah.
Hopefully he comes back real soon. It was pretty. It was gonna be pretty difficult for him to catch up, anyways. But I was really hoping because it would have been fine.
Mhm.
Keku died to the purple Emmy. What?
Oh.
Like actually died, or he? Oh my god, he okay, so he has a streaming computer. So I guess that one died, but his. Oh wait, the Switch. What am I talking about? The game doesn't just crash. But yeah, he died to the purple Emmy, which is surprising. But I guess that still screen is the screen of imminent doom.
Yeah.
You've seen the Switch crash one time. Luckily, I think Mercury Steam fixed the crashes. I have not seen a report of a crash since the last update.
I've had one crash, but I don't play as nearly as much as like the top runners do.
Yeah, you only really would see a crash or risk a crash if you did like 2 runs in a row. Like anything more than 2 runs, you start risking crashing. But left it on for a couple of days. Yeah, actually, in Rage or Philia, there is a tech in this game called hyper missiles. The only known way to get hyper missiles in this game at the moment is from Justin Zane. And the way he got hyper missiles was spamming missiles in a cutscene after leaving his game on for 2 days.
What?
Yes, that is the only known method to even get a chance to get hyper missiles.
What does hyper missiles do?
Hyper missiles, what it basically does is it's largely unknown because it's so stupid to get. Arguably hardest trick to get because no one knows how to freaking get it. But it either triples your missile shooting speed, so you basically just create like a line of missiles, or unlocks the firing speed for missiles. So one or the other, basically, you demolish everything with hyper missiles. Like I'm talking unload 15 missiles in like 3 seconds. That is an actual tech in the game, and yeah, I have no idea. No one has any idea how to get it, but we do have footage of it. We were testing it for a bit when Justin Zane had it, and then he checked if restarting the game or restarting the Switch gets rid of it, which it does, which sucks. So now we're kind of waiting until, another breakthrough. But I just got noticed that Keku is back. Hopefully the footage comes back soon. He was on a 2-hour pace. Actually, no, not link shot. It actually stays on your save. I think it's either a specific save or all 3 saves. So once you have it, as long as you try your best not to lose it, you would actually have it for all your run. So you only have to get it once, and you would actually get it for like all your runs going forward. So it's like a prerequisite kind of technique, like trading saves for save warps or whatever in Link in Zelda. So it's a very big tech that we have no idea how to get. closing the game does not get rid of it. I think. I don't know. It's been a while, and like a lot of it is unknown. There's only been three
I
people
need to
who've
see
ever
this
gotten
myself.
it. There's a thread that I made in the Discord. You can check it out later. But
All right.
as far as I know, there've only been 3 people who have actually gotten hyper missile. So that in the last 5.5 months of hundreds of people who actually ran Dread, only 3 people have gotten it. One leaving his his Switch on for 2 days straight. So that just shows how ridiculous this trick is. So hopefully we find it soon. Yeah, Tex got it once apparently. I don't know. We'll find out one day. It's gonna be a game changer. Not really, because it's just missiles, but it's gonna be cool. Can you like the ice missiles shoot 3 times faster on like Ravenbeak? My God, is it so good?
Yeah.
We're talking like sub-minute Ravenbeak.
Yeah, can't wait for hyper missile percent.
One day. But yeah, I wish there was a lot more to talk about right now, but it's just mostly cleanup. It
really is.
A lot of speed tech, a lot of flashing, a lot of acquisitions. If I knew more about the route, I would commentate more on the difficulty of it, because most of these stuff is actually pretty hard to do, especially consistently. But I don't know enough.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think it's more knowledge base more than mechanical prowess.
I know there's one speed tech in the lava room in Cataris. No, yeah, Cataris, where they actually grab the what is it? The grapple block and then go around and then do a speed keep and then ball spark up and stuff like that. That one has a very difficult speed keep where you ignore the backtrack. We'll see if Keku does it. I don't think he does. I'll point it out when he gets there if I even notice it, because it's probably a ways off. But yeah, that's the only one I know that is actually very difficult. Man, I need some water. Oh, here's the pulse scanner that Keku got early, before he even goes Luna, which was surprising. I don't know how much the time save for going this later is compared to getting early. Oh, hey, look, that's his energy part that Rubik's actually left. He was trying to get it before and he fell and he just left it.
Yep.
So it wasn't a routing choice.
Time to clear up Ilum.
Oh, this area is actually really cool. Before invincibility. Oh, did he miss? Was that actually a miss? Oh, that was a miss. Keku missed the speed blocks.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this area before invincibility was patched, there was a very cool speed tech that you can take that was actually worthwhile, from that bottom all the way up top to the magnet rails over there. It's like a giant speed keep. It was actually really cool. Too bad it's basically worthless now.
Yeah, that fish tank that Keku left, I think he's going back into. I think that was the only time that I ever found myself partially soft locked, and I had to do a very specific shine spark into Screw attack.
Keku having trouble getting this the speed. By the way, I've never even seen that enemy before. It just goes to show how long it's been since I've even touched any other part of Dread besides
Yeah.
10%. Keku.
But yeah,
getting
this
to
room
Bernie
just
Bot.
kind of oddly lags, like during loading
The Loon or Berenia?
in Brenia.
Yeah, Berenia is weird. It's just all that water. What's really cool about Berenia is there's a bunch of whales and fishes in the back. That
I
actual
love the
models.
aesthetic. I absolutely love the aesthetic of it. It's just like
Dread actually has 3D modeling in environment. Like, well, sort of 3D modeling. It's like kind of partially 3D and 2D. Like the background, some of it is 2D, some of it's preloaded 3D. Like the way loading screen works in this game is like, for example, Ravenbeak. You see the cutscene, like the elevator cutscene or whatever that we'll see later, and then the preloaded stage, and then the camera kind of warps to the preloaded stage and stuff like that. Rubix is actually at Gavron return. Hopefully he can get the cool speed keep. He
no.
fails it. Commentator's curse. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Actually, I don't even know where it's going.
I think he's gonna go to the missiles by green. Yep, he is.
You missed. Okay, cool. It's actually very difficult for sword missiles to miss because it's auto lock on. What's really annoying is Mercury Steam made it very difficult for us to really sequence break or anything. Like those storm missiles, you would think you can just like shoot 5 missiles at it like really fast in like basically the same time frame. It doesn't work. It's hard coded to storm missiles.
Yep.
Which sucks.
Absolutely, it does. So, kind of wish that
if we could do that, we would actually be sub-hour because we can skip like.
Because we can skip plasma.
We could skip a lot of things just being able to skip storm missiles.
Yeah, like all of Illum is just skipped. Should have had Retro do it. Just, I mean, hell, they did a fantastic job with Donkey Kong.
It's true. Is he not sparking? Wait. Oh wait, man, I forgot. What was it? Rubix did the spark method for it. Keku just decides to just space jump, which is fine. I don't actually know the time save for that. I believe he is going for the last power bomb. I think it's a power bomb.
It should be. It's I see 14 on his screen.
It's actually you get 15, right?
Yeah, you get 15 and 275 missiles.
So I believe cleanup is done on Rubik's side.
Yep.
So now he is heading to Go Chozo, and towards the end of the game, Keku is still a ways off, and he did crash, which sucks. So we'll actually see if he dies. I would be very surprised if any one of them dies at this point. Crashing, maybe. I don't know if it's actually been fixed.
Yeah, crashing,
fixed,
I think, is more likely than dying at this point. Let's be honest, Rubik's is just taking all the hits.
Oh my god, he's already past half health. Oh my god, look at this. Look how much damage Gold Chozo does. It's ridiculous.
It really is.
Like, after Golzuna, everything does at least like 2 tanks. Actually, no, it's technically after Frozen Altaria. Everything does like 2 tanks at least. Like, Gold Chozo Stab does like 4 tanks. On hard mode, it's basically an instant kill.
I don't think, it's an instant kill, but
well, in NMG it is. On hard mode, NMG is basically instant kill.
I did just fine on my hard.
You tanked the stab?
Not the second phase stab, but the first phase stab.
Oh yeah, the first phase stab does like 2 tanks.
Yeah.
And the second phase stab does.
And I had 3.
On hard mode?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of that, but yeah, these things freaking hurt.
No question, they hurt.
But let's see, Rubik's is heading towards basically the last 3 minutes of the game. Off to Ravenbeak. He has turbo, so we'll see red parry skip. So yeah, this will definitely be interesting. He's just gonna be blasting the crap out of Ravenbeak. You'll see some cross bombs, and yeah, just hold down shoot. You need 15 hertz to do what he did, or roughly 12 or 13 plus storm missiles to basically skip his gold armor, which makes him invulnerable for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Rain, but I still can't do 15 hertz myself.
I actually did on my all bosses glitches PB. I accidentally hit him too many times and accidentally did the red parry skip.
Really?
On like my first try. It was actually wild. Now I could do it like reliably, which is crazy. But oh man, he went into the sun.
Right in the sun.
I ruined PBs doing that. It's actually ridiculous. But what you see, so here's one of the benefits of turbo, besides your hands not getting destroyed from spamming. Because he has turbo, he can actually missile weave and do the void cross, which is using cross bombs. And is he gonna die? Oh my god, Rue is cutting it close. Don't get hit.
Just using every E-take as much as possible.
But yeah, there is a strat called the void cross where you basically missile and cross bomb. And cross bomb does as much as an ice missile outside of phase 1. Phase 1, every bomb in the cross bomb actually does damage. So you can do a whopping 4,800 damage if all of them hit cross bomb. You don't want that much damage, but you can actually do 4,800 like damage. But yeah, it's a strat. It helps missile economy and it boosts the boosts the fight times down considerably. And turbo allows you to do missile weaving fairly consistently, which is the fastest form of basically shooting. Plus that, so that's the main benefit that turbo gets, or the most noticeable one.
Yeah, and I am capable of doing single gold skip on 2 storm missile lock-ons, which I believe is 10 hertz.
Yeah, it's around 10 or 12. It's a lot less painful.
Well, I'm old and
Yeah, the main benefit for Turbo is health. That's basically it. And that's a good thing. Because Dread hurts.
It does.
We will see Ball Spark. Actually, if you were to double jump past the rubble on the right, you wouldn't trigger the cutscene. Instead of doing the Ball Spark, getting the recovery speed keep, and Rubik's has finished the game. He has escaped exploding another planet on Samus's wave to galaxy destruction.
Have you seen
GG's to Rubik's?
the SpongeBob meme where they have a fish? It's like the Galactic Federation sending Samus go blow up another planet.
Oh, I actually haven't. But yeah, this lava room right here, there's actually a very difficult speed keep where you can actually speed keep it to the right, and store a spark, and then grab the grapple block, get in, and then do the spark instead of that, like going all the way around. And it's actually very difficult. It's probably one of the...
Yeah, I've seen it pulled off once, and I don't think
Yeah, it's
I don't blame any of these runners to missing it at all.
I believe it saves quite a bit of time too, comparatively.
Oh, absolutely,
but
it does.
It is stupid hard.
But graps to Rubik's and Team Ekatoon.
Yeah, I think this is their first relay win. I don't know too much about the relay, but from what I hear, this is a long time coming. Maybe, not entirely sure. Someone would know better and tell me. But yeah, Kaku is fairly close to the end. Also, GG's to both these runners. They've been putting a lot of time in Dread, like more time than I'm willing to put in, that's for sure. That just goes to show their perseverance, their commitment to this game, and just how much they've optimized this run. And this game is still fairly new. It's only been 5.5 months, so this is, you're seeing like kind of the tip of the iceberg kind of situation. Like it could go so much lower, maybe. Hopefully.
I absolutely hope it goes so much lower.
I just want hyper missiles. Where's my hyper missiles, guys? Go find it, please. Leave your Switch on for 28 days. I don't know. Someone find me hyper missiles. Oh my god, host finger. I was actually in a situation like that. It actually took me 2 hours to figure out my passing, because in Varenia, I forgot to break the right blob to lower the water. So I actually didn't know about that. So I ran around literally everywhere and was lost for like 2 hours just because of that one blob. On my first casual playthrough.
You could just grab that ledge. That's nice.
Put up a bounty for it? I'm not gonna put real money to it. Maybe I should actually. I do really want it. Putting up a bounty for hyper missiles. But it's such a wild, like just a wild trick. Like, where would you even begin besides just leaving your Switch on and hoping it works?
I really don't want that to be a thing. Like
from what we understand of how hyper missiles work, it's like basically memory corruption. That's essentially what hyper missiles is. It's like you're kind of like superseding the original state that Samus is in.
Uh-huh.
Wait. Can you get out, please?
Oh, was that Keku? Oh no. Yeah, like Tex said, it's it might have to do with counter sequences, because counter sequences do increase shoot speed. So you would somehow break a counter sequence, you would somehow memory corrupt the game or save corrupt the game or something, into giving you increased missile speed, and Keku missing the speed tech. This one, this one is actually pretty hard for even intermediate runners. I think in one of the categories you have to do this without gravity suit or Varia suit. No, wait, you get Varia, but you don't have gravity suit. So
Yeah, I have gravity suit. Like, yeah, it's I think it's unrestricted.
So you can actually die here. I think it's either MS% intended or intended percent. I think it's MS%. No wait, unrestricted does it too. Yeah. But yeah, you can actually die there.
Yeah, because you're taking frozen damage.
Yes, yes, Sano. There has to be, but we have no idea. That is the only known method at the moment, because the other two people who've gotten hyper missiles and have footage of it were Chinese or Japanese, and we can't contact them. So you know, the only person we could was Justin Zane, and we were testing it out with him, and then he was seeing if it stayed, because you know it was a significant like advantage. So he in all fairness, he didn't really want it or keep it, so he was testing it. So you know, he lost it, and that was the only known method. But yeah, one day. But yeah, as Keku, you know, keeps cleaning up, doing very flashy stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed the commentary, enjoyed Dread. I was actually surprised to hear it was 100% NMG, because it is a very long category, 2 hours. I hope, you know, some of you are interested in running Dread. Is very fun. Tricks can get a bit annoying, but it feels and looks amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And highly encourage, I think me and Rain have dedicated YouTube channels to helping players work on mechanics and improving themselves on Metroid Dread. Please check us out on YouTube.
Yeah, but also check out these runners. I know Keku basically streams like almost every day at a weird time. He is in Hawaii. I'm not entirely sure what Rubik's schedule is. His isn't actually Rubik's cuber there. It's actually Thane 9 or Thane 6. I'll have to check later, but yeah, be sure to check these guys out. They've put a lot of time in Dread.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Thane Q. Oh, that was a 9. I'm clearly dyslexic or something. But man, it's gonna be a while till I come back to Dread, because I'm running SM and Prime right now. Or well, Prime eventually. But man, God, this looks so good. Look at that spark shot. Oh. I can't believe he missed. That was the longest. I didn't even know they do that. But that's probably one of the longest ones.
Yeah, I think returning to Ilum is probably the worst part about Hundo.
Oh, actually, before they fixed it, that Inky on the bridge would actually crash you. Usually.
Usually, yeah.
S2 could crash you. The X Course could crash you. Gozuna can crash you. I think the Chozos can crash you sometimes. Power bombing and escape sequence can crash you. Corpius resetting can actually crash you quite a bit. I don't think I've ever seen Kraid crash you. Oh, come on, Keku. Yes. Yes. Oh, he
Nice.
misses. He misses the last part. Nice. I love it. Oh, is there a continuation? Oh no, that would have been so good. But yeah, one thing we didn't talk about was a spark shot that Keku was attempting there, coming out of the loon. That is actually a specific tech. You can't actually shoot charge shot while sparking. You can't actually do anything while sparking, basically. But we found that if you were to hold a charge shot and then spark, and then while holding charge, you press missile, basically to equip missile, you actually shoot that charge shot while spark. So that allows us to do some like ocean fly situation type stuff, which is very cool. But it's only very useful in long corridors like Elune and Nubia. You know, just to save a second. It's always a second. It's incredible how consistent yet infuriating it is.
It's almost like Sakamoto is trolling us.
It's like they figured it out and timed it.
Yeah.
At every conceivable spot, just to make sure it only saves like a second over flash shift or something, or loses a second. It is incredibly annoying.
So I'm seeing 273 and 15.
Or what?
Do you see 275?
I don't see anything. I see. Oh, in Rubik's, yeah, I see 275.
No, I'm sorry. In Keku.
We'll see. He is in elevator. God, there's so many loading screens in Dread. It is.
Yeah, it's kind
it
of
is so annoying. Oh, what's up, Sasha?
But yeah, I certainly hope that the
273.
I don't know if there's another missile pack.
I don't want to imagine running physical. I really hope.
Oh wait, there it is. Yeah. Okay, there's 275.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't even know that was there, but that's cool.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Yep.
All right,
so there.
we got every item.
Yep. Good.
Here's the storm missiles. You know, for a long time, everyone's like, "Why are you using storm missiles, bro? It's so slow. You just mash them." I'm like, I ain't mashing them. And lo and behold, storm missiles is the better way. God, the mashing on Keku is, dude's basically a walking turbo.
Yep.
You guys aren't aware, he doesn't use turbo, as far as I'm aware.
No, it didn't look like it was turbo, but
dude must have 4 arms of stone.
Between B-Dog and Keku.
I mean, I personally don't
use
envious. Turbo, but that's just because only really Kraid hurts for me. But yeah, it's a real concern for people running Dread too, and having turbo be legal is a really big step forward. because it hurts a lot, and it's not that it hurts. It also limits people who actually have like hand problems. Like I have like tendonitis or carpal tunnel or something. So running dread actually really hurts. Like I would actually lose grip strength pretty significantly if I ran dread as possible long-term damage. So turbo being allowed is so good, especially for the community. Whoa, what is?
you forgot to.
Well, oh no, he wasn't
duck.
crouch. Kaku.
I mean, I absolutely 100% agree that in terms of accessibility,
Walking turbo, my dude.
turbo needed to be allowed and everything, but
Oh, we actually never talked about this. This melee crouch. It is a weird thing. If you melee, as long as you're not too far to the away or under him, he will just miss. Because we never could check out the hitbox, but I believe he's shooting at where Samus was, not is, in the crouching animation, which is dope because avoiding this was really annoying. But now we just, get free shots all over him.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, the running crouch is an absolute game changer in terms of Rainbow Peak, and like especially on
Kaku, don't die, please. I know it's tempting, but don't die, please. Man, I forgot how hard to repeat. So here's the thing that happens with
good.
the Gatling. Well, that parry is actually worth it depending on when you do it. If it's early on, it's actually worth it because it's like free 10,000 damage, and Ravenbeak has like 48,000 health.
But that was like mid fight. Like
yeah, there's actually
I'm
one
glad
thing that
he
happened.
parried, but didn't take the actual counter.
Hey Tex, you're the one who does this with min items, okay? You don't have anything but like beams. Which, by the way, here's one thing I'm so happy about Turbo. Since it's allowed, people who run min items who only have 15 missiles. 15 missiles. That means they have to basically mash for 26 seconds straight to equal how like the regular like missile speed or whatever. Imagine mashing at 15 hertz. No, you have to do 17 hertz to equal ice missiles. So you have to mash for 26 seconds straight at 17 hertz to equal the original amount, right? Like, thank God for Turbo for them. Like, if Turbo was loud, I wanted it for that category at least.
That's fair.
Can I see Source Spark there? No, airball. Heat airball. That power bomb. I guess they fixed the crash. Because that power bomb could actually crash you. People
Really?
still do it because it's like a second faster or something like that. Would you
I still do it.
Are you gonna risk the speed? Ooh, the R Candy speed tech. I missed it.
Oh no!
You could have kept the speed here, all the way here, and then all the way down to here. And yep, and you could have did that. That's probably one of the hardest speed techs in the game.
I still refuse to do the quick shine spark into that ladder.
It is actually no. That Sora Spark is actually faster than doing the speed keep all the way through. Oh, so we're doing a little interview? Oh, that's dope. What's up, Keku?
Hey, Keku.
I mean, we can, but like it said,
they said we can do a little interview with the runners and stuff. So my
Oh, cool.
computer
I understand.
crashed and it messed me up.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It kind of sucked that your computer crashed.
I was on 2 hour pace, so yeah, and then I
Uh,
messed up everything else after that.
A
But it's
sub
okay.
2
I
hour?
mean,
Wait,
it was fun.
was that a PB run?
No, I PB last night, so with a 159. But still, like, I was on 2 hour pace, and just with all the mistakes that I made, yeah.
Yeah, what happens if Rubik's pace is on? Because if without the crash, it might have been a close one.
Yeah.
Well,
hard to say.
It's hard to say, but like looking at the clear times, like Rubik's was at a 220 and Keku was at a 214.
Yeah, so you made up. So you came in with a 15 or so minute deficit. So you made up 6 minutes on that, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just like, okay, go. Okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
GG, Kiku?
GG.
Yeah, GG's.
Yeah, GG
Yeah.
guys. So how was the race for you?
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of the beginning for you, Rubik's, and then I was like, oh, did you forget?
That was a terrible. When I missed that item, I just died
tank in the
inside.
beginning?
Yeah,
Oh, so you did forget.
And you know what? I know why I forgot it, because I was watching your guys' stream, but since it's delayed, I was like,
Our
oh, I
fault,
wonder
Rain.
well, no, I was just
yeah, it's
distracted.
our fault.
No, but then you guys reminded me that I skipped the item, and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta go back and get it. so then I panicked, and you noticed that I died through that vertical magnet door because I totally forgot about that glitch, and yeah, that was just a mess.
Yeah,
okay.
that
It
usually never happens.
Well, it's funny because I hit Adam skip, I hit the water skip.
Yeah,
hit all
second
the
try
hard
Adam.
tricks.
You both got it very quick, which was surprising. That just shows how much you guys practiced it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, practice the hard tricks, but not the easy ones.
Yeah,
I can't
and
wait.
then you practice the routing.
Yeah. I gotta practice some more. Movement is like a big thing. Like, for some reason, my stomach best says 155, and I'm like, okay. And then but then it always comes down to movement, no matter what Metroid game you play. Like, even I ran Super Metroid for many years, or not many years, but like a couple years, right? And like, my movement still needs a lot of improvement. Like, I have a 47 and 8%, but it's always comes down to improvement, no matter what, regardless of like tricks and like how you do boss fights and stuff. It's always movement. So yeah,
Yep.
it's just going to show you with this game, you gotta have really good movement too.
Yeah,
totally.
That's any Metroid.
Yeah.
When you look at the top runners versus, I guess, some of the intermediate runners, like, once you're an intermediate runner, you're probably going to get most of the tricks or all of them in a Metroid. But even if you're like 5 to 10 minutes off the world record, it's no surprise if 100% of that time is just because your movement wasn't optimized. You jumped a couple pixels too high here, you missed a shot, cancel in Fusion there.
Yeah, but it's not only that too. It's also the consistency. You know, the consistency is another big thing. Like, to how you do your runs and stuff. So crazy.
Yeah,
think
what I
that's
always
good,
say.
so-
Yeah, what I always say is, what was it? Tricks save you a set time, but movement saves time forever.
Good point.
Exactly. Like, you can spend in 5 hours learning one trick for 11 seconds, but if you'd put that just to improving your movement, you might have saved like a second in every room across the entire game. That's a lot more than 1 or 2 minutes.
You hear that,
Yeah,
chat?
I feel like you guys are talking about me right now, because I practiced Hell Room for just a day straight, and I can nail it every time now. But yeah, it only saves like, what, 5 seconds, 3 seconds? And if you die, it's like catastrophic.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the saying goes, swag above all else.
Yeah,
Well,
look
yeah, I
cool
went into
doing
this
it.
going for swag, for sure. Yeah.
And by the way, that hell room saves 3 seconds.
And if you die, you
You know
go
what?
back.
I need to save
Sorry.
1 frame. Gosh, Rain, tell me how to do those speed tricks. I just need to save 1
Dude, the
frame.
little speed tricks. Dude, okay, so there's a speed tech through, what was it, the right under spin. If you get the speed tech into the tunnel, you can save a whopping 1/4 of a second.
Wow.
But I have to head on out. But I thank this opportunity to Velvet for organizing everything. Thanks to Speed Gaming for helping with the restream. And as part of the Speed Gaming staff, the video for this will be the VOD for this will be up on YouTube probably this weekend or next week. So yeah. But you guys can continue on with the interview, and I'll be heading out. Thanks, guys.
Great.
All
Thanks
right.
for
Thanks,
the
Kaku.
run, Kaku.
GG, I'll be back.
Have a nice evening.
GG.
Bye.
Got anything else about your run, Rubik's?
No, I mean, I love this game. It's fantastic. I'm really happy with it. And it's incredible to just see how much better other players can be. Yeah, even just with little optimized things like movement, little tricks here and there. There's just so much to these games. Yeah, it's just a blast.
Your run was really good.
You definitely put up a wonderful performance.
Thank you. I've been practicing hard.
What was their end time, if you kept track?
I did not keep track, but my in-game time was, I think, 2:20. So I think my real time was somewhere around between 2:07 and 2:10, I think.
So that might have been a PB for you?
I think that was a PB if it wasn't for that item that I missed at the very beginning, because that took me back quite a bit. But yeah, definitely.
You might as well go back and check it, which is something I should probably do for my run. But I plan on watching my run back because I'm interested in hearing what the commentators had to say about it. Because I have quite a bit to say, but we can get to my run later. Hope has just joined us. Hope, as a runner of M2, how do you feel about your run?
Can you hear me first off?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, awesome. I'm the most tech ignorant millennial that is out there. I feel pretty good about my run. I remember kind of thinking back, I'm excited to watch the recording because I don't think I blew it anywhere.
Oh, you PB'd by like a minute, right?
Yeah, right? So
couldn't have been that bad.
Nope. Yeah, so that felt pretty good.
I certainly was. I forget exactly what I was thinking, but the general idea was when the SM segment started, I was thinking to myself that MGA wasn't nearly as far behind as I was expecting. And Scotty mentioned in chat, since I was laughing about how Scotty's run was really, really good, except for one particular gamma in the middle of the run, which was hilariously bad. I couldn't help but laugh. So I was thinking to myself how that was the only thing that went wrong in his run. And then he pops into chat, into the Relay Discord, and is like, I was on PB pace until that one gamma.
No.
And I'm like, if he was on PB pace, and the gap between MGA is not as large as I anticipated, the gap between him and Professor School, that means the only circumstances that could have happened is Hope PB'd. And so I was thinking to myself that you had to have PB'd, and then that's why I asked. And when you told me you did, I was like, I wasn't surprised in the least.
You had the sense.
Your run was really good. Like there were a couple climbs that were a little rough, but
yeah, and like a couple gammas that just were not cooperating, if you can imagine.
I mean, they're gammas. What do you expect?
Yeah. But yeah,
not supposed
I'm pretty
to cooperate.
happy with it. No, just troll.
But that's part of the fun of Metroid 2, I think, is having those and it's a different gamma every time.
That's right.
How do you guys feel about Metroid 2, knowing that Samus becomes a Metroid in the end? Does that change how you view the game?
I love Metroid 2. I think it's still one of my favorite Metroids, and I don't particularly like what Samus Returns did with it. I think, especially the ending in particular, is supposed to be a positive ending. I think Ridley appearing kind of ruins that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, Ridley just appearing randomly just kind of kills the whole.
It changes the atmosphere of what is supposed to be a very calm part of the game with beautiful music.
Especially because, like, in Super, Samus canonically powers down her suit and then gets owned by Ridley immediately after. And, like you're talking about hours between Metroid 2 and Super.
Correct. Hours. She goes, drops off the baby, and leaves. Calls it a day, and then all of a sudden her day is not called off anymore.
Yeah, and so why would she like be able to like if Ridley was still a threat, why would she power down her suit?
Good question. I mean, I don't know. But that's a topic for another day.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Metroids, but I do have to go. I would like to say thank you for this opportunity, to commentate the race. It was really fun. If I hope you guys enjoyed the my commentary and me and Oso's commentary on Dread. If you guys want to, run Dread, dip your toes in the speedrunning, because it is a very great intro speedrunning game. Join the Dread Discord, check out me or Oso's video. And yeah, thank GG's to all the runners. And thanks for letting me commentate. It was really fun.
Yeah, Raymond,
Absolutely.
I want to thank you too. A lot of what I learned from you and all of your videos. So yeah, thanks again, Raymond, for being here.
Yeah, Brian, thanks again, and thanks for inviting me to it.
Yeah,
it was definitely a wonderful experience to have you two commentate this run.
Cheers.
Yeah, it was really fun. Hit me up next time if you guys are gonna do Dread.
Well, certainly,
because
hopefully we'll have Dread in all of these relays for the rest of time.
oh, that's pretty. That would be pretty cool. I actually host weekly Dread races. So any of you in chat are interested, racing Dread is every Friday at 9 p.m. EST. We rotate different categories and all that stuff. I would love more people to join, and I do commentate those basically bi-weekly. But yeah,
wonderful.
GG's all. Thank you. See you
All
guys
right.
later.
I suppose it is my turn to talk about how I felt about my run, isn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Well, you were the one commentating it, right?
Yes.
Well, how would you sum up my run? I'm curious.
Well, I mean, first of all, I normally do early Brinstar, so late Brinstar I'm not super familiar with. But it was really cool to see you go through and, I think you attempted the ice cream spark and got it first try.
You only can go for ice cream spark once.
Oh.
There were two things in my run that I really want, or I guess I should say three things in my run that I really wanted to show off, and I only got to show off two of them. I always go for Criteria Super, and I would say that's probably the freest trick in the book for me. I know most players don't even go for it, but that's such an easy spark for me at this point. Like, if I would call it my trademark trick, just because. But
see, that is a really hard trick for me. I'm only able to do it the way the other runner did it, where you spark to the left and then store and then jump up and spark to the right. But doing the double bomb jump, or what's it called, the jumping bomb jump at the top.
The Criteria Super JBJ is
crazy hard. I don't know how you do that.
So to sum it up, you need to do 4 wall jumps up the wall, and you need to make sure your 4th wall jump is at the top of the wall. That'll give you the height you need to be able to lay the bomb, but you need to make sure you don't morph too early, or else you'll bounce. When you go to unmorph, you need to jump in the first 4 frames of unmorphing, and that'll allow you to get a vertical jump without activating your Shine Spark. At which point you can morph, get that bomb jump, and that'll propel you high enough to be able to just spark to the right.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. It's really impressive every time I see it.
It's not too hard to practice, because all you have to do to practice it is just find any horizontal room where you can shine up a Shine Spark and just practice morphing and unmorphing. And that's how you can get your practice for the hard part of the trick. Other than that, it's whether you can get that JBJ off of that wall jump. And you can bomb jump and not be high enough, but that's not super common.
Yeah, no, you had a really clean run. I'm trying to think of other highlights.
Ice Cream Spark was obviously the other thing that I was super stoked to be able to show off. I was very frustrated after my Brinstar. I felt like I messed everything up. I got spikes off the worm. I did not have a good hive room. I didn't fall down, but my movement was poor.
Yeah.
I didn't get the bomb jumps after bombs, so I had to jump out of that block, and that felt bad.
Mm-hmm.
What else did I do?
Oh, you messed up the big spark, the one after Charlie.
Yes, I messed up the spark after Charlie. I messed up the spark after Torian. after Mother Brain. That was
Yeah. Oh,
I wasn't
oh,
even
you
sure
had
what
such a
happened
good Mother
there.
Brain. It was such a good fight. You just annihilated Mother Brain. It was great.
Yeah, and then I thought to myself, well, that happened.
That's the thing with racing Metroid, any Metroid, is that you'll get the hard parts no problem, but then it's like you'll relax, and as soon as you relax, it's like, oh, you missed the spark.
A lot of my cleanup was kind of rough around the edges. I don't normally have to do the Ming Li spark chain in criteria for that power bomb to buy the ship. I don't normally have to do that because normally I do door clip, but I didn't walk far enough off the platform, so the pirate didn't position itself, so I messed up door clip, and
You missed it, yeah.
and then the problem.
And you had to lay the bomb, and then you're down one bomb.
Yeah, so the problem there, it wasn't even that I like messed it up in any particular way, because obviously I got the hard part of that trick, which is storing the sparks. I just didn't start moving. Apparently, I pressed the up button, and I guess I just sparked like a frame or two too early.
Yeah,
and that was problematic. And I did that twice, so that was really, really irritating. And then at the very, very end, I was super stoked to be able to show off the swag missile from Mecha. That was really cool.
Oh, that I've never seen that before. That was blowing my mind. I was like, what is happening there?
Mecha was already bad, but I felt like, you know what? I can redeem my Mecha by showing this off.
That was the highlight for sure.
And then I guess Ice Cream Spark, as you said earlier, that was really, really cool.
Yeah, you got through all the heated rooms, no problem. You got no health issues. You got incredibly good drop in Torian.
I did get really good drops in Torian, but my drops in Ridley were awful.
Were terrible. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's like
so
you got robbed
Owls
Ridley
have
and
about a 75% chance to drop supers, and
you got none.
Obviously,
I think you got two, maybe.
The one at the start after Imago Spark didn't give me a super. Of the three at the back end of Ridley, they only gave me one. Ridley gave me no supers, and then obviously Runway only gave me 2 supers. And so I went into Torian with 6 supers.
With 6, right? And you should have had 12.
I should have had 7, given this Brinstar super, but I went for a strat in upper Brinstar that I didn't get, which is a really, really wild spark. It's a ball spark. That's really, really, really difficult to set up, and I didn't get it, but it was definitely something I wanted to at least try and show it off. And I was willing to waste a super for it. Fortunately, it didn't matter because my bad luck in Ridley was it was like every single Metroid wanted to give me double supers. I went into Mother Brain Room with 6 supers, going into Torian with 6 supers.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you didn't have to sit and farm; it just came. That's great.
Yeah,
so
no,
are you gonna try to learn? Are you gonna do like an early power bomb route in the future?
Probably not. My goal has always been to get 110 using the old strats, just because I feel like 110 is always the goal for Zero Mission until early power bombs came around. And I feel like that's not at least it's not nearly as huge of an achievement anymore, just because a minute and a half of free time save, and I already have a 111. So that's like a 109 at this point shouldn't be too difficult. But I still want to get that classic 110 that everyone always talked about historically.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then I guess the last issue I had with my run was I wanted to show off Escape Space Boost, but my movement was so bad I couldn't even make it to the top of the room holding that spark, so I didn't even get to try it.
Yeah, that hurt. That was painful to watch. I didn't want to bring it up because that's one of those ones that you should just get. It's pretty free.
Yeah, that was just bad movement. I mean, I also just didn't get the shine break, so that was also wonderful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you weren't even planning on running today, were you?
No, I wasn't supposed to run today, but
exactly. So you weren't prepared.
You know what? Things happen, and you make the best of them. And you know what? I had a good time. I certainly didn't put up a good run by any means. There were a couple times where apparently I forgot where I was going. For example, when I went into Plasma Beam Room and cleanup, that was not intended.
Hey, I did the same thing. I mean, I missed a bunch of items, and that's the nature of these games.
It was honestly a matter of just me watching so much Metroid that my brain was blanking. At a couple points in that run where I was kind of just like my mind was wandering. And you know what? It's fine. Apparently Destructor put up a equally hilarious run. So I am very much looking forward to watching that back.
Yes, I
Probably
think there were some
tomorrow.
pretty funny things there. Yeah, exactly.
And I will be looking forward to your commentary. I don't think we have any other runners who are interested in doing interviews at this point.
Okay.
So,
yeah, we can conclude.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for coming out today. This event is an event that really only happens once a year, but it's something that I put my heart and soul into and look forward to every single year. It's different every year. It'll probably be an any percent relay next year. So
this is fantastic because now you have a video. You've got almost 9 solid hours of top tier Metroid 100% for the record. So anyone in the future that wants to see some of the best runners in the world play these
absolutely
amazing games.
all of these
Cool.
relays go on YouTube, and they make for wonderful things to watch back and wonderful testaments to just how wonderful this community is that we can put something like this together.
Super cool. Well, thanks a lot. Great work. Yeah, we'll see you next year, I guess, right?
Yeah, we might. I might try and organize something for the second half of the year. I haven't really thought too much about it, but maybe if we can get something smaller, not necessarily like a full 8-9 hour run, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'll think about it, and the relay Discord will certainly be chatting about this relay and about ways we can improve for the next one.
Yeah, sounds good.
I think
Including
that's
making
all.
sure our computers don't crash in the middle.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. But it happens.
Yeah, it's okay.
Cool.
Anyways,
well,
we
thank you very much for inviting me to join in and commentate. I hope you enjoyed it.
I
definitely
certainly would say so. I think all of the commentators did a fantastic job, and I know a bunch of you only learned, or I guess decided to commentate yesterday, so there was very little preparation time to prepare yourselves mentally.
Yeah, exactly. But this is how we learn. So thanks for letting us take part in this.
Absolutely. And now, with no further ado, I will hand it back to Speed Gaming. See you next mission for the next relay.
Cool. Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye-bye.